The Origin Pocket Pavilion was a place for high-grade cultivators to meet up and hold discussions. Its owner was a body integration stage elder of Deep Heaven City, so no one dared to cause any trouble in the pavilion. As such, the pavilion had always had a good reputation among the cultivators of Deep Heaven City. Many cultivators would rent out a certain level of the pavilion if they were holding a small exchange convention or discussing some secretive matters, and the reputation of the pavilion placed everyone's hearts at ease. After flying for a long while, a lush forest that spanned an area of over 100 acres appeared up ahead. At the center of the forest were 4 pavilions, 1 large and 3 small. The largest pavilion was over 10,000 feet tall and wasn't any lesser in stature compared to the stone pagodas of Deep Heaven City. Even the 3 smaller pavilions were around 3,000 to 4,000 feet tall, presenting quite a majestic sight to behold. Han Li's expression remained unchanged at the sight of these pavilions, but he sped up by about twofold. At this moment, there were several yellow-robed nascent soul cultivators standing guard at the entrance of the first level of the tallest pavilion, chatting idly among themselves. All of a sudden, a blur flashed past their eyes, and something seemed to pass right by them and entered the pavilion. The guards were naturally very alarmed to see this, and they hurriedly turned toward the entrance while one of them instantly summoned an alarm-raising talisman. Right at this moment, a cold harumph rang out from the entrance and a powerful burst of spiritual pressure swept forth from within. The air around the guards instantly tightened and they were completely immobilized. Only then did they catch a glimpse of an azure-robed figure who had appeared in the hall on the first floor of the pavilion. Even though he had his back facing them, the spiritual pressure emanating from the azure-robed figure's body was completely unfathomable to them, and sweat began to pour down their faces. "Don't raise the alarm. I'm here for a friend. Once I find the person I'm looking for, I'll leave," the azure figure said in a calm yet implacable voice. In the next instant, the azure figure blurred and vanished into thin air, completely disregarding the restrictions in the pavilion. As soon as he vanished, the enormous spiritual pressure faded and all of the guards regained their mobility. Who was that? How dare he barge straight into the Origin Pocket Pavilion? Does he not know who the owner of the pavilion is? A young guard yelled in an enraged manner as soon as he recovered his freedom. The other guards didn't say anything, but they also wore extremely dark expressions. "Humph, you should shut your mouth if you don't want to die." A blue-haired elderly man suddenly interjected in a low voice to cut off the young guard. The young guard faltered slightly upon hearing this before turning to the elderly man. "What do you mean by that, fellow Taoist? Do you know who that was?" "I do. All of you only recently joined this pavilion, so it's no surprise that you don't recognize him. I once had the honor of seeing this senior Han from afar, and he's a mid-body integration cultivator, so his cultivation base outstrips even that of the pavilion's owner," the elderly man said in a grim voice. "What? A mid-body integration cultivator?" The other guards all drew a sharp breath upon hearing this, and the young guard who had just spoken instantly turned deathly pale. For a mid-body integration cultivator, killing them wouldn't be much more difficult than crushing ants. If he were to be one to hold grudges. The young guard's back was already drenched in cold sweat. A thought suddenly occurred to one of the other guards, and he exclaimed, "A mid-body integration stage senior with the Han surname? Could it be?" "Hee, that's right. He's none other than the senior Han who was rumored to have perished 2 years ago. Seeing as he's appeared here, those rumors are all clearly false." The elderly man confirmed with a nod. "I could sense a powerful, baleful aura emanating from his body. It doesn't seem like he has very peaceful intentions. Is he really just here to look for a friend? If something happens, the reputation of the pavilion will be damaged," the young guard murmured. Hints of fear flashed through everyone's eyes again upon hearing this. "We have no power to dictate what Senior Han does here. Even if he completely destroys the Origin Pocket Pavilion, the pavilion owner won't pin the blame on us. The pavilion's rules only apply to normal cultivators. You can't expect to enforce them on someone like Senior Han." The blue-haired elderly chuckled before falling silent. All of the other guards nodded in agreement, and they no longer discussed this matter, treating it as if it had never happened. Only the young guard was still clearly very concerned and occasionally peeked into the pavilion through the entrance. Meanwhile, on a level of the pavilion that had been sealed by many layers of restrictions, there were 7 or 8 people sitting around a white-robed woman seemingly trying to persuade her about something. The white-robed woman had skin as fair as snow and a set of beautiful facial features, but she wore an extremely cold expression. It was none other than the Ice Phoenix who had been invited to this gathering. Upon arriving here, she discovered that there wasn't any exchange convention taking place. She immediately sensed that something was wrong and tried to leave, only to be trapped by the restrictions on this level of the pavilion. Immediately thereafter, the people attending the gathering took turns to try and persuade and coerce her. They had clearly all been bribed by Azure Dragon to do so. Come to think of it, you're an Ice Phoenix, so you have some connection with our Black Phoenix race. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been constantly corresponding between you and Senior Azure Dragon during this past period of time. If you continue to stall like this, Senior Azure Dragon's patience is eventually going to run out. With his mid-body integration stage powers, you would be completely powerless to resist if he were to try and take you by force, so you may as well agree. Senior Azure Dragon's powers and status are not inferior to that Han Brat's in the slightest. So why continue to resist? The person who was speaking was a young beauty in a black dress. It was none other than Xiao Hong of the Black Phoenix race. After being forced to go into seclusion for a while by the Black Phoenix Demon Monarch, she seemed to have made significant strides in her cultivation base. The rest of the group was comprised of other human and demonic beings, all of whom were acquaintances of the Ice Phoenix, and they were all trying to convince her of the same thing. Following the commencement of the devilish tribulation, the boundary between humans and demons in the city had already been removed, which was why both sides were free to appear in any part of the city. Even so, most ordinary beings wouldn't stray out of their designated area for no good reason, and only high-grade beings would regularly traverse through both areas. The demonic beings among this group were all spatial tempering cultivators, so they naturally had the right to appear here. However, there really wasn't much creativity with the approaches they were taking. They were merely rattling off the same narrative about how Master Azure Dragon was a body integration cultivator, and that countless female cultivators in the city would be over the moon if they were chosen by Master Azure Dragon as a dual cultivation partner. However, regardless of what they said, the Ice Phoenix remained completely silent, and her frosty gaze made it seem as if she were trying to freeze the opposite wall solid. Xiao Hong's brows furrowed tightly upon seeing this, and after a while, a cold look appeared in her eyes as she said, "We've said everything we have to say. It's time for you to give us a verdict now. Are you willing to engage in dual cultivation with Senior Azure Dragon?" It seemed that she was the leader of the group of persuaders. The Ice Phoenix finally responded, but her words were as sharp as daggers. "I won't agree to this no matter what you say. Come to think of it, I find this to be rather strange. As a member of our demon race, shouldn't you be aware that engaging in dual cultivation with humans is strictly prohibited in our race? Are you not afraid that the Black Phoenix Demon Monarch will punish you for trying to extort me in Master Azure Dragon's stead in such a blatant manner?" Xiao Hong's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but her expression quickly returned to normal as she chuckled. "How silly of me to have forgotten to mention this. Senior Azure Dragon possesses a demonic bloodline, so he's a half-demon. It's just that he chose to remain in the human race and eventually became the Grand Elder of the 9-Star Sect. As such, I'm not concerned about that at all. Besides, even if Senior Azure Dragon weren't a half-demon, our human and demon races must unite against the devilish army. So the demon monarchs and body integration stage elders will all turn a blind eye anyway. Having said that, your answer has been quite disappointing. You leave me with no choice but to defer you to someone else." "Someone else?" The Ice Phoenix's face immediately paled upon hearing this, and she seemed to have already guessed whom Xiao Hong was referring to. Sure enough, Xiao Hong immediately rose to her feet before turning to one of the side doors of the hall in a respectful manner. "Senior Azure Dragon, we've done everything in our power, but it seems you'll have to convince fellow Taoist Ice Phoenix in person." "I see. It seems I'll have to tame this disobedient little Ice Phoenix myself, even though I'm very reluctant to have to resort to something like this." A male voice rang out from the other side of the door, following which the door was opened, and a brocade-robed man strode into the room in an unhurried manner. The man appeared to be around 40 years of age and had a very authoritative appearance. He was holding a thick white book in his hand, and it was none other than Master Azure Dragon. You should be aware that you won't be able to get what you want if you force me to comply against my will. Besides, aren't you worried about what the other seniors in the city will think? The Ice Phoenix asked in a cold voice. If you had said this several days ago, perhaps I would have been a little concerned. But now, I've already cultivated a new ability that will make you comply willingly to me. As for the other fellow Taoists of Deep Heaven City, don't place your hope in them. I've already officially joined Deep Heaven City and became an elder yesterday. Do you think the panel of elders will turn against me in preference for someone who's already dead? Master Azure Dragon replied in a cold voice, completely doing away with all semblance of geniality. The Ice Phoenix's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and she heaved a faint sigh before suddenly raising a jade bowl in her hand, then waving it through the air like lightning. A white spatial rift instantly appeared, and she immediately disappeared into the rift. Everything had happened far too quickly for Xiao Hong and her group to react in time, and when they tried to stop her, it was already too late. However, Master Azure Dragon's expression remained unchanged as he gently brandished his white book. Silver light flashed, and an ancient silver rune emerged from the book, then swelled to the size of a human head before drifting over to where the spatial rift had just vanished. A loud boom rang out, and the silver rune exploded, following which the space there shattered like a sheet of glass. A muffled groan rang out as the Ice Phoenix stumbled out of midair, and only after taking a few steps backward did she manage to just barely right herself. She then looked up at Master Azure Dragon, and even though her expression remained as cold as ever, a hint of despair had crept into her eyes. Humph. If you could get away right under my nose, then I'll spell my name backward from now on. Now then, are you going to allow these fellow Taoists to seal off your magic power? Or are you going to make me do it? Master Azure Dragon asked with a haughty look on his face. Xiao Hong and the others instantly surrounded her from all sides, and the Ice Phoenix's heart sank even further. Just as Xiao Hong was about to spring into action, a cold male voice suddenly sounded within the hall. Oh? What's your name going to sound like when spelled backward? Would you be able to give me a verbal demonstration, fellow Taoist Azure Dragon? At the same time, a resounding boom rang out, and the door, which had been sealed tightly shut by multiple restrictions, suddenly exploded inward. Immediately thereafter, a violent burst of power surged into the room, and the two spatial tempering cultivators situated in front of the door were hurled up into the air like a pair of sandbags, then smashed heavily into the opposing wall. Unfortunately for them, the wall had also been reinforced by restrictions, and they weren't simultaneous cultivators as Han Li was, so they were instantly knocked out cold with blood. It seemed that even their nascent souls had been knocked unconscious by the impact. Everyone else was naturally very alarmed by this, and they immediately rushed away from the door. Master Azure Dragon's expression also changed drastically upon hearing this voice, whereas the Ice Phoenix immediately turned toward the entrance with elation in her eyes. The terrifying aura that had surged into the room receded, and an azure-robed young man walked in. It was none other than Han Li. "Brother Han, you're finally back," the Ice Phoenix said as an excited flush appeared on her face. Han Li nodded in response as he turned to the Ice Phoenix with a faint smile on his face. "I encountered some trouble along the way, but thankfully, I was able to make a safe return." Following a brief moment of panic, Master Azure Dragon immediately returned to his senses before forcing a smile onto his own face as he said, "It's truly fantastic news that you were able to escape from that sacred ancestor. Brother Han, we have to organize a feast to celebrate your return." However, Han Li didn't even take a single glance at him. Instead, he turned toward Xiao Hong's in a completely emotionless manner, and his eyes were like a pair of sharp daggers. Aside from the two cultivators who were lying unconscious on the ground, all of the other spatial tempering cultivators immediately turned deathly pale. Even the ones among them who hadn't ever met Han Li in the past had naturally realized who he was, and their hearts were filled with horror. The main reason why they had agreed to help Master Azure Dragon was that he had guaranteed them that Han Li was already dead. Otherwise, they would have never dared to meddle in something like this. As it turned out, not only was Han Li not dead, he had caught them red-handed, and the evidence of their involvement was downright irrefutable. "Welcome back to the city, Senior Han, my master," A burly man with a rather crude appearance cupped his fist in a salute as he approached Han Li, but Han Li merely swept a sleeve toward him and he was immediately sent flying before also crashing into the opposite. He then thumped down onto the ground and threw up a mouthful of blood, unable to get up again. Everyone hurriedly turned their attention toward him to find a large hole had been torn into the front of his robes, revealing a suit of smooth silver armor. The armor appeared to have remained completely unscathed, but in the next instant, a crisp crack rang out, and the suit of armor shattered into pieces that fell onto the ground around him. Han Li's nonchalant-looking attack had not only severely wounded the man, it had even destroyed the armor treasure that he was wearing. This made the spatial tempering cultivators' hearts sink even further, and they felt as if they had been plunged into a glacial pit. Master Azure Dragon's eyelids twitched slightly upon seeing this, but thinking back to how Han Li had once faced several body integration stage beings on his own, he was unable to muster up the courage to directly confront Han Li. Brother Han, you've just attacked a prized disciple of Elder Gu from the panel of elders. I'm afraid you'll have to give Elder Gu an explanation for this, he said after clearing his throat in an awkward manner. Why do I need to explain things to him? If Elder Gu has a problem, he can come to see me. Speaking of explanations, I believe you owe me on, Han Li chuckled coldly without displaying any intention of letting this matter slide. Rather than make any attempt to argue his case, Master Azure Dragon admitted, I didn't intend for things to be like. I had thought that you had already passed away, so I wanted to take fellow Taoist Ice Phoenix for myself. Seeing as you're alive and well, I'll be sure to pay you a visit at a later date to deliver a formal apology. You think an apology will suffice? I took a great risk to go to Heavenly City to assist you, yet this is how you decide to repay me. If I don't make an example out of you, how can I expect anyone else in the city to respect me? Han Li asked in a frosty voice. Master Azure Dragon was beginning to lose his temper upon hearing this, and he also adopted a more aggressive stance. What do you want from me, then? Do you want to fight me? Sure. I'd be happy to oblige with that request. You dared to try and walk all over my authority, so you must be quite confident in your own abilities. Let me see if you have what it takes to back up your actions. Han Li chuckled coldly without any hesitation. Master Azure Dragon's expression darkened even further upon hearing this. Han Li didn't have any intention of wasting time with words. He swept both sleeves through the air, and several tens of small azure swords shot forth in a frenzy. At the same time, golden light flashed from his body, and he released a burst of astonishing spiritual pressure directly toward Master Azure Dragon. Master Azure Dragon was also unable to repress his fury any longer. He raised his hand with an enraged look on his face, and the white book that he was holding instantly spread open. Spiritual light of different colors flashed within the book, and it seemed that countless runes were about to emerge from within it. Xiao Hong and the others were naturally extremely alarmed by this turn of events, but they didn't dare to try and sneak away in fear of incurring Han Li's wrath. As such, they could disperse throughout the hall to get as far away from the two body integration cultivators as possible. They knew that this distance didn't grant them any safety in the face of a battle between body integration cultivators, but it offered them some internal solace. Han Li completely disregarded what they were doing and appraised Master Azure Dragon intently with a cold light in his eyes as he prepared to unleash his sword arts. Right at this moment, a streak of white light flew into the hall, then circled around in midair before landing right in between Han Li and Master Azure Dragon. A smiling humanoid figure then emerged from within the streak of white light. Are you two really planning to demolish this pavilion of Elder Gus by battling here? Please do me a favor and allow me to mediate for the two of you. This was a benevolent elderly man wearing a golden kasaya. It was none other than Buddhist monk Jin Yu. Long time no see, fellow Taoist Jin Yu. Have you been well? Han Li fully intended to continue in his assault, but he could only forcibly repress his fury for now. After all, he was on relatively good terms with Buddhist monk Jin Yu, so he couldn't just afford him no consideration at all. Master Azure Dragon was naturally very relieved to see the arrival of Buddhist monk Jin Yu. He was well aware of just how fearsome Han Li was, so he naturally wanted to avoid a battle. It was just that Han Li was insulting him in front of these juniors, so he had to protect his own pride and reputation. He immediately cupped his fist a polite salute toward the monk and said, Forgive me for not coming out to greet you, fellow Taoist Jinyu. I received news that fellow Taoist Han had returned to the city, so I immediately set off to come here. Thankfully, I managed to get here in time before the situation escalated any further. I notified 2 of the fellow Taoists who just so happened to be nearby on my way here, so they should arrive soon as well. Please allow the 3 of us to mediate this conflict. After all, we are in the midst of a devilish tribulation, and both of you are top-grade powerful beings of the city, so any conflict between the 2 of you could affect the internal stability of the city. Isn't that right, fellow Taoist Gu? Buddhist monk Jinyu suddenly turned toward the entrance of the hall with a meaningful expression as he spoke. I really must thank you, fellow Taoist Jinyu. If you hadn't stepped in, perhaps my origin pocket pavilion would cease to exist from this day forth. A burst of hearty laughter rang out, following which a gray humanoid figure appeared outside the door without any warning. It was a gray-robed elderly man with a dark complexion. Fellow Taoist Gu. Han Li was immediately able to identify this man as the owner of the Origin Pocket Pavilion, whom he'd met on several previous occasions. It's fantastic to see that you've made a safe return, fellow Taoist Han. You have to come pay me a visit when you have some spare time. I really am very interested to hear how you managed to escape from a sacred ancestor, the gray-robed man said with a smile. Even though he had only met Han Li on a few fleeting occasions, he was speaking to Han Li as if they were old friends. You're speaking far too highly of me, Brother Gu. I only escaped from a scared ancestor clone. If a sacred ancestor's true body had come after me, there's no way I would have been able to escape, Han Li explained with a wry smile. Even so, it's still a testament of your powers that you were able to escape from a sacred ancestor clone, Brother Han, the gray-robed man countered with a shake of his head. Han Li naturally wasn't going to argue the issue any further, and he merely smiled before turning to Buddhist monk Jinyu. Who's the other fellow Taoist you were referring to aside from Brother Gu, fellow Taoist Jinyu? Rest assured, fellow Taoist Han, it's an acquaintance of yours, Buddhist monk Jinyu said with a smile. An acquaintance of mine? Han Li's eyes narrowed lightly upon hearing this, and a certain person instantly sprang into his mind. Master Azure Dragon cleared his throat and was just about to say something when silver light suddenly flashed outside. A streak of silver light flew into the hall, then faded to reveal a silver-robed woman. The woman was none other than Fairy Silver Light, and an elated look immediately appeared on her face at the sight of Han Li. Brother Han, your powers have progressed significantly again. I must congratulate you. After the battle at Heavenly City, I was pursued by a devilish lord and encountered some additional unexpected troubles, so I only recently made it back to the city as well. Han Li faltered slightly before a smile appeared on his face. Long time no see, fellow Taoist Silver Light. All right, seeing as everyone's here, let's all take a seat and discuss the matter at hand, Buddhist monk Jinyu said. You're asking me to take a seat with fellow Taoist Azure Dragon? I'll pass. I have no interest in wasting any further time with the likes of him, Han Li said with a cold expression. Master Azure Dragon's expression darkened even further upon hearing this. How dare you insult me like this? If you want to fight, then I'll give you a fight, he yelled in a furious voice. I'm more than happy to oblige. Han Li replied without any hesitation, and azure light flashed from his body as he prepared to resume the battle. Hold on, fellow Taoists. Please listen to what I have to say. Fellow Taoist Silver Light may not be aware of the details behind this, but fellow Taoist Gu and I are both aware of what's been going on. It's just that the devilish army has recently increased the intensity of their assault against the city, so we haven't had a chance to step in. Come to think of it, we really must apologize to you, fellow Taoist Ice Phoenix. Buddhist Master Jinyu said in an apologetic manner as he hurriedly stepped in again. The Ice Phoenix was indeed rather displeased with Buddhist monk Jinyu and the other elders, but she displayed no sign of this. Instead, she replied in a respectful manner, Azure Dragon is the one behind this. It has nothing to do with you or anyone else, senior. Buddhist monk Jinyu shook his head as he replied in an earnest manner, I may not be directly responsible for this, but as an elder of Deep Heaven City, I certainly can't shake off all responsibility. However, seeing as Azure Dragon is now also an elder of the city, I hope that you can let things slide, Brother Han. After all, Benefactor Azure Dragon did indeed do something wrong. but he hasn't caused any harm to fellow Taoist Ice Phoenix. How about we get fellow Taoist Azure Dragon to offer some spirit stones to Fairy Ice Phoenix as compensation? As for the sum of the spirit stones, I'll make sure that it's satisfactory to fellow Taoist Ice Phoenix. Do you think I'll be in need of spirit stones, fellow Taoist? Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this. You naturally won't be in need of spirit stones, but I'm sure they'll be greatly welcomed for fellow Taoist Ice Phoenix. Of course, if you have some other conditions, you can state them as well, Buddhist monk Jinyu said. After pondering this proposition for a moment, Han Li didn't give an immediate response. Instead, he turned to the other two body integration stage elders and asked, Brother Gu, fellow Taoist Silver Light, what do you think? I normally wouldn't offer my opinion in something like this, but in the face of the pressure exerted on the city by the devilish army, I also hope that the two of you can set aside your differences to ensure the internal cohesion of the city isn't disrupted, Elder Gu replied in a slightly ambiguous manner. Han Li displayed no reaction to this wily as he turned toward Fairy Silverlight. I only recently returned to the city, but I've some things about this, and I also think that fellow Taoist Azure Dragon has gone too far. However, every body integration cultivator is an extremely precious resource to the city, so I wouldn't want to see a battle between you two either. Having said that, I don't think spirit stones alone will be enough as compensation. I suggest fellow Taoist Azure Dragon offer fellow Taoist Ice Phoenix some additional treasures or materials that she requires as well, Fairy Silverlight suggested. And it was quite clear that she was taking Han Li's side. Humph. So all three of you are convinced that I'm in the wrong here? Master Azure Dragon harumphed coldly. I'm sure you know better than anyone else whether you're at fault, fellow Taoist. Are you going to make us find evidence against you? If so, we have some right here. Buddhist monk Jin Yu's expression also darkened slightly as he turned toward Xiao Hong's group in a calm manner. Xiao Hong and the others all lowered their heads upon hearing this and didn't dare to respond. Finally, Han Li turned to the Ice Phoenix and asked, What do you think, fellow Taoist Ice Phoenix? With so many seniors present, it's not in my place to say anything. I'll let you make the decision, Brother Han, Ice Phoenix replied. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he contemplated the matter for the moment before continuing. In that case, setting aside the aforementioned spirit stones and treasures, I have another condition. If he agrees, then I'll let things slide for now. What's your condition, fellow Taoist Han? Buddhist monk Jin Yu asked. It's very simple. I can't say that I'm rolling in wealth, but I'm certainly not missing spirit stones and treasures. My condition is for fellow Taoist Azure Dragon to take 3 attacks of mine without evading. After that, I'll let things slide, Han Li said as a cold look flashed through his eyes. What? You still want to fight, Brother Han? Buddhist monk Jin Yu was rather alarmed to hear this. It's not a fight. I'm only asking him to take 3 attacks from me. I think it would be more apt to refer to it as a sparring match. Han Li countered in an indifferent manner. After discussing this with Fairy Silverlight and Elder Gu for a short while, Buddhist monk Jin Yu turned to Master Azure Dragon. What do you think of this, fellow Taoist Azure Dragon? Master Azure Dragon hesitated momentarily before asking in a cautious manner, Is the usage of treasures permitted? Cultivators like you and me rely heavily on our treasures, so their usage is naturally permitted. What's the problem? We're both of the same cultivation base. Are you so unconfident in your own abilities that you don't even dare to take 3 attacks from me? Han Li asked with a hint of mockery in his voice. Master Azure Dragon hesitated momentarily before finally giving a cold harumph. Humph, there's no need to goad me. I agree to your condition. Just as Han Li had said, if he didn't even dare to take 3 attacks from another cultivator of the same cultivation base, then his reputation in Deep Heaven City would be swept to the ground. Good. Seeing as you have no objections either, let's find a place and settle this matter as quickly as possible. I don't want to waste any more time than is necessary on something like this, Han Li said with a cold look in his eyes. Sure, you pick the place. Master Azure Dragon replied without any hesitation. There should be a designated sparring venue here, right, fellow Taoist Gu? Han Li asked as he turned toward the gray-robed elderly man. Of course. Our Origin Pocket Pavilion has a private space established in a spatial rift. Even a body integration stage battle in the rift wouldn't affect the outside world, so it'll be perfect to facilitate your sparring match. Elder Gu replied. Buddhist monk Jin Yu's eyelids twitched slightly in response to the 3-attack agreement that had just been forged. All of the elders of the city had heard from Fairy Silverlight that Han Li was far more powerful than cultivators of the same cultivation base and had even managed to kill several devilish lords in succession. But if it were only 3 attacks, then Master Azure Dragon should be able to handle it. Otherwise, one could only say that Master Azure Dragon was nowhere near as powerful as his reputation suggested. And there would be no need for the panel of elders to continue protecting him at the risk of offending Han Li. After thinking through all of this, Buddhist monk Jin Yu tried his hand at persuasion again, but could only give up with a wry smile when his efforts failed to bear fruit. As for Fairy Silverlight and Elder Gu, the former was on Han Li's side while the other didn't want to offend either side, so they naturally raised no objections either. Thus, they were led out of the hall by Elder Gu. However, just before departing, Han Li suddenly turned toward Xiao Hong and the others, and said in a cold voice, "If I don't see you at my abode at the same time tomorrow, I'm sure you know the consequences that await you." After that, he strode out of the hall, and none of Xiao Hong's group dared to say anything in response. As for Buddhist monk Jin Yu and the others, they merely pretended not to have heard anything and didn't even look at Xiao Hong's group before departing. Master Azure Dragon took an expressionless glance at them before his departure, but didn't say anything in the end. Following the departure of Han Li and the others, a demonic cultivator with dense black fur all over his face immediately turned to Xiao Hong with a depressed expression. "What do we do, Fairy Xiao? Senior Azure Dragon seems to have no intention of standing up for us. This is not what we agreed upon initially, fellow Taoist. You told us that Senior Azure Dragon had assured you that Senior Han had already passed away and that Senior Azure Dragon would stand up for us, so there's no risk involved. I believe you owe us an explanation." Another human cultivator chimed in an urgent manner. The other remained silent, but all of them were also looking at Xiao Hong. "Humph. Do you think I can be exempt from all of this? I merely passed on Senior Azure Dragon's promise to all of you. How would I know that he would be so wary of Senior Han that he doesn't even dare to stand up for us? It's a good thing that all of us have powerful backers, so that man couldn't just kill us on the spot. Having said that, we're definitely going to be punished tomorrow." Xiao Hong snapped in the face of all of the accusatory eyes being directed at her. "So you're saying we really do have to visit Senior Han tomorrow?" someone said in a hesitant manner. "Humph, I suggest you don't try to run away. If you do that, Senior Han really will have a reason to kill us. When that time comes, even our seniors won't be able to protect us," Xiao Hong harumphed coldly. "You're right, fellow Taoist Xiao. Senior Han has most likely already planted spiritual sense marks within our bodies without our detection, so trying to escape would be akin to committing suicide. Besides, the devilish army has already surrounded Deep Heaven City. Where can we even go? I suggest you all set aside any funny ideas you're hatching and do as Senior Han instructs tomorrow. I have to inform one of my seniors of this, so I'll be taking my leave now." One of the more mature cultivators sighed before departing with a concerned look on his face. The rest of the group couldn't think of any alternatives either, so they could only depart in a gloomy manner as well. Thus, Xiao Hong was the only one left in the hall. She sat in her seat with furrowed brows for a long while, and her expression changed several times as she explored different potential alternatives in her mind. But in the end, she also stomped her foot and departed in a resigned manner. As for everyone else, they had all gone back, either to prepare lavish presents or to seek out their backers. At this point, Han Li and the others had already been led by Elder Gu to an even larger hall on the highest level of the pavilion. Han Li was currently appraising a small formation that had been set up at the direct center of the hall, and Elder Gu strode toward the formation before making a hand seal to cast several profound incantation seals into it. The spiritual light formed by the incantation seals vanished into the formation in a flash, following which the formation was activated amid a loud buzzing sound. Only then did Elder Gu turn to everyone else with a smile and said, "We can get to the sparring venue through this teleportation formation. Please follow me, fellow Taoists. This formation will be able to teleport all of us into the venue at once." "Sure," Han Li replied with a smile before drifting to the center of the formation. With his current level of powers, a spatial rift wasn't going to be enough to trap him, so he naturally had no inhibitions. Master Azure Dragon was unwilling to display any weakness, and he also flew into the formation as a ball of azure light. Buddhist monk Jin Yu shook his head in a resigned manner before following suit, and he was followed by the ice phoenix, whose brows were tightly furrowed. Elder Gu and Fairy Silverlight were the last ones to enter the formation, and as soon as the former stepped into the formation, he immediately made a hand seal. Five-colored light was instantly released by the formation before enveloping everyone, and Han Li felt his surroundings blur before he appeared in an unfamiliar place. He swept his gaze through the surrounding area to find that this was quite a large space that spanned several thousand acres in area. As was the case with all spatial rifts, the area was surrounded by murky gray spatial walls. There was a tall platform that had a diameter of over 1,000 feet at the center of the space, and there was faint spiritual light shimmering from the platform, clearly indicating that it had been fortified through the use of restrictions. There were also a dozen or so stone pillars standing around the platform, each of which was over 100 feet tall. There were extremely intricate patterns engraved on the surfaces of these pillars, and there were also top-grade spirit stones embedded into them as well, creating quite a lavish sight to behold. Fairy Silverlight was immediately able to identify the formation, and she exclaimed, "This is the heavenly bipolar formation. You sure made a heavy investment into this place, Brother Gu. With this formation in place, it'll indeed be very difficult for a body integration stage battle to affect the outside world." A hint of surprise also appeared on Buddhist monk Jin Yu's face. You're far too kind, fellow Taoist Silverlight. I have to test out some abilities and cultivation arts from time to time, so I decided to make this investment. Elder Gu was speaking in a modest manner, but there was a hint of smugness in his eyes. Han Li appraised this setup through narrowed eyes for a moment before flying onto the platform as a streak of azure light. The azure light faded in midair, and Han Li was revealed again before turning toward Master Azure Dragon with a cold expression. "Do I need to invite you onto this platform, fellow Taoist Azure Dragon?" Master Azure Dragon's expression darkened as he harumphed coldly, and he abruptly stepped forward, upon which his body was hoisted up into the air by a burst of azure chi. He drifted lightly over to the platform, then descended upon it across from Han Li. Elder Gu immediately flipped a hand over to produce a silver jade plate upon seeing this, then tossed it toward the platform. The jade plate transformed into a silver ball of light that hovered high up in the air, and Elder Gu pointed a finger at it from afar while chanting an incantation. A loud rumbling boom rang out, and piercing light erupted from the spirit stones embedded onto the stone pillars. At the same time, a pillar of light shot forth from the top of each stone pillar before converging toward the silver ball of light. In the next instant, the silver ball of light exploded, releasing specks of silver light that transformed into a dense light barrier that encompassed the entire platform. Not only was the light barrier shimmering with silver light, there were countless white runes surging out of it, basking the entire stone platform in a mysterious white glow. "All right, the restriction is ready. We won't be affected no matter how fierce their battle becomes now," Elder Gu said as he turned to Buddhist monk Jin Yu with a smile. "Thank you, fellow Taoist Gu. Hopefully, this is going to be nothing more than a casual sparring match," Buddhist monk Jin Yu said in a concerned manner. "Rest assured, fellow Taoist, if it's only 3 attacks, then fellow Taoist Azure Dragon will definitely be able to endure it. I'm sure both of them will be displaying their true power during this sparring match. I'm very much looking forward to this. In particular, I heard that fellow Taoist Han has killed several devilish lords. I'm sure he'll put on a spectacular display for us," Elder Gu said with a faint smile. Buddhist monk Jin Yu merely heaved another resigned sigh in response. As for the Ice Phoenix, she was appraising Han Li with a concerned look on her face. "Are you ready?" "Here I come," Han Li said in a cold voice as a hint of baleful aura began to emanate from his body. Almost at the exact same moment, he clenched his fists, and a loud thunderclap rang out. Golden lightning erupted from his arms, then converged to form a pair of menacing golden lightning pythons that sprang up into the air. "Divine Devilbane Lightning? Humph. I'm not a Devil Dao cultivator. What is that lightning going to do to me?" Master Azure Dragon harumphed coldly as he raised his hand, and a clear ringing sound erupted from the book that he was holding. It then transformed into a 5-colored light barrier before him, and immediately thereafter, he flipped his hands over to summon a pair of giant brushes, one golden and one silver, each of which was around 10 feet in length. Despite what he was saying, he didn't dare to treat Han Li with any complacency and immediately summoned his bonded treasures. Han Li remained completely expressionless as he swept both sleeves through the air to release 72 small azure swords, which then combined as one at his behest to form a giant azure sword that was over 100 feet in length. He then pointed toward the two golden lightning pythons from afar, and a rumbling thunderclap rang out as the two pythons abruptly pounced toward the giant sword before vanishing into it in a flash. The giant azure sword instantly swelled to over 1,000 feet in size, and countless arcs of golden lightning erupted from within it in a frenzy. However, that wasn't all. Han Li looked up at the huge sword before opening his mouth to expel a ball of silver flames, and as soon as it emerged, the silver fireball transformed into a silver fire raven. The fire raven flapped its wings and swelled drastically to around 10 feet in size before also flying toward the massive sword like a speeding arrow. In the next instant, a layer of silver flames appeared over the surface of the entire giant sword, following which Han Li uttered the word slash. As soon as his voice trailed off, the massive sword immediately came crashing down toward Master Azure Dragon. It wasn't descending very quickly, but it was radiating a scorching aura that instantly turned the space down below red hot, as if it had been set alight. Master Azure Dragon's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and bright light erupted from the tips of his two brushes, following which countless ancient runes surged forth in a frenzy. All of the runes were shimmering with spiritual light, and they combined as one before sweeping upward as a burst of golden and silver light. A loud thunderclap rang out as the giant sword clashed with the golden and silver light, and virtually the entire platform was inundated by golden lightning and silver flames. The explosion of scintillating light forced the onlookers to look away as bursts of shockwaves erupted forth in all directions. The stone platform tremored violently, and ripples ran along the surface of the silver light barrier overhead, as if it were about to crack at any moment. All of the spectating cultivators drew a sharp breath upon seeing this. Han Li's first attack was far more powerful than they had anticipated, and Elder Gu's expression changed slightly as he immediately flicked his fingers through the air, casting a series of incantation seals toward the surrounding stone pillars. These incantation seals transformed into streaks of light that vanished into the pillars in a flash, and the pillars of light stemming from the tops of the pillars became around twice as thick as before, fortifying the light barrier so that it became as solid as it originally had been. As a result, the stone platform also instantly recovered its stability. Moments later, the scintillating light encompassing the entire stone platform finally faded, and Han Li and Master Azure Dragon were revealed again. Han Li had his hands clasped in an expressionless manner, and he was still hovering at the exact same spot as before. In contrast, Master Azure Dragon had descended onto the stone platform. The five-colored light barrier before him had vanished, leaving only a tattered white book in its wake. At the same time, his two brushes had also dimmed significantly and seemed to have lost a lot of their spiritual nature. As for Master Azure Dragon himself, he appeared to be completely unscathed, but his face had turned quite pale, and it was clear that Han Li had gained the absolute upper hand. Buddhist monk Jinyu and Elder Gu couldn't help but exchange a glance upon seeing this, and both of them could see their own astonishment mirrored in one another's eyes. They knew that Han Li was supposed to be more powerful than Master Azure Dragon, but it still came as quite a shock to them that he was able to force Master Azure Dragon down onto the ground with just a single attack. They couldn't help but wonder if Han Li were truly that unfathomably powerful, or if Master Azure Dragon were simply too weak. Han Li chuckled coldly as he waved a hand through the air, and spatial fluctuations erupted nearby, following which countless small azure swords emerged out of thin air before flying back into his body. He had gained the upper hand during that last clash, but the giant azure sword had been shattered and he had no intention of using his flying swords for the second attack, so he naturally recovered all of them. Immediately thereafter, he made a hand seal, and his body began to swell drastically in size as a layer of golden fur appeared over his skin. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a giant golden ape that was several tens of feet tall. The giant ape was extremely menacing in appearance, and it let loose a thunderous roar as it thumped its own chest with its fists, then swelled even further to several hundred feet in stature. It turned toward Master Azure Dragon with a bone-chilling gaze, and Master Azure Dragon's expression changed slightly before he yelled in an enraged manner. Do you think you're the only one with a transformation technique? Have a taste of my Azure Dragon avatar. As soon as his voice trailed off, he laid a hand onto the top of his own head, and a pillar of azure light erupted from his head before transforming into an Azure Dragon projection. He then swept a sleeve through the air to release 7 small black swords, all of which plunged into various parts of his body like lightning. Immediately thereafter, he opened his mouth to expel 7 balls of blood essence, all of which disappeared into the 7 swords. In the next instant, the 7 swords vanished, but countless crimson threads suddenly erupted from all over his body, binding around the Azure Dragon projection in a flash before abruptly pulling it downward. The Azure Dragon projection instantly combined as one with Master Azure Dragon, and he let loose a low roar as azure scales appeared all over his limbs and face. White light flashed above his head, and a pair of green horns emerged, while a giant azure tail sprouted out of his back. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a half-demon monster. I had heard that fellow Taoist Azure Dragon was a half-demon, so this transformation isn't all that remarkable, but what's this transformation technique that fellow Taoist Han is using? Buddhist monk Jin Yu asked with a curious expression. It doesn't seem like an ordinary transformation technique. Could it be that fellow Taoist Han also possesses true spirit blood? Elder Gu speculated. That doesn't sound very plausible. Fellow Taoist Han is an ascended cultivator, and true spirits have been extinct for countless years in the lower realms. There's no way that he could have inherited a true spirit bloodline, Fairy Silverlight said with a shake of her head. Perhaps fellow Taoist Han obtained the spirit blood after ascending to the spirit realm. In any case, the next attack is definitely going to be far more powerful than the last one. Fellow Taoist Gu, will the restriction be able to withstand the impact? Buddhist monk Jin Yu asked in a concerned manner. Rest assured, fellow Taoist, there won't be any issues. Elder Gu replied in a confident manner. I certainly hope so. Buddhist monk Jin Yu was clearly a lot less confident, but he didn't force the issue and fell silent as a wry smile appeared on his face. At this moment, the giant golden ape sprang into action. It made a grabbing motion with its giant furry hands, and a ball of spiritual light emerged within each of its hands. The balls of spiritual light then transformed into a pair of small mountains, one black and one azure, and it was clear that they were extraordinary treasures. Han Li let loose a deafening roar before violently hurling the pair of small mountains downward, and an explosive boom rang out as the mountains transformed into 2 streaks of light. The space before the 2 streaks of light warped violently, and a piercing whistling sound rang out as the mountains arrived right above Master Azure Dragon in a flash. 2 enormous bursts of invisible force descended upon Master Azure Dragon, and the air immediately tightened around him, immobilizing him in the process. He was naturally very alarmed by this and immediately let loose a loud roar, upon which bright azure light erupted from his body. All of his scales also instantly stood up on end, and a burst of tremendous power surged out of his body, allowing him to recover his mobility. Immediately thereafter, he reached out with his dragon claws viciously toward the pair of descending mountains. Among all true dragons, the Azure Dragon's physical prowess ranked among the top 3. This Azure Dragon avatar of his couldn't compare with an actual Azure Dragon, but due to the fact the presence of the Azure Dragon bloodline within his body, his physical constitution was far more powerful than the average human. Not only was his entire body as resolute as a top-grade treasure, after activating his true dragon bloodline, he could attain a part of the Azure Dragon's enormous power. However, in the instant that his claws came into contact with the pair of mountains, he immediately regretted his decision. He had thought that his claws would have been able to crush the pair of mountains into rubble, but instead it was his claws that were shattered by the mountains. He immediately withdrew his arms like lightning, then opened his mouth to expel a ball of azure light. The ball of light struck one of the mountains while he swept his tail toward the other mountain like a giant whip. 2 resounding booms and a muffled groan rang out, and Master Azure Dragon flew back like a tossed rag, backtracking over 10 steps before just barely managing to steady himself. An astonished look had appeared on his face, and he opened his mouth to say something, only to throw up a mouthful of black blood instead. With the recent improvement in Han Li's power, his giant mountain ape transformation was now far more fearsome than back in the Battle of Heavenly City. Even if his strength couldn't compare with that of an actual giant mountain ape, he still possesses around 30% to 40% of its strength, and that, in conjunction with the two extreme mountains, was far too much for Master Azure Dragon to handle. Thus, he was immediately sent flying by the pair of mountains. If it weren't for the fact that he had instinctively withdrawn his hands in time and summoned a treasure to save himself, not only would his fingers have been shattered, his arms would have been snapped as well. Even so, excruciating pain was spearing through all of his meridians and he was unable to muster up most of his magic power. Right at this moment, a ferocious light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and he abruptly stepped, covering a distance of over 1,000 feet in a single step, thereby taking him to only several tens of feet away from Master Azure Dragon. Third attack. Han Li's cold voice rang out, and his giant furry fist was thrust violently through the air. Master Azure Dragon's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and he immediately tried to unleash some type of cultivation art to take evasive measures, only for a bone-chilling harumph to suddenly ring out in his heart. Master Azure Dragon felt as if a thunderclap had erupted right within his ears and a sharp pain stabbed into his mind. He gave a muffled groan and was rendered completely unable to muster up any magic power. Meanwhile, an astonishing baleful aura erupted from Han Li's body as his giant golden fist hurtled directly toward Master Azure Dragon's head. Even before the fist had struck its target, Master Azure Dragon was struck by a sense of asphyxiation from the enormous pressure it was giving off. With Han Li's incredible strength in his giant ape form, Master Azure Dragon's head would definitely be pulverized by this punch, even in his half-demon form. Master Azure Dragon was still reeling from Han Li's spirit-stunned thorn, so he was completely unable to evade or defend himself, and a horrified look appeared on his face. However, as a body integration cultivator, he naturally had a few life-saving trump cards up his sleeve. White light flashed and a translucent shield flew out of his body before positioning itself in front of him. At the same time, all of his scales instantly shrank to form a suit of azure armor that encased his entire body. These two layers of defenses were more than enough against the average body integration cultivator's attacks, but they were destroyed with ease by the giant ape's golden fist. Golden light flashed as the translucent shield was shattered amid a resounding boom, following which the golden fist struck the suit of azure armor. All of a sudden, an azure dragon projection erupted forth and pounced directly toward the golden fist, but right at this moment, the giant fist transformed into a golden vortex that was around 10 feet in size. The vortex released a burst of incredible tearing force, and the azure dragon projection was instantly torn to shreds. In the instant that the projection was vanquished, the suit of azure armor also crumbled away. The golden vortex then reverted back into a giant golden fist that hurtled directly toward Master Azure Dragon's head, and the killing intent imbued within it was detectable even to the cultivators outside the light barrier. Master Azure Dragon's face had become deathly pale under the illumination of the golden light being released by the fist. "Fellow Taoist Han, no? Stop, Brother Han!" All of the cultivators outside the light barrier immediately cried out in a horrified manner. In the next instant, the giant golden fist glanced past Master Azure Dragon's ear before striking the stone platform behind him. What everyone had failed to notice was that a hair-thin object had shot forth out of the golden fist and instantly vanished into Master Azure Dragon's ear just as it was passing by his face. The entire stone platform tremored violently, and a giant crater that was around 10 feet deep appeared, while the surface of the restriction flashed violently with spiritual light. Master Azure Dragon's face was completely devoid of color, and he could only stare in silence as the giant ape slowly withdrew its fist. Everyone outside the light barrier heaved a collective sigh of relief upon seeing this. Han Li reverted back to his human form amid a flash of golden light, then turned to Master Azure Dragon with undisguised killing intent in his eyes. "I don't care how you came to Deep Heaven City and how you became an elder. I don't want to see you here 3 days from now. If you haven't left Deep Heaven City by then, I suggest you pick a burial site for yourself." After that, Han Li flew off the stone platform as a streak of azure light before landing beside the ice phoenix. Buddhist monk Jin Yu hurriedly tried to say something, but Han Li cupped his fist in a salute and said, "Fellow Taoists, I've done everything I came here to do. I only just returned to the city, have some matters to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave now." As soon as his voice trailed off, He swept a sleeve through the air to release a burst of azure light, which swept up both the Ice Phoenix and himself, then carried them both over to the teleportation formation. Following a burst of rumbling from the formation, both of them vanished. Hanli hadn't given Buddhist monk Jinyu and Elder Gu any chance to try and mediate the situation. Before the two had a chance to say anything, Hanli and the Ice Phoenix had already left. Elder Gu was silent for a long while before turning to Buddhist monk Jinyu with a wry smile. Looks like fellow Taoist Han wasn't joking. Benefactor Han has gone too far here. No matter what differences there are between them, Master Azure Dragon is already an elder of our city. How can he leave Deep Heaven City just because fellow Taoist Han told him to? Rest assured, fellow Taoist Azure Dragon, I'll visit fellow Taoist Han with a few other fellow Taoists to convince him not to take such drastic measures. Buddhist monk Jinyu said with a shake of his head. Only then did Master Azure Dragon return to his senses, and his face was still completely devoid of color as he shook his head in response. There's no need for that. I lost to fellow Taoist Han. Even if he didn't ask me to leave, I would be too ashamed to remain in the city. I'll leave the city tomorrow and will no longer be an elder. Thankfully, not many people knew that I had joined the city, so my departure won't cause much of a disturbance. After that, he vanished from the stone platform as a ball of azure light, then also teleported out of this space using the teleportation formation. Buddhist monk Jinyu and Elder Gu exchanged a glance, and both of them were temporarily rendered speechless. Looks like fellow Taoist Azure Dragon has been dealt a heavy blow, Elder Gu sighed. His reaction makes sense. Conflict has already arisen between him and fellow Taoist Han, and he's clearly no match for fellow Taoist Han's powers. If I were in his place, I would also leave the city, Buddhist monk Jinyu said in a resigned manner. Are we really just going to allow a mid-body integration cultivator to leave our Deep Heaven City? That will be a massive loss to the panel of elders. Fellow Taoist Han may be far more powerful than fellow Taoist Azure Dragon, but he has no intention of joining the panel of elders, Elder Gu said in a hesitant voice. Let's visit the other fellow Taoists and see if we can come up with a way to keep him. Having said that, with the devilish army piling so much pressure on the city, fellow Taoist Han is more important to our city at the moment. Besides, Azure Dragon has already developed a sense of fear and wariness toward fellow Taoist Han. I think it's going to be very difficult to change his mind, Buddhist monk Jinyu sighed. In any case, we still have to give it a try. I'll contact the other fellow Taoists and invite them here right away, Elder Gu said as he flipped a hand over to summon a stack of voice transmissions talismans. Buddhist monk Jinyu merely nodded in agreement as a contemplative look appeared on his face. Meanwhile, Hanli was taking the Ice Phoenix back to his abode. Hanli flew on ahead with his hands clasped behind his back, looking into the distance in silence. The Ice Phoenix was situated behind him with a complex expression, and she didn't say anything either. Several hours later, the streak of azure light returned to the top floor of the stone pagoda. Xianxia and Yuetian were beginning to grow rather impatient from waiting, and they immediately extended ecstatic bows toward Han Li upon witnessing his return with the Ice Phoenix. Master, Senior Ice Phoenix, welcome back. Did you have a smooth trip, Master? Yuetian asked in an excited manner. I did. You two can go and rest now. I have some things that I'd like to discuss with fellow Taoist Ice Phoenix in private, Han Li instructed. Yes, Master? Xianxia and Yuetian immediately gave an affirmative response before departing after extending another respectful bow. Thus, Han Li and the Ice Phoenix were only ones left in the hall. Please take a seat, fellow Taoist Ice Phoenix. That must have been quite the ordeal for you, Han Li said with a smile as he sat down on the main seat. Thank you, Brother Han. Indeed, I thought I was done for. Never did I think that a body integration cultivator like Azure Dragon would do something so brazen and underhanded. The Ice Phoenix said with a wry smile as she sat down beside Han Li. Under normal circumstances, perhaps he would be more inclined to uphold his reputation, but in the midst of this devilish tribulation, he's naturally willing to cast all that aside for the opportunity to become more powerful. I'm guessing that if he weren't wary of me, he most likely would have gone after you even earlier than this, Han Li replied. Is Azure Dragon really going to leave Deep Heaven City? Even if he were willing, surely the panel of elders wouldn't be willing to let him go. After all, a mid-body integration cultivator is currently an extremely prized asset to Deep Heaven City, the Ice Phoenix said in a concerned manner. A prized asset? He couldn't even take 3 attacks from me. Do you think the panel of elders will actually hold him in high regard? Under normal circumstances, the panel of elders will perhaps exert pressure on me to prevent this from happening to maintain their authority. But now that the devilish army has surrounded the city, I'm sure they know who's more important to the city between Azure Dragon and myself. I'm guessing that they'll send some people to try and persuade Azure Dragon to stay as a mere formality. Then let him go when he insists on leaving, Hanli said with a nonchalant smile. You're right. The panel of elders wouldn't dare to do anything to antagonize you at a time like this. However, that Azure Dragon is undoubtedly going to be extremely resentful toward you. You'll have to be wary of him in the future. Of course, you won't have anything to fear, but he could target your disciples. The Ice Phoenix cautioned. It's all right. Azure Dragon won't trouble anyone ever again, Hanli replied with a mysterious smile. What? You don't mean? With the Ice Phoenix's intelligence, she was naturally immediately able to read between the lines, and her heart jolted with shock. He's a very petty man. I'm not going to allow such a toxic enemy to live on in this world. Otherwise, who knows what troubles could arise in the future? Hanli said in a cold voice. I'm sure you're more than powerful enough to put an end to Azure Dragon's life, but surely the panel of elders won't allow you to do something like this. Besides, no matter how discreetly you do this, the panel of elders will still suspect you for foul play, the Ice Phoenix said in a hesitant manner. I won't do this in the city, and I'll have someone else take him out in my stead, Hanli replied with a faint smile. A hint of surprise appeared on the Ice Phoenix's face before she hurriedly cautioned. You have an ally who's capable of doing this? Please do exercise caution, Brother Han. That Azure Dragon may be no match for you, but he's still a mid-body integration cultivator. It'll most likely be very difficult for other people to kill him. Rest assured, fellow Taoist Ice Phoenix. I'll make sure that the job gets done, Hanli replied in a confident manner, then swept a sleeve through the air to release a ball of yellow light, which then transformed into a little girl who appeared to be around 2 or 3 years of age. The little girl had fair skin and a pair of large black eyes that were extremely adorable to behold. Go and keep an eye on Azure Dragon. If I'm not mistaken, he'll most likely leave the city before the 3-day time limit runs out. Follow him out of the city, then put an end to him in a secluded location, Hanli instructed. The little girl's lips didn't move, but a tender female voice suddenly rang out in the hall. You make it sound so simple. I can keep an eye on him with no issues. With my current powers, I can conceal myself even from the average late-body integration cultivator. However, I don't think I have the power to put an end to his life. I only just went through metamorphosis, so my powers won't outstrip his by much. Master Azure Dragon has already been wounded by me. Even if he immediately takes pills to try and recover, he won't be able to make a full recovery anytime soon. On top of that, I planted something in his body so he'll only be able to unleash around 30% of his powers at most. In his current state, you'll be more than enough to put an end to him, Hanli said with a hint of a smile on his face. Oh, in that case, I don't have any further issues. The little girl gave an adorable smile before vanishing on the spot amid a flash of golden light. Brother Han, who was that? Ice Phoenix couldn't help but ask. That was a spirit beast of mine. It only underwent metamorphosis recently, Hanli replied. Your spirit beast? From the sounds of it, it also seems to be at the body integration stage, the Ice Phoenix said with a stunned expression. It is indeed at the early body integration stage, but it's inherited some of the bloodline of the true spirit Kirin, so even the average mid-body integration cultivator won't be a match for it, Hanli replied in a truthful manner. A wry smile appeared on the Ice Phoenix's face upon hearing this. I finally understand why you're not concerned about repercussions from the panel of elders now. With that spirit beast to assist you, you're most likely the undisputed number cultivator of Deep Heaven City. I wouldn't dare to claim such a title. Deep Heaven City has protected the human and demon races for hundreds of thousands of years. Surely you don't think that the city is only as powerful as it appears on the surface, fellow Taoist Ice Phoenix. Who knows how many powerful cultivators there are lurking beneath the surface? Hanli replied with a solemn shake of his head. Oh? Have you heard some rumors, Brother Han? The Ice Phoenix asked in a surprised manner. No, I'm merely speculating. All right, let's not dwell on this topic any longer. Everything will be made clear once the devilish army officially commences their attack on the city, but prior to that, I'm going to require your assistance, fellow Taoist Ice Phoenix. Hanli said with a serious expression. The Ice Phoenix faltered slightly upon hearing this before a thought immediately occurred to her, and a faint blush appeared on her face. Are you referring to? That's right. I encountered some peril during my trip, but also some opportunities as well, and I can begin attempting a breakthrough to the late body integration stage, so I'll have to borrow your heavenly phoenix origin in Qi, Hanli confirmed. The blush of the Ice Phoenix's face quickly faded, and she said in a solemn manner, If you hadn't stepped in to save me, I would have been reduced to a mere spirit beast, and there's certainly no way I could have reached the spatial tempering stage so quickly. So it's only right for me to repay you for your kindness. When do you plan to go into seclusion, Brother Han? If I had full confidence in my ability to break through this bottleneck, I wouldn't have asked this of you. If I can succeed in my breakthrough, you'll definitely be the most significant contributor. As for when I'm going into seclusion, that answer to that would naturally be as soon as possible. Once the leopard Kirin beast returns, I'll go into seclusion right away, Hanli replied. The Ice Phoenix nodded in response. Thus, the two of them chatted for a while longer before the Ice Phoenix stood up to depart. Hanli accompanied her out of the hall, then returned to his cultivation chamber to meditate. At the same time, Master Azure Dragon was seated on a wooden chair in the hall of a small stone pagoda that was around 1,000 feet tall. His face was quite pale, and he was surrounded by a dozen or so cultivators, all of whom seemed to possess powerful cultivation bases. Not far away from Master Azure Dragon sat a beautiful female cultivator who appeared to be around 27 to 28 years of age. She was none other than the only other remaining body integration cultivator of Heavenly City, Fairy Lin Luan. She could sense Master Azure Dragon's severely weakened aura, and she heaved a faint forlorn sigh. Have you really decided to go to the Holy Sovereign City, fellow Taoist Azure Dragon? We are the only remaining Grand Elders of our 4 great sects. If you leave now, I'll truly be all alone in this city. I don't want to leave either, but that man is forcing me to go, so I have no choice. You've seen him in action. Even if we were to join forces against him, we still most likely wouldn't be a match for him, Master Azure Dragon said as a hint of resentment flashed through his eyes. Why did you insist on pursuing that fairy Ice Phoenix, fellow Taoist Azure Dragon? I've always been rather curious about this. She is indeed quite a beauty, but surely that's not enough to make you take such a huge risk. I know you're not a promiscuous individual. Is there some other reason behind this? Fairy Lin Luan asked with furrowed brows. There are indeed some reasons that I can't reveal, but there's no point in talking about this now. I'm going to leave tonight so that bastard has no opportunity to hunt me down before I go. If it weren't for the fact that I intend to leave my disciples to you, I wasn't planning to tell anyone about this, Master Azure Dragon said with a wry smile. Our 4 great sects have always been a unified entity. Even if you hadn't said anything, I would have still looked after the disciples of your 9-star sect in your stead. I'm sure the elders of the city wouldn't stoop to oppressing these juniors. Come to think of it, it may not be a bad thing that you're going to the Holy Sovereign City. This way we can avoid putting all of our eggs in one basket, and if something happens to either of us, the other can preserve the heritage of our 4 great sects. Fairy Lin Luan said after a brief silence. I had those considerations in mind as well. All right, I won't delay here any longer. I'll be taking my leave now, and I'll leave you with all of my disciples except for 2 of them. Listen up. During my absence, all of you must follow fellow Taoist Lin's instructions. Understood. Master Azure Dragon instructed as he rose to his feet. Yes, Grand Elder, the dozen or so disciples replied in unison. Master Azure Dragon nodded before cupping his fist in a salute toward Lin Luan, then immediately departed, followed by 2 of his disciples. Lin Luan looked on at the trio's departing figures and shook her head in a forlorn manner. Several hours later, Master Azure Dragon and his 2 disciples arrived at the teleportation hall of Deep Heaven City, and the guards immediately rushed out to greet him. We pay our respects to Elder Azure Dragon. May I ask why you've come here, Elder? The spatial tempering stage leader of the guards asked in a respectful manner. He was clearly aware of the fact that Master Azure Dragon had already become an elder of Deep Heaven City. Activate the teleportation formation right away. I have to leave the city to do something, Master Azure Dragon instructed in an implacable voice. What? You're planning to use the teleportation formation? May I ask if you have a permit from the panel of elders? The spatial tempering cultivator asked in a hesitant manner. I'm an elder of the city, and I demand to use the teleportation formation. Master Azure Dragon repeated in a cold voice. Forgive me, Elder Azure Dragon, but the panel of elders passed down a strict order 2 days ago, stating that all cultivators who wished to use the teleportation formations had to receive permission from the panel of elders first. If I were to go against this order, then all of us would be punished severely. Please don't make our job more difficult than it has to be, the spatial tempering cultivator said with furrowed brows. Master Azure Dragon's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, I see. In that case, I'll go and request a permit from the panel of elders. Thank you for your consideration, Elder Azure Dragon. We are truly great. Ah, Senior Azure Dragon, what are you doing? The spatial tempering cultivator had just heaved a sigh of relief when the air suddenly tightened around him, and he was completely immobilized. All of the other guards had also been bound by the same burst of invisible restrictive power, and expressions of shock and horror appeared on all of their faces. No need to be alarmed. I have something that I need to do, and I can't afford to be delayed here, Master Azure Dragon said with a cold expression. He then raised a hand, and a white jade badge suddenly appeared in his grasp. He waved the badge toward the restrictions behind the gate of the hall, and a pillar of white light shot forth to nullify the restrictions. A hint of elation appeared in Master Azure Dragon's eyes upon seeing this, and he immediately led his disciples onto one of the smaller teleportation formations in the hall. A buzzing sound rang out as the formation was activated, and Master Azure Dragon's trio vanished amid a flash of white light. Only then did the guards regain their mobility, and the spatial tempering cultivator immediately yelled in a panicked manner, inform the panel of elders of what happened here and repair the restrictions right away. Some of the guards hurriedly pulled out communication formation plates, while the rest summoned a series of formation treasures to repair the damaged restrictions. Thus, the entire teleportation hall was plunged into a state of complete chaos. Right at this moment, a faint buzzing sound rang out from the teleportation formation that Master Azure Dragon had just used, and it was activated once again. Immediately thereafter, an extremely diminutive figure was also teleported away amid a flash of white light, and none of the guards were able to identify what it was. Did someone else teleport away just now? One of the guards asked in an uncertain manner, wondering if his eyes had played tricks on him. Meanwhile, Master Azure Dragon and his 2 disciples were flying through a bluestone passageway erected in the belly of a mountain. After just a few flashes, they emerged out of a cave that had been concealed by a restriction, then flew toward a certain direction. Not long after they had left, another streak of golden light flew out of the same cave and set off in hot pursuit. Half a day later, Master Azure Dragon's trio was flying over a barren plain countless kilometers away from Deep Heaven City. Among the trio, Master Azure Dragon was flying at the forefront, and his expression suggested that he was contemplating something important. Up ahead in the distance, a boundless desert could be seen. Right at this moment, 2 resounding booms rang out just over 100 feet behind Master Azure Dragon's trio, and 2 faint golden projections shot forth out of thin air. Sharp claws projections swept through the air, hurtling directly toward Master Azure Dragon's trio. The claw projections left golden cracks in the space in their wake, and they wove into a giant net that was impossible to evade. Master Azure Dragon was greatly alarmed by this, and a horrified look appeared on his face. Hanli, you bastard! He roared in an extremely resentful voice, then flipped his hands over to summon a pair of giant brushes, 1 golden and 1 silver. He swept the brushes through the air, and countless golden and silver runes surged forth in a frenzy, transforming into a light barrier that shielded him on all sides. Immediately thereafter, azure scales appeared over his face and limbs, and he rushed directly toward the net of claw projections with devastating force. In the instant before his body came into contact with the claw projections, he opened his mouth to expel a ball of azure light, which crashed toward the net ahead of him. The net of claw projections had seemed to be extremely formidable, but it was torn apart by the ball of azure light with ease. Master Azure Dragon faltered slightly upon seeing this before rushing out of the net in an elated manner, then appeared over 1,000 away. Just as he was heaving an internal sigh of relief, 2 howls of anguish suddenly rang out behind him. Crap! Master Azure Dragon hurriedly turned around to find that his 2 disciples had already been dismembered and their bodies were plummeting down from above in bloody chunks. Their protective treasures had been instantly destroyed by the claw projections, and even their nascent souls hadn't managed to escape. Master Azure Dragon cast his gaze toward the 2 golden projections, and he immediately realized that something was amiss. You're not Han Li. Who dares to attack me? There's no need for my master to dirty his hands with the likes of you. The voice of a little girl rang out, following which the 2 projections combined as one to form a ball of golden light. Within the golden light was a horned leopard-like beast that was around 10 feet in size. It was none other than the leopard Kirin beast. Master Azure Dragon swept his spiritual sense toward the golden beast, and he immediately drew a sharp breath. You're a body integration stage spirit beast. Are you Han Li's spirit beast? Seeing as you've already figured it out, you can pass on without any regrets now. I was sent by my master to erase you from the face of this realm, the leopard Kirin beast said as a vicious light flashed through its eyes. He thinks a mere early body integration stage spirit beast can take my life? What a joke! Master Azure Dragon roared with a furious expression. You've been wounded by my master and can't muster up anywhere near your full power. Yet you still dare to act so cocky. Let me see if you keep this up when I tear your nascent soul out of your body, the leopard Kirin beast snarled. Immediately thereafter, its body blurred and specks of golden light appeared all around it before manifesting over 100 identical golden beastly projections. I just so happen to be missing a fur coat, I guess you'll suffice. Master Azure Dragon swept his sleeve through the air with an enraged look on his face, releasing 4 or 5 treasures that began to revolve around him. At the same time, he thrust his twin brushes forward, and even more runes emerged before him. The leopard Kirin beast let loose a low roar, and all of the beastly projections hurtled directly toward him as streaks of golden light. Master Azure Dragon immediately sent his treasures flying toward these beastly projections, yet just as he began to draw upon the magic power within his own body, a layer of black chi suddenly appeared over his face. 5 days later, Han Li was meditating in his secret chamber when his expression suddenly changed slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. Moments later, spiritual light flashed from the door of the secret chamber, and a burst of golden light flew into the chamber through the door, then revealed itself to be a small golden beast that was only around a foot in size. You're finally back. You've been away for quite some time. Did you encounter some difficulties? Han Li asked with a faint smile. Master, what did you do to that Azure Dragon? Almost as soon as we started battling, he seemed to have fallen prey to some kind of extremely potent poison, and I was almost as if he were going to die even if I hadn't hunted him down. The leopard Kirin beast with its eyes wide in amazement. I merely injected a wisp of the revolving evil spirit light within the spirit engulfing heavenly flames into his body. He would have been fine had he not used too much magic power, but as soon as he tries to do so, the revolving evil spirit light would immediately take effect. With its vicious poison, even a body integration cultivator would have to meditate for a long time to refine it or temporarily repress its effects with their magic power. However, he clearly wouldn't have been able to do any of that while battling you, so his only possible fate was death. Han Li replied in a nonchalant manner. Your powers have become truly unfathomable, Master. It's incredible that you were able to tamper with another body integration cultivator like this without their detection. The leopard Kirin beast said in an amazed voice. It's not all that remarkable. This is just a little trick that I recently developed, and it wouldn't have worked if Master Azure Dragon had spent some time to carefully examine his own body. I take it that he's no longer around, right? Han Li asked as his eyes narrowed slightly. Rest assured, Master, I devoured that Azure Dragon's nascent soul, so he's as dead can be. However, prior to his death, he chose to unleash a powerful ability rather than continue to repress the poison, and I had to expend some energy to keep him at bay. Hence, I had no choice but to meditate for 2 days, then snuck back into the city with a group of Deep Heaven City scouts, so there's no way that anyone would have detected me, the leopard Kirin Beast said with a smile. You did very well. Now, I can focus wholeheartedly on making a breakthrough to the late body integration stage, Han Li also replied with a smile. Hehe, with your cultivation aptitude and all of the trump cards you've prepared, I'm sure you'll be able to make this breakthrough with ease, Master. I'll be congratulating you in advance, the leopard Kirin Beast chuckled. I certainly hope so. Now that you've completed metamorphosis, there's no need for you to continue to remain in the Spirit Beast bracelet. You can cultivate in the secret chamber next to mine. If you need anything, just let Xianxia and the others know, Han Li said in a solemn manner. Thank you, Master. I've been dying to get out of that spirit bracelet. I'm going to cultivate in the other secret chamber now. I'll return if you need me after you go into seclusion, Master, the leopard Kirin Beast replied with an ecstatic look on its face. Han Li naturally had no objections and allowed it to depart. After the leopard Kirin Beast left, Han Li took a deep breath before making a grabbing motion with one hand to summon a voice transmission talisman. He then released the talisman before closing his eyes again to continue meditating. A short while later, a female voice suddenly rang out from outside the secret chamber. Brother Han, have you summoned me because you're about to begin your breakthrough? The voice was extremely pleasant to the ears and belonged to none other than the Ice Phoenix. Indeed, fellow Taoist Ice Phoenix, Han Li replied in a calm manner as he opened his eyes. Several days later, there were 7 or 8 elders of Deep Heaven City discussing something together in a secret chamber. Both Buddhist monk Jin Yu and Fairy Silver Light were among them. So Master Azure Dragon really did perish. That's quite a pity, especially at a time like this, the white-robed elderly man sitting on the main seat sighed. If it weren't for the fact that Azure Dragon left a soul lamp in the city after he joined the panel of elders, I wouldn't have believed this to be true either. According to the cultivator looking after the soul lamps, his one was snuffed out within half a day of his departure from the city, Buddhist monk Jin Yu said with a wry smile. Humph, he was asking for it. He knows that there are devilish beings everywhere around the city, yet he still dared to restrict the guards and forcibly teleport away. If you ask me, he only has himself to blame, Fairy Silver Light harumphed coldly. Azure Dragon may not have been killed by devilish beings, perhaps he died by the hands of someone else. Didn't the guards at the teleportation hall say that someone used the same teleportation formation as Azure Dragon right after he left? Perhaps that was the perpetrator. A burly black-robed man said. Are you suspecting fellow Taoist Han? Fairy Silver Light's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this. Please don't jump to conclusions, Fairy Silver Light. I never said that. All I said is that maybe Azure Dragon didn't perish by the hands of devilish beings. The man immediately denied. It was quite clear that he was quite wary of Han Li. Fairy Silver Light merely smiled and remained silent. All right. Seeing as Master Azure Dragon forced his way out of the city, he has renounced his status as a member of our panel of elders. As such, there's no need for us to investigate this matter. Our top priority now should be the devilish army that has surrounded the city, the white-robed elderly man said with furrowed brows. But Master Azure Dragon is a mid-body integration cultivator. Don't we have to at least provide all of the cultivators in the city an explanation of how he died? Also, will this affect Fairy Lin Luan's attitude toward our city? The owner of the Origin Pocket Pavilion, Elder Gu, said in a contemplative manner. There's no need for that. If we don't say anything, no one will know about Master Azure Dragon's death. Even if people find out later on, it'll be after the devilish tribulation. During these perilous times, everything can wait until a later date. As for fellow Taoist Lin, she's an extremely intelligent woman. I'm sure she'll know how to handle the situation, the white-robed elderly man said in a cold voice. Everyone else exchanged a few glances upon hearing this before nodding in agreement in the end. All right, seeing as no one has any objections, let's discuss fellow Taoist Han next. Buddhist monk Jin Yu, I heard that you sent someone to invite fellow Taoist Han to a gathering 2 days ago, but he had already gone into seclusion. Is that true? The white-robed elderly man asked. It is. I wanted to make a last-ditch effort to try and convince fellow Taoist Han to coexist with fellow Taoist Azure Dragon in the city, but his disciples told me that he had gone into seclusion and wasn't going to be seeing any guests. Buddhist monk Jin Yu replied. It seems that he predicted that you would try to seek him out, so he's intentionally avoiding you, the white-robed elderly man said in a contemplative manner. Perhaps so. A few days ago, I saw the juniors who had been bribed by Azure Dragon, and all of them were as pale as ghosts. I heard that fellow Taoist Han is extorting them for a huge sum of spirit stones and materials. I wonder if they'll be able to gather everything that fellow Taoist Han demanded of them. Buddhist monk Jean Yu said with a peculiar expression. Hee hee. Those little brats deserve to be taught a lesson for sticking their noses into something like this. If you ask me, fellow Taoist Han has already let them off the hook quite easily. If he weren't wary of the backers behind those juniors, I'm sure he would have punished them even more severely. The white-robed elderly man chuckled coldly. That's true. Having said that, the way that fellow Taoist Han has addressed this matter has truly been a relief to me. If he had insisted on enforcing a more severe punishment on those juniors, that could have led to quite a conflict as well. Buddhist monk Jean Yu sighed in a resigned manner. Indeed. If things really had escalated to that extent, then even I would be scratching my head, the white-robed elderly man chuckled. By the way, I heard that Azure Dragon was defeated by fellow Taoist Han in just 3 attacks. Surely that's an exaggeration, right? The black-robed man asked. No, it's true. Fellow Taoist Han's powers were truly incredible. Even the average late-body integration stage most likely won't be a match for him. Fairy Silverlight and fellow Taoist Gu were also present. I'm sure they'll back me up here. Buddhist monk Jean Yu replied with a serious expression. The black-robed man turned to Fairy Silverlight and Elder Gu upon hearing this, and Fairy Silverlight displayed no reaction, while Elder Gu gave a solemn nod in confirmation. The black-robed man was even more astonished upon seeing this, as were all of the other cultivators present who hadn't interacted with Han Li much. Surely he's not actually more powerful than a late-body integration cultivator. That Master Azure Dragon has quite a resounding reputation, but if he couldn't even withstand 3 attacks from a cultivator of the same cultivation base, then his reputation was most likely overinflated in the first place. Just because fellow Taoist Han was able to defeat him doesn't mean he's actually that freakish of a talent. The black-robed man was really grasping at straws now. I'm afraid you're mistaken, fellow Taoist. That Master Azure Dragon was a half-demon who can adopt a half-dragon form, and that, in conjunction with his Buddhist cultivation arts, presented a very formidable package. However, he had made the mistake of picking the wrong opponent. Fellow Taoist Han is a simultaneous cultivator, and is capable of taking on a giant ape form with powers that exceed even Azure Dragon's half-dragon form. He severely wounded Azure Dragon with his first 2 attacks alone, and could have even killed Azure Dragon with his 3rd attack had he intended to do so. Thinking back, if I were to face fellow Taoist Han in battle, there would be no alternative for me other than to flee with all my might, Buddhist monk Jean Yu said in a serious manner. In that case, it seems the rumors about fellow Taoist Han being hunted by sacred ancestor clones were true. With his powers, it's not all that far-fetched that he was able to escape from such formidable beings, the white-robed elderly man remarked. I don't know how he managed to escape from those sacred ancestor clones, but I did bear witness to him killing several devilish lords in quick succession. Fairy Silverlight also chimed in a solemn voice. Sacred ancestors. Many of the cultivators present were very alarmed to hear this. It seems that fellow Taoist Han truly is an exceptional talent. With his assistance, our chances of securing victory against the devilish army would be significantly increased. Buddhist monk Jean Yu, try to recruit him to our panel of elders again. Tell him he can raise any conditions, and we'll do our best to satisfy him, the white-robed elderly man said. All right, but I think the chances of that are going to be very slim, Buddhist monk Jean Yu replied in a rather pessimistic manner. I'm aware of that. Otherwise, he would have joined the panel of elders the first time we invited him. In any case, it can't hurt to try. All right, setting this matter aside for now, we received a report from our scouts stating that the devilish army is very likely going to launch an all-out assault on our city in several months to a year, the white-robed elderly man said as a grim look appeared on his face, and all of the other elders' hearts jolted upon hearing this. Shortly thereafter, the meeting between the elders concluded and everything resumed as normal in Deep Heaven City. Just as the white-robed elderly man had said, without anyone leaking the news, none of the ordinary beings in the city were aware that a mid-body integration stage human cultivator had already passed away. Of course, this news wasn't kept a secret from Fairy Lin Luan. Upon hearing this news, she was initially quite shocked and horrified, but she quickly calmed down and never mentioned Master Azure Dragon again, as if she had never even known him. Unfortunately for the panel of elders, their attempts to recruit Han Li had proven to be futile. Han Li had been in seclusion this entire time, proclaiming that he was cultivating some type of powerful ability. Thus, Buddhist monk Jin Yu could only wait patiently until he came out of seclusion. He was sure that Han Li would emerge from seclusion before the devilish army commenced its all-out attack. Aside from Buddhist monk Jin Yu, Fairy Silverlight, and several other body integration cultivators, all of the other elders had their attention drawn to the frequent harassment attacks launched by the devilish army, so they eventually forgot about Han Li. Even the white-robed elderly man only asked about Han Li a few more times before setting the matter aside. At this point, the devilish army still hadn't deployed their main forces to attack the city, but the harassment attacks they were unleashing were becoming more and more ferocious. During these attacks, even spatial tempering stage casualties had become very commonplace. Thus, the elders of the city naturally had to step in, and 2 or 3 elders had to be present to face every devilish attack in order to ensure that morale remained high. At the same time, the entirety of Deep Heaven City was operating at full capacity. All types of tool refinement workshops were packed to the rafters with workers, and treasures and spirit tools were being refined with no material expenses being spared. The cultivators who were adept in the art of talismans had also been grouped together to craft low-grade talismans day and night. In a battle of such a massive scale, low-grade talismans were often more effective and efficient to produce than mid-grade and high-grade ones. After all, with the time and materials required to refine a mid-grade talismans, tens or even hundreds of low-grade talismans could be produced, and that wasn't even taking into account the vast disparity between the success rates of refining the different talismans. As for high-grade talismans, only a select group of expert talisman refinement masters could produce them. On top of that, many of the low-grade cultivators and manual laborers in the city had also been put to work. They were organized into several enormous groups of different numbers as the backup forces of the city. Aside from that, all of the city's formations and restrictions had also been thoroughly examined several times to ensure that they could be relied upon to resist the devilish army. In summary, Deep Heaven City was preparing for war. Under this tense and frenetic atmosphere, half a year flew by in the blink of an eye. On this day, the white-robed elderly man and Buddhist monk Jin Yu were discussing an important matter in a conference hall when the door was abruptly flung open from the outside, and a silver-armored guard hurriedly rushed in. "Who said you could come in here?" the white-robed elderly man asked in a vexed manner. "Senior, I came here to inform you that the spiritual chi outside is in a completely chaotic state. It seems that someone is making a major breakthrough," the guard hurriedly reported as he extended a respectful bow. "A major breakthrough? Could it be that someone's progressing to the mid-body integration stage?" "That's fantastic news. Why do you look to be in such a panic?" the white-robed elderly man asked as his expression eased slightly. "The issue is that the heavenly phenomena are far too ferocious for a mid-body integration stage breakthrough. The situation seems to be even more fearsome than what late-body integration stage breakthroughs are rumored to be like," the guard replied in a panicked manner. The white-robed elderly man was rather surprised to hear this. "Oh? Let's go and take a look, fellow Taoist Jin Yu." "Sure, I'm also very interested to see just which fellow Taoist is making their breakthrough," Buddhist monk Jin Yu replied with a nod. Thus, they were led out of the hall by the guard, and as soon as they emerged outside, the white-robed elderly man's expression immediately changed slightly. With his mid-body integration stage spiritual sense, he was instantly able to sense that the spiritual chi in the air had become extremely active, as if they were being affected by some type of fearsome power. He unconsciously sped up, and in the blink of an eye he and Buddhist monk Jin Yu had arrived on a massive terrace. There were around a dozen guards gathered on the terrace, all of whom were looking into the distance with flabbergasted expressions. The white-robed elderly man's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, and he cleared his throat to make his presence known. Only then did the guards notice him and Buddhist monk Jin Yu, and they immediately extended respectful bows. Just as the white-robed elderly man was about to scold these subordinates of his, Buddhist monk Jin Yu suddenly let loose a faint cry of surprise. The white-robed elderly man immediately cast his gaze toward the same direction as Buddhist monk Jin Yu, upon which an astonished look appeared on his face. There in the distance, the sky had turned bright red, and crimson fiery clouds were revolving in midair like a giant fireball. Beneath the fiery clouds, countless wisps of colorful light were rapidly converging to form a series of rainbow bridges. Close to half of the entire city was encompassed beneath the fireball and crimson clouds. But compared to this stunning visual stimulus, the spiritual pressure radiating from the heavenly phenomena was even more astonishing. Due to how far away they were, they could only sense a tiny portion of the spiritual pressure, but they were still struck by a sense of asphyxiation. Furthermore, this pressure was only continuing to mount, and it seemed that something terrifying was brewing in the distance. These heavenly phenomena really are far more fearsome than what a mid-body integration stage breakthrough could bring about. Let's go and take a closer look, fellow Taoist Jean. It would be extremely fortunate for the city if someone could make a late-body integration stage breakthrough. We have to keep a lookout for them and ensure that they aren't disrupted, the white-robed elderly man said. Of course. Witnessing a late-body integration stage tribulation transcendence would be a brilliant opportunity for us. If we can see it up close, I'm sure it'll benefit our future cultivation immensely. Buddhist monk Xianxia immediately agreed. Thus, the white-robed elderly man swept a sleeve through the air to release a burst of white that swept up his own body, then flew away into the distance. Buddhist monk Xianxia also followed along as a ball of golden light, and only then did the guards heave a collective sigh of relief before erupting into spirited discussions surrounding the heavenly phenomena that were taking place. At this point, all of the high-grade cultivators in the entire city had been alerted by these phenomena, and countless streaks of light were converging from all directions. The low-grade and mid-grade cultivators were also very intrigued, but they knew that this was not something that they could participate in, so they could only look on from where they were. But that certainly didn't stop them from discussing the situation with those around them. The theories they came up with came in all shapes and forms. There were some stating that a certain spirit treasure was emerging, while others were proclaiming that an almighty spirit beast was creating these phenomena. Of course, most believed that this was stemming from a certain cultivator's tribulation transcendence, and some of the more knowledgeable and experienced individuals had guessed that this had to be a body integration stage tribulation transcendence. Of course, none of them could have imagined that the body integration cultivators were just as astonished as they were once they gathered close to the heavenly phenomena. The white-robed elderly man and Buddhist monk Xianxia weren't the first ones to arrive on the scene. Over 20 spatial tempering and body integration cultivators had arrived before them, and they were appraising the phenomena from close to 100 kilometers away. Fairy Silverlight was among them as well, and she gave the white-robed elderly man and Buddhist monk Xianxia a nod from afar before casting her gaze toward the unfolding phenomena again. The white-robed elderly man and Buddhist monk Xianxia exchanged a glance before also stopping nearby. If I'm not mistaken, fellow Taoist Han is the only body integration cultivator who lives in this area, right? The white-robed elderly man suddenly asked. Indeed, and fellow Taoist Han's abode seems to be situated right at the center of this heavenly phenomena. Buddhist monk Xianxia replied. That means it must be fellow Taoist Han who's making a breakthrough. It's no wonder that he went into seclusion, the white-robed elderly man said. That does appear to be the case. This heavenly phenomena appears to have been triggered by a late-body integration stage breakthrough, but it's far more fearsome than one that I was fortunate enough to have witnessed in the past, Buddhist monk Xianxia replied in a hesitant manner. There's nothing strange about that. The heavenly phenomena triggered by one's breakthrough depends on their powers. Generally speaking, the more fearsome the phenomena, the more powerful the tribulation transcender is, but at the same time, they'll also be plunged into an extremely perilous situation. With the ferocity of this set of heavenly phenomena, I think fellow Taoist Han may not be able to successfully transcend his tribulation. The white-robed elderly man mused in a contemplative manner. There are many mid-body integration stage fellow Taoists in our human and demon races just like us, but only very few who have made it to the late-body integration stage. If I recall correctly, fellow Taoist Han seems to have only reached the mid-body integration stage not long ago. This rate of progression is far too extraordinary. Even the most legendary figures in the history of our two races most likely can't compare with him. Buddhist monk Xianxia agreed with a nod. It's exactly because of fellow Taoist Han's stunning aptitude that this step will be even more difficult for him to take. After such a short time, his foundation can't be all that solid. That'll increase the difficulty of making this breakthrough, the white-robed elderly man said. We're all just speculating here. It's yet to be seen what's actually going to happen. Perhaps fellow Taoist Han will give the two of us a huge surprise. Buddhist monk Jin Yu chuckled. I certainly hope so. If another late-body integration cultivator can support our city, then we'll have a much easier time against the devilish army. Fellow Taoist Han's powers as a mid-body integration cultivator were already comparable to those of a late-body integration cultivator. If he were to succeed in this breakthrough, he would most likely even be able to face a sacred ancestor clone in battle, the white-robed elderly man mused. Indeed, prior to the descent of the true bodies of the sacred ancestors into this realm, their clones will be the most powerful beings in the devilish army. If there's a way for fellow Taoist Han to hold them off, then we can abandon our original plan and focus our efforts on dealing with those devilish lords, Buddhist monk Jin Yu said as a cold light flashed through his eyes. The white-robed elderly man nodded in response before turning toward the phenomena taking place in the distance again. At this point, the fiery clouds up above had already transformed into a crimson sea that had encompassed virtually the entire sky, and beneath the fiery clouds, a series of giant runes of different colors were taking shape. These runes were radiating dazzling light, and in the next instant, they abruptly surged up toward the fiery clouds, as if they were about to pierce through the clouds. A loud buzzing sound rang out from the fiery clouds, and they began to churn even more violently. As soon as the giant runes came into contact with the clouds, a peculiar sizzling sound rang out, following which the runes began to crumble away. They had been completely repressed under the clouds. A cold harumph suddenly reverberated through the entire space, following which a blurry humanoid figure that was over 10,000 feet tall appeared amid a flash of azure light, then pointed upward several times in quick succession in an expressionless manner. Invisible ripples ran through the space up above, and the rate at which the giant runes were being manifested sped up by over tenfold. Millions of runes emerged in the span of just a few breaths, then surged upward like a reverse waterfall. However, the fiery clouds remained as resolute as ever, even against the drastic increase in the influx of giant runes. Both the fiery clouds and giant runes were expanding at an alarming rate, and it was as if they were never going to stop. However, the giant humanoid projection seemed to have grown impatient, and it abruptly swept an arm toward the fiery clouds from afar. Even though it was only a projection, the attack that it unleashed triggered a resounding boom akin to a dull thunderclap. The azure humanoid projection crumbled away in a flash, but an enormous burst of invisible power surged easily into the clouds before immediately exploding. A string of explosions rang out in rapid succession, and a giant hole with a diameter of over 1,000 feet appeared within the clouds. Some of the giant runes down below instantly surged through the hole in the clouds, following which the hole was sealed in a flash. Those runes converged to form another enormous rune that was around an acre in size, and it was gradually being converted into a substantial form. However, right at this crucial juncture, dark clouds suddenly began to appear above the fiery clouds. These dark clouds then transformed into a series of giant black WRMs amid a string of explosive thunderclaps. Extremely thick bottles of silver lightning began to appear over the bodies of these WRMs, creating an astonishing sight to behold. There are 81 of them. That's incredible. I recall the late body integration stage tribulation that I witnessed in the past only had 36 WIRMs. Buddhist monk Jin Yu exclaimed. A hint of astonishment also flashed through the white-robed elderly man's upon seeing this, but he said in a calm manner, I wonder how fellow Taoist Han is going to deal with such a fearsome late-body integration stage tribulation. If any mishaps occur, he could easily end up with severe wounds and fail to make his breakthrough. It's a pity that we can't assist him during this process. Otherwise, perhaps there would still be hope for him. He seemed to have already convinced himself that Han Li definitely wouldn't be able to transcend this tribulation. There's no need to be overly concerned, Brother Gu. Fellow Taoist Han must have his reasons for attempting a breakthrough at a time like this. Let's wait and see for now, Buddhist monk Jin Yu replied in a serious manner. Right at this moment, another rumbling thunderclap erupted, and several tens of bolts of golden lightning crashed down from above, each of which was as thick as a water tank. The lightning pierced directly through the massive rune and fiery clouds, then struck the giant black WRMS with devastating force. A resounding boom rang out, and massive holes were blown into the bodies of the black WRMS by the bolts of golden lightning, while the silver lightning around their bodies were all devoured by the golden lightning. If it weren't for the fact that the golden lightning had disappeared after only a brief moment, the black WRMS really could have been completely destroyed. However, the golden lightning seemed to have enraged these WRMS, and they let loose ferocious roars as cloud and mist surged toward the holes in their bodies, regenerating them in a flash. The WRMS then opened their mouths to expel gusts of fierce black wings which swept downward in a frenzy, and the fiery clouds down below began to burn with even greater ferocity. The wind and flames complemented one another, forming a massive sea of flames that encompassed an area of close to 100 kilometers. The sea of flames then began to descend, and the space down below was illuminated into a bright red color, as if the entire space were being set alight. Buddhist monk Jin Yu and the white-robed elderly man's expressions both changed slightly upon seeing this. If the tribulation transcender were to fail to control this sea of flames, countless normal cultivators down below would perish. The other cultivators nearby also drew a sharp breath in unison. They didn't think that the heavenly tribulation would be this formidable even in its initial stages. If they were in Han Li's place, all of them would have most likely been reduced to ashes already. At the center of the sea of flame was none other than the stone pagoda that Han Li was staying in. This pagoda was naturally protected by some restrictions, but if it were to be struck by the sea of flames, it would most definitely be destroyed. Right at this moment, a ball of silver light appeared at the top of the pagoda, following which a clear cry rang out as giant silver fire raven emerged. When it first appeared, the fire raven was only around 10 feet in size, but as it spread its wings, it swelled to over 100 times its original before hurtling directly toward the sea of flames. A dull thump rang out as the silver fire raven vanished into the sea of flames, but in the next instant, the sea of fire suddenly began to churn violently. The crimson flames converged rapidly toward the giant fire raven, as if they were being drawn by an irresistible force, then quickly vanished amid flashes of light. In just a short time, over a fifth of the entire sea of flames had disappeared, and at this rate, it wouldn't be long before the whole sea of fire ceased to exist. However, before that could happen, the giant black WRMS up above suddenly opened their mouths to expel bursts of white chi that swept downward. The white chi appeared to be quite ordinary, but as it dispersed through the air, over 10 translucent and peerlessly sharp ice spikes that were each around 10 feet in length were created. Before the ice spikes had even begun to descend, a burst of ghastly howling rang out from within the stone pagoda down below, following which 5 wagon wheel-sized skulls flew out, then opened their mouths to expel 5 streams of glacial flames that swept directly upward. As soon as the ice spikes came into contact with these glacial flames, they reverted back to white spiritual chi before vanishing amid the flames. Even after these two types of attacks had been nullified, the black WRMS remained completely unfazed. Their bodies twisted around, and they exploded amid resounding booms. The fragments of their bodies then transformed into countless giant rocks of different sizes. The smallest of these rocks were smaller than human heads, but the largest ones were over 10,000 feet in size and resembled small mountains. With so many giant rocks crashing down from above, it was as if doomsday had arrived, and all of the normal cultivators down below instantly paled in horror. Within a secret chamber on the deepest level of the stone pagoda, there was a person seated with his eyes tightly shut on a yellow futon. Spiritual chi was surging all over his body, and his face was quite red. Sweat was pouring down from his forehead, and it seemed that he was straining against something in a very arduous manner. Before him stood a pair of miniature mountains, one black and one azure, each of which was around 10 feet tall. Above him, there were 72 small azure swords that were revolving in the air. There were also layers of black runes surging over his body, encompassing a suit of inky black armor. Strangely enough, there were countless gray specks of light dispersed throughout the entire secret chamber. Each speck of light was only around the size of a human thumb, but they were giving off an extremely frosty aura. The person seated on the ground was none other than Han Li. Judging from his current expression, he didn't seem to be in a very good condition. The gray specks of light were constantly drifting around him, occasionally taking on the forms of malicious monsters as well humanoid projections of both genders and all ages. However, regardless of what form the gray specks of light took, all of them immediately pounced viciously toward Han Li, only to be forced into retreat by the treasures hovering around him. As such, these malicious apparitions could only continue to buzz around the area encompassed by the treasures. However, as they were forced back over and over again, these beings were gradually becoming more and more violent and impatient. Han Li paid no heed to these beings at all, but the situation seemed to be becoming more and more strenuous for him. In reality, that was indeed the case. Within a certain mysterious space within his mind, an azure-robed spiritual sense clone of his was currently locked in battle with someone else. The opponent wore an inky black robe and was controlling 72 black flying swords. The black-robed figure's appearance was completely identical to Han Li, but there was crimson light shimmering within his eyes and he had a sinister smile on his face. His entire body was also enshrouded in devilish qi, making him resemble an almighty fiend. Celestial Han Li made hand seals with both hands, controlling his 72 azure flying swords with one hand while releasing bolts of golden lightning with the other. However, the black-robed Han Li was able to easily counter the azure flying swords with his black flying swords, and he also released bolts of black lightning that were even thicker than the oncoming bolts of golden lightning in retaliation. Han Li's expression darkened upon seeing this, and over 100 arcs of golden lightning erupted from his body at once to eradicate the oncoming bolts of black lightning. All of a sudden, an extremely sweet and pleasant female voice rang out. "Hee, resistance is futile, brat. This inner demon is a complete replica of yourself. No, in fact, with the enhancements it's receiving from me, it's even more powerful than you. I'm sure you've also realized this after battling it for so long. Humph, this inner demon is indeed slightly more powerful than I am, but you're delusional if you think it can defeat me. You only managed to sneak into my soul during a lapse of concentration. Otherwise, this inner demon wouldn't even exist," Han Li said with a dark expression as he flipped his hand over to reveal a short silver ruler, which he swept through the air to release countless ruler projections toward the inner demon. "You are indeed far more powerful than I imagined, and it would be unrealistic to expect a mere inner demon to destroy your soul, but don't forget that you're transcending your late body integration stage tribulation. I don't know how you're protecting yourself, but with most of your spiritual sense and magic power dedicated to this battle, there's no way you'll be able to successfully transcend the tribulation. If you don't want to die, then you'd better hand over that suit of devilish armor. Once you do that, I'll leave right away so you can transcend your tribulation in peace," the woman said in the voice of a temptress. The owner of the voice was none other than the heavenly devilish monarch, whose devilish intent Han Li had once encountered in Cloud City. It had somehow managed to sneak into Han Li's spiritual sense during this critical juncture in his tribulation transcendence, then created this inner demon to try and devour his soul. If it weren't for the fact that Han Li's spiritual sense was far more condensed than the average cultivator, there was a good chance that the inner demon would have succeeded. You think I would believe the words of a heavenly devilish monarch? I'm guessing that as soon as the thought of making a concession crosses my mind, the inner demon would immediately pounce on me and devour my soul. I had always heard that heavenly devilish monarchs were most adept in coercion and could often kill their targets without even needing to battle them. It seems that this is true, Han Li replied in a completely expressionless manner. You sure are alert. In that case, I'll wait for you to fall to your own demise. After your body and soul gets destroyed during the heavenly tribulation, I'll still be able to recover the suit of devilish armor. The heavenly devilish monarch's voice suddenly turned into an extremely rough and husky male voice. The inner demon swept a sleeve through the air and also released countless black ruler projections to nullify all of Han Li's attacks. Han Li's expression darkened even further upon seeing this, and right at this moment, the other minority portion of his spiritual sense transmitted a message to him stating that the heavenly tribulation was about to reach a critical stage, and that the magic power and spiritual sense he had left behind most likely wouldn't be able to withstand it. As such, he had to kill the inner demon right away so he could focus wholeheartedly on his tribulation transcendence. With that in mind, Han Li immediately let loose a low roar and he made a hand seal as golden light flashed from his body, following which he transformed into a mountainous golden ape. You may be able to replicate my cultivation arts and treasures, but let's see if you can replicate my transformation technique as well. Han Li roared as he swung his fists toward the inner demon. Two incredible powerful bursts of golden shockwaves surged forth, threatening to pulverize the inner demon into mincemeat. A peculiar look flashed through the inner demon's eyes, and black light flashed from its arms as a layer of black scales appeared over its skin, following which it abruptly made a grabbing motion upward. Countless black claw projections appeared above the inner demon, forming a giant net that managed to keep the golden shockwaves at bay. However, once the two giant golden fists arrived, the net was completely shattered. During this split-second delay, the inner demon had withdrawn its 72 black flying swords back into its body, then let loose a guttural snarl as black chi surged out of its body in a frenzy. A pair of thick black horns appeared on its head, and at the same time its body swelled drastically in size. In the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a giant black-scaled devilish minotaur that was just as massive as the golden ape, and it reached directly toward the ape's fists with its bare hands. Two resounding booms rang out and the giant golden ape was forced back several steps, while the inner demon was forced to plummet down from above, smashing a massive crater into the ground. Following that single exchange, Han Li immediately realized that the Minotaur wasn't as powerful as his giant mountain ape form, but there wasn't a large disparity between them. At this rate, even if he could secure victory, it would definitely take a very long time. Under these circumstances, he naturally couldn't afford to delay any further. A hint of urgency appeared in Han Li's eyes, and he finally gritted his teeth before making a decision. The ability that he was going to unleash next was going to expend a lot of spiritual power, which would be extremely detrimental to his tribulation transcendence, but he had no choice. Once he steadied himself, he immediately let loose a long cry, upon which a golden projection with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared behind him. The projection opened its 6 eyes before instantly flying toward the giant ape as a faint shadow. A layer of golden light swirled over Han Li's body, following which 2 more furry heads appeared on his shoulders alongside 4 additional arms. The giant golden ape had also taken on an appearance with 3 heads and 6 arms, and its body then swelled even further to several times its original size. At the same time, Han Li took a deep breath, and a ball of golden light abruptly appeared over each of his 6 palms. In the next instant, the 6 balls of golden light began to rapidly expand, and in what seemed like nothing more than the blink of an eye, they combined as one to form a gigantic ball of light that was over 1,000 feet in size. Han Li's 3 heads then began to chant in unison, and countless runes emerged from within the golden ball of light before rapidly revolving around it. An enormous golden vortex instantly took shape in midair before being hoisted higher upward by Han Li's 6 giant hands. A burst of tremendous suction force erupted out of the center of the vortex, and the devilish minotaur stumbled as it was forcibly dragged toward the vortex. It immediately let loose an enraged roar, and a horrified look appeared on its face for the first time. It was a replica of Han Li's body, but due to its inability to replicate true spirit blood, the 12 awakening transformations was the only ability it was unable to mimic. Thus, it was naturally rendered completely powerless in the face of the attack unleashed by the combined powers of Han Li's giant mountain ape form and Provenance true devil arts. In its desperation, the devilish minotaur released all types of treasures, including its 72 black flying swords, 2 extreme mountains, and short black ruler to attack the giant vortex, all to no avail. As soon as the treasures reached within the general vicinity of the vortex, it would be swept up by the countless golden runes surging out of the vortex, then forcibly drawn into it before disappearing without a trace. At this point, the devilish minotaur had also been drawn to no more than 300 to 400 feet away from the vortex. All of a sudden, it summoned a crimson trident amid a flash of black light, then plunged it down into the ground, using it as an anchor to just barely arrest its own momentum. An elated look immediately appeared on the devilish minotaur's face. However, right at this moment, Han Li let loose a low cry and hurled the golden vortex downward like a giant mountain. The inner demon only had a chance to let loose a howl of anguish before it was completely inundated by golden light. Humph, you were lucky this time, but if I can manifest an inner demon once, then I can do it a second time. There's definitely no way you'll be able to survive, the heavenly devilish monarch roared in a furious voice. Immediately thereafter, a ball of black chi emerged out of thin air, then quickly began to take on a humanoid form. There won't be a second time. You're delusional if you think you can go into hiding again after you've already revealed yourself to me. Hanli harumphed coldly in response, then suddenly opened one of his 3 mouths to expel a ball of azure light. The azure light was formed by the spiritual chi within his body, and it contained a stick of yellow half-burned incense that was giving off the faint aroma of sandalwood. Blue light flashed from the eyes of Han Li's central head, and he made a grabbing motion to draw the stick of incense into his grasp before rubbing his hands together vigorously. A ball of silver flames emerged between his palms, and a plume of faint yellow smoke instantly began to disperse through the air. At the same time, one of his other heads exhaled with all its might, and the yellow smoke transformed into an arrow that shot forth through the air, then abruptly vanished mid-flight. In the next instant, the arrow reappeared amid a flash of yellow light not far away from Han Li before plunging into what appeared to be nothing more than empty space. A muffled groan rang out and a ball of twisted black light suddenly appeared out of thin air. The yellow arrow was embedded right into the center of the ball of light. There was a miniature humanoid figure that was around several inches tall situated within the black light, and even though its body had been impaled by the arrow, it chuckled in a derisive manner. "Humph! You think an ordinary treasure like this can harm me? You must be getting desperate." The miniature humanoid figure's facial features were completely indistinguishable, but just the mere sight of the pure devilish chi emanating from its body made the onlooker feel as if they had been plunged into a glacial pit. A relieved look appeared on Han Li's face upon confirming that the arrow had struck its target, and he said in a cold voice, "When did I say this is an ordinary treasure? Seeing as you're just a wisp of a heavenly devilish monarch's devilish intent, this thing will be more than enough to get rid of you." "What? This is?" The miniature humanoid figure shuddered as it suddenly recalled what this item was from its extensive wealth of memories. However, it was already too late. In the next instant, the yellow arrow exploded, and yellow smoke that carried the faint fragrance of sandalwood instantly dispersed to encompass roughly the surrounding acre of space. The miniature black figure was unable to maintain its form within the faint yellow smoke, and before it completely vanished, it yelled in an indignant manner, "Impossible! Black infernal ice incense has already gone extinct in this realm. How could you possibly have this? Don't celebrate too early. When you make your grand Ascension stage breakthrough, I'll be sure to descend into this realm in person and make sure to put an end to your life." Thus, the heavenly devilish monarch's devilish intent was forcibly ejected out of Han Li's spiritual sense. He quickly made a hand seal upon seeing this and reverted back to his human form in the blink of an eye. His face had turned slightly pale, and he was panting slightly from exertion. The ability that he had just unleashed had clearly expended a considerable amount of spiritual sense and magic power, which was why he had refrained from using it earlier. Han Li glanced at the spot where the devilish figure had just disappeared, and his expression remained quite grim. He immediately made another hand seal, and his body disintegrated into specks of azure light. In order to prevent the inner demon from affecting the spiritual sense he had left outside his soul, he had completely cut off his connection to his own physical body. Now that this threat had been averted, he was naturally immediately returning to his own body. In the instant that Han Li opened his eyes, he caught sight of the surrounding gray specks of light which had transformed into 5 ghastly apparitions that were trying to attack him through his treasures with all their might. With each assault that they unleashed, the surrounding treasures would tremor violently, and the spiritual light being released by them had also dimmed significantly. The 5 apparitions were constantly revolving around Han Li with astonishingly violent auras emanating from their bodies, and Han Li's expression immediately darkened upon seeing this. He let loose a loud cry as countless arcs of golden lightning sprang forth out of his body, and the 5 devilish apparitions manifested from baleful chi were instantly destroyed without being able to offer any resistance. After taking care of these 5 devilish apparitions, Han Li's expression only darkened even further. At this point, the restrictions and formations he had prepared specifically for this heavenly tribulation had already been activated, conjuring up several massive layers of light barriers that encompassed the entire stone pagoda. There were currently 81 giant black WRMS overhead, blasting forth devastating bolts of lightning of different colors. The smallest bolts of lightning were only around a foot in length, while the longest were around 500 meters long, and they were crashing down in a torrential downpour. Amid the flashes of lightning, the restrictions were beginning to display signs of overexertion. At this moment, all of the bolts of lightning crashing down from above suddenly combined as one to form a gigantic pillar of lightning, and all of the light barriers were instantly shattered. Without any further impediment standing in its way, the bolts of lightning instantly vanished, then reappeared above Han Li in his secret chamber before continuing to crash down with devastating might. Han Li immediately swept a sleeve through the air to release a dozen or so bolts of golden lightning, and a deafening boom rang out as the golden lightning and five-colored lightning canceled out one another. However, this was only the beginning. Even more bolts of five-colored lightning had appeared overhead, and they were raining down upon Han Li with incredible ferocity. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he made a grabbing motion with one hand. A ball of azure light appeared over his palm in a flash, then shot forth in all directions as 72 streaks of azure light. All of a sudden, a loud dragon's roar rang out, and countless streaks of azure sword chi appeared before dispersing all throughout the entire secret chamber, then converged to form an azure ball of light above Han Li. The ball rotated on the spot to release countless streaks of dazzling sword chi, then shattered to reveal a green coiled dragon. In the blink of an eye, Han Li had set up his azure coil sword formation. As expected of one of his trump cards, the azure coil dragon managed to remain completely unscathed in the face of the five-colored lightning, and it was able to vanquish all of the bolts of lightning with devastating sweeps of its powerful tail. At this point, the fiery clouds up above had already recovered to their original mass, and fire attribute spiritual chi surged within them, following which head-sized crimson fireballs came crashing down from above. Han Li naturally wasn't going to be fearful of these oncoming balls of flames. He took a deep breath and summoned his two extreme mountains, then laid a hand on each of them, upon which gray divine essence-fused light and streaks of invisible sword chi surged out of the two mountains in a frenzy. A day and a night later, the 81 black WRMS in the sky finally self-detonated into clouds of black chi, and at this point, all of the spectating high-grade cultivators had already been completely awestruck by the ferocity of this heavenly tribulation, as well as the measures that Han Li had taken to oppose it. This was the first time they had ever seen such a fearsome heavenly tribulation, and it was downright incredible to them that the might of a single person had been able to stand up against it. In the instant that the black WRMS disappeared, a long cry rang out from within the stone pagoda, piercing straight into the heavens. At the same time, an azure pillar of light erupted out of the pagoda, reducing all of the remnant fiery clouds and black chi to countless runes of different colors. After the pillar of light faded, an enormous humanoid projection that was around 10,000 feet tall with an appearance that was completely identical to Han Li emerged high up in the air. Isn't that fellow Taoist Han? I see, so it's Senior Han who's been transcending his late body integration stage tribulation. Most of the nearby cultivators were immediately able to identify the projection as Han Li, and they immediately burst into spirited discussion. The azure projection looked around at the countless runes in the nearby area, and a faint smile appeared on its face before it abruptly inhaled violently. All of the runes shuddered before transforming into specks of light that flooded into the giant projection's mouth, and with each inhalation, tens of thousands of these specks of light were devoured. At the same time, the azure projection was expanding at a rapid rate, and after all of the surrounding specks of light had been devoured, more specks of light began to converge from the distance like moths to a flame, only to be devoured by the azure projection as well. An alarmed look appeared on the white-robed elderly man's face upon seeing this, and he hurriedly yelled, "Everyone, get back. Fellow Taoist Han has already transcended his late body integration stage tribulation and is currently devouring the world's origin chi to reform his soul. We're all currently in the affected area, so we have to get back right away." All of the high-grade cultivators present immediately flew away in different directions upon hearing this, with a few exceptions, but those outliers were also forced to retreat in the face of the cold glare aimed toward them by the white-haired elderly man. "Humph! I can't believe those bastards were planning to take the world's origin chi gathered by fellow Taoist Han at such a crucial juncture," the white-robed elderly man harumphed coldly. It's no wonder that some people would try to take such a risk. The world's origin chi that fellow Taoist Han has gathered is of the highest level of purity. If they can even take a tiny portion of it, they would benefit immensely. Buddhist monk Jin Yu chuckled. But if we were to allow that, it could affect the reformation of fellow Taoist Han's soul. The effect would be virtually negligible, but we certainly wouldn't want fellow Taoist Han to become dissatisfied with our city over something like this, the white-robed elderly man said as a complex look appeared on his face. Indeed. Besides, if something were to go wrong during the reformation of fellow Taoist Han's soul, he definitely wouldn't let those opportunistic individuals off the hook. In any case, fellow Taoist Han's successful breakthrough to the late body integration stage is fantastic news for our city. Even now, I still feel like I'm in a dream. I had quite a great deal of confidence in fellow Taoist Han, but even I didn't think that he would be able to transcend such a fearsome tribulation so smoothly. Buddhist monk Jin Yu sighed. It's only taken fellow Taoist Han several centuries to progress from the early body integration stage to the late body integration stage. Compared to him, I feel like I've wasted my entire life. Perhaps there really is a chance that he'll become a second grand ascension cultivator of our human race, the white-robed elderly man mused as he stroked his long beard. Indeed, with fellow Taoist Han's stunning aptitude, it's certainly not impossible. However, while progressing to the late body integration stage is already extremely arduous, it still pales in comparison to a grand ascension stage breakthrough. Even for fellow Taoist Han, there's only a very slim opportunity. Buddhist monk Jin Yu replied with a nod. Of course, but he still has a sliver of an opportunity to attain immortality in the future. In contrast, that ship has already sailed for us, and we can only await the conclusion of our lifespans. The white-robed elderly man said in a slightly dejected manner. There's no need to dwell so much on this matter, fellow Taoist Gu. Very few people in the entire history of our human race have managed to reach the grand ascension stage. We're already immensely fortunate to have senior MO in our generation. Buddhist monk Jin Yu replied. You sure are enlightened, fellow Taoist Jin. Indeed, you're right. Even for grand ascension cultivators, there's one final major obstacle to be overcome before immortality can be attained. I've heard occasional tales of mighty figures in foreign races successfully ascending to immortality, but no one in the recorded history of our two races has succeeded, so it's certainly far from a simple task. The white-robed elderly man chuckled. There have been several seniors who have attempted to transcend ascension tribulations in the past, but all of them did so in secret, so no one witnessed their tribulation transcendences. Perhaps some of them managed to succeed in the end. Buddhist monk Jin Yu said in a hopeful manner. Perhaps. In any case, that has nothing to do with the current state of our city. Seeing as fellow Taoist Han has already succeeded in his tribulation transcendence, let's not delay here any longer. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome if fellow Taoist Han were to misconstrue our presence as a sign that we're harboring malicious intent. The white-robed elderly man replied. Buddhist monk Jin Yu naturally had no objections to this, and the two of them instantly flew away from the scene. In the distance, the giant projection was still gathering the world's origin chi in a frenzy, and at this point, over half of the entire Deep Heaven city had become a funnel for the world's origin chi. In the end, the projection swelled to around 50,000 feet tall, and it was visible to everyone in the city, thereby naturally creating a massive stir. Not only were the humans and demons in the city able to see the projection formed by Han Li's soul, the devilish beings in the devilish strongholds and pyramids further away were also able to see a blurry silhouette in the distance, as well as sense the surging world's origin chi within Deep Heaven City. In the tallest of the devilish pyramids, there was a crimson-robed young man looking out the window toward Deep Heaven City with crimson light flashing within his eyes. There's no mistaking this aura. Someone must have made a late-body integration stage breakthrough. That's rather troublesome. This enormous aura suggests that this isn't just some ordinary late-body integration stage being. I'll have to prepare some countermeasures for this. The young man murmured to himself as his eyes narrowed slightly. The young man was none other than the final sacred ancestor Shuiguang clone, which was the commander of the devilish army in this area. Seated on a stone chair not far away from the window was a burly man in a silver beast hide garment. He was currently munching on the bloody hind leg of a certain beast, and he said in a slightly garbled voice, a mere late-body integration stage being is nothing to be worried about. Rest assured, just leave them to me. Hee. You invited me all the way over here precisely because you wanted me to clear out some obstacles for you? Isn't that right? The man had an extremely muscular physique with gleaming bronze skin, and he was giving off a bone-chilling aura akin to that of a vicious beast. There's no need to trouble you over something like this, Brother Xiong. I invited you here to deal with an even more troublesome fellow. I can't be sure if he's returned to Deep Heaven City or not, but if he's not present in the city, then I'll leave this late body integration stage being to you, Shuiguang replied. This burly man was clearly only a late body integration stage devilish being, but Shuiguang seemed to be quite wary of him and was referring to him as an equal. Oh? Is the opponent you want me to take care of going to be even more formidable than this late body integration stage being? The burly man asked with a hint of surprise in his eyes. I believe so. I'm not sure of the specific details. All I know is that my 3 clones pursued him twice and they returned after a failed first attempt before being wiped out during their second attempt, Shuiguang said with furrowed brows. The burly man was astonished to hear this, and he tossed the half-eaten hind leg aside as a solemn look appeared on his face. What? Now that you mention it, I do recall hearing some fellow Taoists mention that you sent 3 clones into this realm at once, but how could all 3 of them have been killed at once? Are you asking me to face a grand ascension stage human or demonic being? Rest assured, Brother Xiang, I wouldn't make you battle a grand ascension stage being for me. The target in question is merely mid-body integration stage human cultivator, but he possesses a set of incredible abilities, and even the average late-body integration stage cultivator is no match for him. Those 3 clones of mine most likely perished by his hands. As the #1 devilish lord of our holy race, you're the best choice to deal with such an opponent, Shuiguang replied. Stop trying to flatter me. If that man could kill all 3 of your clones at once, then even if his powers are inferior to mine, it wouldn't be by much. You have to double my compensation. Otherwise, I'm not taking this job, the burly man said without any hesitation. All right, but you have to leave all of his treasures to me, sacred ancestor Shuiguang agreed, also without any hesitation. Oh? Looks like this human cultivator is either carrying some powerful treasures or has something that you desperately need. Otherwise, you wouldn't have agreed so easily. So be it, the original compensation you promised me was already quite a hefty amount. Now that you're doubling it, I'll agree to leave all of his treasures to you. I'm really curious to see what kind of abilities this human cultivator possesses that allowed him to kill all 3 of your clones. Looks like I'll be able to enjoy a good battle this time, the burly man said with a ferocious smile as he cracked his knuckles. In that instant, he truly resembled a vicious beast that was just barely able to contain its killing intent. Shuiguang was very pleased with the man's reaction, and he nodded with a smile as he said, I'm offering such a large sum in compensation precisely because I'm confident in your abilities, Brother Xiong. It won't be long until we launch our main assault against Deep Heaven City. Prior to that, you should take some rest to recover from the energy you expended to descend into this realm, so you can face this opponent in your best condition. I don't need to rest to recover from such a trivial amount of energy expenditure. Seeing as there's nothing for me to do here, I'll go take a stroll and see if I can entertain myself. This is the spirit realm. Surely you sacred ancestors won't continue to restrict me here. A cold look suddenly appeared on the burly man's face as he spoke. Shuiguang's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but he then immediately smiled and replied, Of course, you are free to do whatever you want here, Brother Xiong. The burly man immediately rose to his feet and departed without even bidding farewell to Shuiguang, leaving Shuiguang to look on with a resigned expression. This so-called #1 devilish lord clearly wasn't displaying much respect toward Shuiguang. Of course, this could mostly be attributed to the fact that Shuiguang was only present in this realm in the form of a clone, rather than his true body. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the burly man was, he wouldn't dare to act in such an uncouth manner. A contemplative look appeared on Shuiguang's face for a moment before he suddenly yelled, Summon the 10 generals to come and see me. Yes, Master Shuiguang, someone outside immediately answered in a respectful manner before rushing away to do his bidding. Only then did Shuiguang return to his seat and begin to carefully ponder some things. Meanwhile, after absorbing sufficient spiritual qi, the giant projection in Deep Heaven City finally reverted back into an azure ball of light that descended toward the stone pagoda in a flash. The ball of light then vanished amid a flash of spiritual light, and Han Li, who was situated on the deepest level of the pagoda, slowly opened his eyes as an ecstatic look appeared on his face. So this is the late body integration stage. It really is completely different from the mid-body integration stage. I'm now one step away from the grand ascension stage. The path to immortality is finally becoming a reality. Han Li murmured to himself as he experienced the dramatically enhanced magic power and spiritual sense within his body. Following this successful breakthrough, both his magic power and spiritual sense had almost doubled, and they would both only continue to increase as he continued cultivating. The only thing that he was rather disappointed about was that his physical body hadn't been enhanced by much. It seemed that the rumors that one could only reform their physical body after reaching the grand ascension stage were true. As for the benefits that one derived from that reformation, that would depend on their latent aptitude and the cultivation arts they were using. With that in mind, Han Li closed his eyes again and immediately began fortifying his new cultivation base, as well as to recover the huge amount of energy he had lost during his tribulation transcendence. Due to the fact that he had to expend a lot of magic power and spiritual sense to combat the inner demon, he was forced to use many treasures to help him transcend the tribulation. The late body integration stage tribulation was far more fearsome than he had imagined, and he was forced to detonate over 10 top-grade treasures that he had obtained over the years. Even his 72 Azure Bamboo Cloud's warm swords had been damaged as he had pushed them too far. If it weren't for the fact that his two extreme mountains possessed a resistance toward heavenly lightning and shielded him from the final few waves of lightning strikes, he definitely would have been severely wounded, even if he had still managed to successfully transcend this tribulation. However, following this late body integration stage tribulation transcendence, Han Li's confidence in the 5 extreme mountains was boosted even further, and his determination to refine the remaining 3 extreme mountains was reaffirmed. His grand ascension stage tribulation was only going to be even more fearsome than this late body integration stage tribulation. Without the 5 extreme mountains, he wasn't confident about his chances of success at all. On top of that, the 5 extreme mountains were also going to be extremely important for the periodic major heavenly tribulations that would befall him in the future. After lingering on this final thought for a moment, Han Li completely relaxed and immersed himself in his cultivation. Warm magic power flowed throughout his entire body, and he meditated for around half a month without awakening even once. On this day, the door of the secret chamber was suddenly opened on its own by a gust of fierce wind, and azure light flashed as Han Li emerged from within, then cast his gaze over the surrounding area. "We pay our respects to Master. Congratulations on your breakthrough, Brother Han." Xianxia, Wuxia, and the Ice Phoenix were all standing guard nearby, and as soon as Han Li emerged, they immediately converged toward him with elation etched on their faces. "Hee, without your assistance, I'm not sure I would have made it. Let's continue our conversation in the hall. You two can come along as well," Han Li said to the trio. The trio naturally had no objections, and they immediately followed Han Li to the top floor of the pagoda. A short while later, Han Li and the Ice Phoenix had taken a seat in the hall on the top floor, while Xianxia and Wuxia were standing respectfully off to the side. They seemed to be even more excited than Han Li was about his breakthrough. With such an incredibly powerful master, no one would dare to look down on them again. Even beings with far higher cultivation bases than them would have to treat them with respect. "Brother Han, I had thought that with my heavenly phoenix bloodline, my aptitude wouldn't be inferior to anyone. But now, I truly don't know what to say. I bet even you didn't anticipate that you would make such incredible progress back when we joined forces to ascend to the spirit realm through that spatial node. With your formidable abilities, you're most likely the most powerful being in both the human and demon races below only those 2 grand ascension stage seniors. I can't help but be a little envious," the Ice Phoenix said in a slightly awestruck manner. "My progress up to this point was heavily dependent on luck. Without your true spirit bloodline and exceptional cultivation aptitude, it's only a matter of time before you reach the same level, so there's certainly no need to be envious of me," Han Li replied with a calm shake of his head. "I certainly hope so. During my recent cultivation, I can feel that I'm approaching a bottleneck. It looks like I'm also not far away from making a breakthrough." The Ice Phoenix replied with a nod. "Hee. Then I'll have to congratulate you in advance," Han Li said with a smile. The Ice Phoenix smiled in response, but gave no further reply. "Xianxia, has anything happened during my time in seclusion?" Han Li asked. "Recently, Many cultivators have been mobilized in the city, and there are rumors going around, stating that the devilish army is about to launch an all-out attack against the city. Also, following your tribulation transcendence, many of the sects and powers in the city sent congratulatory messages and presents. I've tallied up all of the presents and stored them away for you to inspect when you're ready. By the way, the elders of the city have also sent congratulatory presents, and Senior Jean invited you to go and meet the panel of elders right away after you come out of seclusion. He says that they have something important to discuss with you. Xianxia replied in a respectful voice. I'll take a look at all of the presents later. As for fellow Taoist Jin's invitation, that most likely has something to do with the devilish army. It seems I'll have to make a trip there. Seeing as the matter seems to be quite urgent, I'll head over there right away, Han Li said as he rose to his feet. Xianxia and the others were slightly surprised to see Han Li leaving in such a hurry, but they naturally didn't dare to stop him. Thus, Han Li gave them a slight nod before he flew out of the hall as a streak of azure light. By the time Han Li arrived at the conference hall for the panel of elders, the white-robed elderly man and Buddhist monk Jean you were already waiting at the entrance, seemingly having received news of his arrival in advance. As soon as the three took a seat, the white-robed elderly man immediately offered his congratulations and swept his spiritual sense toward Han Li, upon which he was given quite a shock. Han Li's current powers were as unfathomable as an ocean, and even the white-robed elderly man was completely unable to ascertain his exact cultivation base. How is this possible? He was a mid-body integration cultivator. Even if his powers were inferior to those of a late-body integration cultivator, there shouldn't be such a massive disparity. There were only two possible explanations for this. The first of which was that Han Li was using some type of secret technique or treasure to disguise his own cultivation base. The second possibility was that Han Li's magic power had truly become too unfathomable for his spiritual sense to properly detect. The white-robed elderly man's expression remained unchanged, but he immediately ascertained that the first possibility was quite implausible. After all, if Han Li had a way to disguise his own cultivation base, then he would have used it back when he was a mid-body integration cultivator. Why would he do something like this now when everyone already knew that he was at the late-body integration stage? If it were the latter, the white-robed elderly man couldn't help but draw a sharp breath, and the tone of his voice unconsciously became even more polite. Buddhist monk Jean Yu's expression also remained unchanged, but his astonishment was no less potent than that of the white-robed elderly man. Even though he already had a very high estimate of Han Li's powers, it appeared that he had still underestimated him. After making some brief small talk, Han Li said, I've already received the congratulatory presents the two of you have sent to me. Allow me to offer my thanks. Now then, I'm sure you've invited me here to discuss an urgent matter, so let's cut straight to the chase. The white-robed elderly man and Buddhist monk Jean Yu exchanged a glance before the former said, in that case, I won't delay any longer either. Following your progression to the late-body integration stage, you are already the most powerful cultivator in the city. Forgive me for being blunt, but what would you estimate your own chances to be if you were to go up against a sacred ancestor clone? A sacred ancestor clone? That's hard to say. After all, the sacred ancestors all possess different powers and abilities. I don't know anything about the sacred ancestor clone outside the city, so I can't say anything definitive about it, but if it's anything like the sacred ancestor clones I've faced in the past, then I should have a decent chance of securing victory, Han Li replied after a long pause for contemplation. The sacred ancestor clone that's ruling over the devilish army outside has never shown itself, so we don't know much about its powers and abilities. However, according to the information we've managed to gather, it should be no more powerful than the clone that you were pursued by. These two clones both stem from that sacred ancestor Shuiguang, so even if there are some disparities between their abilities, they should all be somewhat connected. Having faced a clone of sacred ancestor Shuiguang already, it should be easier for you to face this clone compared to clones of other sacred ancestors, the white-robed elderly man said. Oh? Are you planning to get me to face this sacred ancestor clone, Brother Gu? Han Li asked in a calm manner, seemingly unsurprised by this arrangement. Indeed, fellow Taoist Han. Under normal circumstances, I definitely wouldn't ask you to take such a huge risk, but the devilish army outside is extremely powerful, and just the number of devilish lords in the army alone is almost twice the number of elders in the city. The other elders and I have racked our brains to try and come up with a strategy, but the sacred ancestor clone is going to be more powerful than even the average late-body integration cultivator. There really is no good way for us to counter it. If it were to force its way through a weak point in the city's defenses and allow the devilish army to storm into the city, we would be in a dire situation, the white-robed elderly man replied. Hanli was silent for a moment before suddenly asking, how was the panel of elders initially planning to address the sacred ancestor clone? Don't tell me you had no plans at all? What plans could we have other than to rely on our advantage in numbers and our restrictions? Our initial plan was that once the battle commenced, we would send someone to lure the clone into a formation that we had prepared in advance, then trap him in the formation. We wouldn't be able to kill it that way, but at the very least, we'd be able to keep it out of the battle for a while. Unfortunately, the plan sounds simple, but it's actually very difficult to execute, so the chances of success are not very high, Buddhist monk Xianxia explained. Indeed, all of the sacred ancestor clones are extremely cunning. Luring one into a formation certainly wouldn't be an easy task. Hanli replied with a solemn nod. That's right. Fellow Taoist Jean and I had planned to ask you to lure the sacred ancestor clone into the formation, but with your past cultivation base, the plan was too risky for you, so we didn't propose it to you. However, now that you've progressed to the late body integration stage, there's no need for such concerns. We're not asking you to defeat the sacred ancestor clone, Brother Han. All that we ask is that you keep it occupied once the battle begins, so it can't attack the city's restrictions. As for the devilish army and devilish lords, our panel of elders will face them. The survival of the city is at stake here, so please don't turn us down, Brother Han, the white-robed elderly man said in an earnest manner. Hanli pondered this for a moment before replying with a smile. I agreed to do everything in my power to help the city ward off the devilish army, and I'm certainly not going to eat my words. If all I need to do is hold off the sacred ancestor clone, then that should be within my capabilities. Leave the Shuiguang clone to me. The white-robed elderly man was ecstatic to hear this. Thank you for being so selfless, Brother Han. If we can ward off the devilish army, we'll definitely reward you handsomely for your efforts. It's all right, I'm just doing what's expected of me. The fate of the entire human race hinges on this battle, so I'll naturally be giving it my all. If that's everything that needs to be discussed, then I'll be taking my leave now. I only recently completed my breakthrough and still need to consolidate my cultivation base, Hanli said as he rose to his feet. The white-robed elderly man and Buddhist monk Xianxia were rather surprised by this, but there was no reason for them to keep Hanli any longer, so they accompanied him out of the hall. Following Hanli's departure, Buddhist monk Xianxia's smile faded, and he asked, Brother Gu, why didn't you try to recruit fellow Taoist Han to join our city? That was a great opportunity just now. Do you think there's any point in doing so? I was holding on to some hope, but as soon as I saw fellow Taoist Han today, I knew that there was no way he would agree to join any power. With his current powers, how do you think he ranks among all of the late-body integration cultivators of our two races? The white-robed elderly man asked. Buddhist monk Xianxia's heart stirred upon hearing this, and only after pondering the question for a long while did he reply, I've met all of the late-body integration stage fellow Taoists of our two races, but none of them have been unfathomable to me as fellow Taoist Han was. On top of that, he slew multiple devilish lords at the mid-body integration stage and even faced a sacred ancestor clone. Judging from all that, I would speculate that fellow Taoist Han is already the most powerful being among our two races aside from Senior Mo and Senior Ao. There you go. With fellow Taoist Han's powers, why would he bind himself to any power for no reason? Also, what can our deep heaven city offer to tempt someone of his powers? I would only risk offending fellow Taoist Han by trying to recruit him to join our city again, so I naturally decided against it, the white-robed elderly man said with a wry smile. That's true. It's incredible to think that someone who was an ordinary guard of our city, less than 2,000 years ago, has since surpassed us on the path to pursuing the great Tao. Buddhist monk Xianxia sighed in a slightly wistful manner. Hee, life is always unpredictable. All right, this isn't the time for us to be discussing something like this. Let's continue where we left off before. I still think that we should set up those powerful treasures atop the city wall to repress those low-grade devilish beasts, the white-haired elderly man said in a serious manner. However, Buddhist monk Xianxia immediately shook his head in response. Those treasures are trump cards that we refined after expending extensive painstaking efforts. We can't use them on devilish beasts. Once we expose them, the devilish army will know what to expect and their potency will be greatly hampered. But there are simply too many low-grade devilish beasts. If we don't use them. Thus, the two of them began to debate the topic in the hall. Han Li was naturally completely unaware of this, and he immediately flew back to his own abode. He would have to expend quite a bit of time to truly consolidate his late-body integration stage cultivation base, so the more time he had to cultivate prior to the commencement of the battle, the more he would be able to consolidate his powers. Furthermore, after reaching the late-body integration stage, he was close to attaining full mastery of his Provenance True Devil arts, and there were also some powerful abilities that he would finally be able to unleash. However, if he wanted to use these abilities in battle, then he would have to take some time to familiarize himself with them first. Thus, he had immediately chosen to depart after his conversation with the two elders. After returning to his abode, Han Li issues a few instructions to Qi Lingzi and the others before entering his secret chamber again. He sat down with his legs crossed on the futon at the center of the secret chamber, but instead of going into a meditative state, he flipped a hand over to produce a pair of thumb-sized white jade badges that were covered in silver runes. These were none other than the two outer pages of the golden jade tome that Han Li had obtained back in the human world. One of the pages contained the refinement method for several types of profound talismans, while the other contained the 100 Meridian refinement mantra. The pages weren't complete, but through his own research, Han Li had managed to refine most of the talismans. Now, there was only a heavenly halberd talisman that he was still yet to refine. This was the final talisman recorded on the outer page, and it was also the only offensive talisman. Apparently, it was incredibly powerful, but unfortunately, it was several times more difficult to study this talisman than the previous ones. If it weren't for the fact that Han Li had encountered many talisman masters of foreign races and exchanged a lot of ideas and experiences with them, it would be virtually impossible for him to refine this talisman. Han Li had already mastered the refinement method long ago, but the materials required were quite difficult to find, and there was also an astonishing demand on the level of magic power of the person refining the talisman. Back when Han Li was at the mid-body integration stage, he didn't possess enough magic power to refine this heavenly halberd talisman, and that had been very frustrating to him. However, it did make sense. Considering how fearsome the description of this talisman made it out to be, it was most likely quite a renowned talisman even in the true immortal realm. So it was only normal that beings of lower realms like himself would find it extremely difficult to refine such a talisman. Thankfully, he had assigned the task of gathering materials to his disciples, and they had managed to gather all of the materials over the past several centuries. Now that he was at the late-body integration stage, he possessed sufficient magic power to support the refinement of this talisman, so he was planning to refine it during this period of seclusion. As for the 100 Meridian refinement mantra enclosed in the other outer page, that was a body refinement method of the true immortal realm that allowed one to refine their physical body like a treasure. Unfortunately, this secret technique had extremely high demands on one's physical body. Han Li had only been able to just barely cultivate some of the secret technique after cleverly refining the extreme essence-fused mountain and some other treasures to become a part of his body. However, this wasn't sustainable, and at his current cultivation base, the enhancements brought to his body by those treasures were no longer sufficient to satisfy him. Thus, he was planning to pick up the 100 Meridian refinement mantra again and truly cultivate it this time. With his current physical constitution, he would naturally be able to cultivate this secret technique without any issues. However, this immortal secret technique would definitely take a very long time to cultivate, and it wasn't something that would yield any benefits for him in a short time, so he wasn't planning to make a start on it right away. Han Li injected his spiritual sense into the two outer pages and carefully reviewed their contents for a while, and after ascertaining that there weren't any issues, he stowed them away before slowly closing his eyes. He was going to get himself into prime condition before he began refining that heavenly halberd talisman. With that talisman up his sleeve, he should be able to ensure self-preservation no matter what mishaps arose in the upcoming battle. Of course, this wasn't the only thing that Han Li was going to be relying on against that Shuiguang clone. With his current enormous wealth of spiritual sense, he would be able to just barely control all of his unevolved gold-devouring beetles in battle. If he were to release several thousand mature gold-devouring beetles at once, they would pose a substantial threat even to the Shuiguang clone. Furthermore, he was preparing to practice the abilities enclosed in the Provenance True Devil Arts right away, and all of these abilities were extremely powerful. On top of that, he had his leopard Kirin beast and purple-striped gold-devouring beetles to assist him. With all of that up his sleeve, he should be able to ensure self-preservation even against the true body of a sacred ancestor, let alone a mere sacred ancestor clone. With that in mind, Han Li gradually relaxed and entered a meditative state. A period of silence ensued in the secret chamber, following which a low buzzing abruptly rang out, accompanied by the occasional resounding boom. Half a month later, an ear-piercing ringing sound erupted within the secret chamber, and a golden pillar of light rose to the ceiling of the secret chamber, then appeared at the top of the stone pagoda right above Han Li. The golden pillar of light was over around 10,000 feet tall and as thick as a water tank. There was a giant halberd projection hovering above the pillar of light, and it was emitting an astonishing ringing sound. Furthermore, there were thousands of shimmering silver runes dancing around the halberd projection, creating a mystical sight to behold. In the next instant, the sharp ringing sound erupting from the halberd projection abruptly ceased, and at the same time a burst of indescribably terrifying fluctuations surged forth in all directions. As the fluctuations swept through the air, specks of golden light began to appear out of thin air. These specks of light were only the size of grains of rice, but there were far too many of them to count, and they were surging toward the pillar of light in a frenzy. Every speck of light was emanating extremely pure metal attribute spiritual chi, and all of the metal attribute spiritual chi in a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers was being drawn to the pillar of light. On top of that, the metal attribute armor and treasures being carried by the patrolling guards and other cultivators in the area also began to release their metal attribute spiritual chi, all of which surged toward the golden pillar as specks of golden light. These cultivators were naturally quite startled by this, and they immediately tried to prevent their treasures from leaking spiritual chi, but no matter what they tried, their efforts proved to be futile. Within mere moments, close to half of the metal attribute spiritual chi in their treasures had been lost, and the light emanating from them dimmed significantly. It was quite clear that if things were to continue like this, these treasures would soon be reduced to useless pieces of scrap metal. All of the nearby cultivators were petrified to see this, but they could only look on in helplessness and despair. Just as the situation was truly about to get out of hand, the halberd projection suddenly shuddered and all of the fluctuations it was releasing abruptly ceased. The giant pillar of light then vanished on the spot, and at the same time, the leakage of metal attribute spiritual chi from the treasures in the surrounding area was also cut off. If it weren't for the fact that the auras of these treasures had become extremely feeble, the cultivators in the area could easily be led into thinking that they had just experienced a hallucination. Many people began to exchange bewildered glances with one another. Of course, it was soon determined that the phenomenon that had just taken place had stemmed from Han Li's abode. Everyone naturally came to the conclusion that Han Li had been refining a certain treasure that required an enormous influx of metal attribute spiritual chi, and they certainly didn't dare to demand compensation from a late body integration stage senior, so they could only lament their ill fortune. None of the elders of the city witnessed this phenomenon, but they received news of it shortly thereafter. They were rather surprised to hear about this, but didn't think much of it, and they didn't even send anyone to inquire Han Li about what had happened. At this point, the devilish army was becoming more and more active, and it was quite apparent to all cultivators of Deep Heaven City that a battle was imminent. Under these circumstances, the high-grade cultivators in the city naturally weren't going to concern themselves with something trivial like this. 2 months later, Han Li was seated in his secret chamber with golden light shimmering from his body. His eyes were tightly shut and his hand were clasped in front of his chest with a golden and silver talisman held between them. Above his head was a projection with 3 heads and 6 arms that was hovering at a low altitude. The projection's 3 faces were identical to Han Li's, and they each wore a different expression. Hovering above the 6 outstretched hands of the projection were 6 golden treasures of different descriptions, all of which seemed to be substantial objects with intricate silver runes inscribed all over them. These treasures were all releasing different phenomena, and it was quite clear that not only were they extremely powerful, they also possessed vastly different abilities. All of a sudden, Han Li's expression stirred slightly and the golden and silver talisman abruptly disappeared from between his hands as he opened his eyes. Almost at the exact same moment, the golden projection also vanished into his body. A ball of red light then shot forth into the secret chamber before landing in Han Li's grasp. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he appraised the ball of red light, then suddenly released his spiritual sense out of the secret chamber. His enormous spiritual sense instantly swept through all of the levels of the stone pagoda before stopping in the hall on the top floor. Seeing as she's come here in person, the devilish army must have already begun attacking the city. Otherwise, she wouldn't disrupt my seclusion for no good reason. Han Li murmured to himself as a solemn look appeared on his face. He waved a hand through to snuff out the ball of red light, then rose to his feet and flew out of the secret chamber as a streak of azure light. On the top floor of the stone pagoda, a silver-robed woman was waiting for him with a concerned look on her face. Xianxia, Yuetian, and the Ice Phoenix were standing nearby in a respectful manner. This woman was none other than Fairy Silver Light, and her brows were currently tightly furrowed. Rest assured, Senior, I've already sent a voice transmission talisman to Master, so he should be here soon, Xianxia reassured. Fairy Silver Light nodded in response. The devilish army has already begun to advance toward our Deep Heaven City, and an all-out battle is imminent, so it would be best if Brother Han can meet up with the elders of the city as soon as possible. You three can come with Brother Han as well. The elders will make sure not to send you out to battle too early, so you should have a greater chance of survival than the average cultivator. Thank you, Senior. Yuetian and Xianxia immediately expressed their gratitude, and a grateful look also appeared on the Ice Phoenix's face. Right at this moment, azure light flashed within the hall, and a humanoid figure suddenly appeared without any warning. Has the devilish army commenced their attack, fellow Taoist? This isn't just another harassment attack, is it? Han Li asked in a calm manner as soon as he appeared in the room. It's good to see you, Brother Han. The devilish army is indeed about to begin attacking the city, and they've deployed all of their devilish beasts and troops, so this definitely isn't just a harassment attack. Even that sacred ancestor Shuiguang clone seems to have appeared in the devilish army. I can see that your powers have received another significant boost as a result of your breakthrough, Brother Han. I can't even ascertain your exact cultivation base anymore, Fairy Silver Light said with an elated look on her face. Seeing as the situation is so urgent, I'll meet up with Brother Gu and the others right away. You can all come with me as well, Han Li said with a smile as he turned to his disciples and the Ice Phoenix. The three of them naturally agreed, and thus all of them immediately departed from the stone pagoda together, heading directly toward the direction that the devilish army was situated in. After flying for a short while, the gigantic city wall of Deep Heaven City appeared in the distance, and there was an enormous palace that resembled an island hovering in midair just behind the city wall. Han Li and the others flew toward the palace before landing on a massive platform in front of it, and there were already thousands of high-grade cultivators gathered on the scene. At the center of the platform was a stone pagoda that was over 1,000 feet tall, at the top of which stood several people. They were none other than the members of the panel of elders. Han Li naturally had no intention of hanging around with the ordinary cultivators, and he issued a few instructions to his disciples and the Ice Phoenix before flying toward the pagoda with Fairy Silver Light. The white-robed elderly man was ecstatic to see Han Li, and he immediately pointed toward the devilish army outside the city as he said, "Welcome, fellow Taoist Han. Take a look over there, that should be the clone of sacred ancestor Shuiguang." Han Li cast his gaze toward the same direction and blue light flashed through his eyes, allowing him to see the devilish army with an extremely high level of clarity. Even though it was situated several tens of kilometers away, amid the countless devilish battle arcs, there was a giant pyramid, at the tip of which stood a group of extremely eye-catching crimson-armored high-grade devilish beings. They were gathered around a giant carriage that was drawn by several devilish beasts, each with 5 lion heads, a layer of deep blue scales all over their bodies, and a long scorpion-like stinger extending behind each of them. The carriage itself was extremely intricate in design, with an inky black flag situated at its center, upon which were inscribed several large crimson devilish characters. Beneath the flag were clouds of churning devilish qi, within which stood a young man in a crimson suit of armor with 7 or 8 devilish lords standing on either side of him in a respectful manner. The young man bore an identical appearance to the 3 sacred ancestor Shuiguang clones who had pursued Han Li, and a hint of killing intent flashed through Han Li's eyes at the sight of him. The crimson-robed young man seemed to have immediately sensed something, and he turned to meet the gaze of Han Li's spirit eyes. His crimson pupils then instantly turned as black as ink, releasing a burst of bone-chilling suction force that attempted to forcibly draw in Han Li's gaze. Han Li's heart stirred as he forcibly cut off their eye contact with his immense spiritual sense, and the crimson-robed young man's expression changed slightly in response to this. "Did you discover something, fellow Taoist Shuiguang?" A lazy voice rang out from the other side of the beast-drawn carriage. The owner of the voice was a burly bronze-skinned man wearing a beast-hide garment. It was none other than the man whom Shuiguang had referred to as the number 1 devilish lord. He currently had his arms crossed and was leaning against the railing on the beast-drawn carriage in a lackadaisical manner. "A human cultivator was spying on us, but I startled him away. However, they were able to easily break free from my blacklight devilish eyes. So they're definitely no ordinary being," Shuiguang replied. "Oh? They were able to resist your devilish eyes? Could this be the target you want me to deal with, or perhaps that new late-body integration stage being?" The burly man asked as an excited look appeared on his face. "It's hard to say. In any case, this is definitely going to be a troublesome opponent. If you encounter them, I would suggest you take extra caution," Shuiguang said as his brows furrowed slightly. "Ha. Rest assured. All I'm concerned about is that this opponent won't be powerful enough to put up a good fight," the burly man chortled. Shuiguang could only shake his head with a wry smile in response. Meanwhile, over at Deep Heaven City, Han Li had his eyes tightly shut, and only after a long while did he manage to recover from the sense of dizziness he had been struck by. "Are you all right, fellow Taoist Han?" the white-robed elderly man asked in a concerned manner. "I'm fine. I was caught off guard by an opposing secret technique, but I'm all right now," Han Li replied with a nonchalant shake of his head. "That's good to hear. Have you managed to confirm if that man truly is the sacred ancestor Shuiguang clone?" the white-robed elderly man asked. "I have. That man has an identical appearance and aura to the sacred ancestor Shuiguang clones I've seen in the past, so he should be one as well," Han Li replied. "I see. The fact that this clone has appeared in the devilish army reaffirms the notion that they're planning to launch an all-out attack. We'll be counting on you to take on that clone, fellow Taoist Han. There's no need to defeat him. All you have to do is keep him occupied," Buddhist monk Jin Yu said with a solemn expression. He. Rest assured, fellow Taoists. As long as no other devilish beings intervene, this clone definitely won't be able to affect the rest of the battle," Han Li said with a confident smile. "We'll be counting on you then, Brother Han. We'll do our best to hold off all of the other devilish lords so they don't disrupt your battle," the white-robed elderly man assured in an elated manner. Han Li nodded and offered no response to this. After that, several of the elders that Han Li had met in the past all approached him with greetings, and they were clearly treating him more politely than they had in the past. It was quite clear that his status as a late-body integration cultivator had earned him some awe and veneration from the elders of the city. Han Li wasn't very familiar with these other members of the panel of elders, so he only exchanged some obligatory pleasantries with them before falling silent again. Right at this moment, a burst of loud rumbling rang out from the devilish army, following which hordes of ferocious devilish beasts rushed out of the sea of devilish chi. There were millions of devilish beasts with too many species among them to count. The devilish beasts rushed forward like a torrential flood, following which over 100 balls of black light flew out from among their ranks. Each ball of light contained a half-beast, half-human metamorphosis stage devilish beast, and under their instructions, the chaotic hordes of beasts instantly became neat and organized. Aside from the occasional low beastly snarl, no other sound rang out from among them. Aside from these ordinary devilish beasts, there were over 1,000 extremely eye-catching mountainous super devilish beasts dispersed throughout the hordes of beasts. There was no end in sight to this army of devilish beasts, and more of them continued to emerge from within the sea of devilish chi, as if there were truly no end to their numbers. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, Over 10 million devilish beasts had appeared, and the elders' expressions were becoming progressively more strained. How could there be so many devilish beasts? Wasn't there only supposed to be 5 million to 6 million? Elder Gu asked with a hint of alarm in his eyes. According to the information we had received earlier, there were indeed only supposed to be several million devilish beasts. These must be new additions to the devilish army. Buddhist monk Jin Yu explained in a calm manner. With so many devilish beasts present, this battle is not going to be an easy one, a black-robed demonic man murmured with a dark expression. Rest assured, fellow Taoists, these are only low-grade devilish beasts. No matter how many of them there are, they're not going to have a decisive effect on the battle. I had already considered such a potential situation in advance and prepared countermeasures accordingly. The white-robed elderly man said. I see. In that case, we'll leave it to you, Brother Gu. The other elders were quite relieved to hear this. The white-robed elderly man smiled as he flipped a hand over to summon a white formation plate, then said something into it, and moments later, bursts of astonishing energy fluctuations abruptly erupted as several giant formations emerged on the city wall. At the center of each formation hovered an altar that was as white as jade, and there were several ordinary-looking items situated on these altars. There was a dark blue bowl, an inky black gourd, a silver longsword, and a white screen-like object. Those are the 4 celestial river treasures. Isn't it overkill to be using them on low-grade devilish beings, Brother Gu? A demonic elder asked with a mixture of elation and concern on his face. These treasures are indeed extremely powerful, but their forte lies in their ability to attack massive areas. In comparison, they'll be much less effective when targeting individual powerful beings. As such, following some discussion with fellow Taoist Jin Yu, we decided to use them against these low-grade devilish beasts in the end. On one hand, we'll be able to kill a massive number of devilish beasts, and on the other hand, morale will be boosted. Otherwise, if we suffer a large number of casualties as soon as the battle begins, morale will inevitably plummet. I'm sure this is also the reasoning behind the devilish army's decision to send out all of these devilish beasts first, the white-robed elderly man explained. The other elders all felt this to be quite reasonable, so they nodded in response and didn't pry any further into the matter. There is indeed a massive number of devilish beasts, but the most troublesome beings to take care of will be those devilish elites. They seem to have been deployed as well, Hanli suddenly said. All of the elders hurriedly cast their eyes into the distance upon hearing this, and they discovered that groups of armor-clad devilish beings had appeared behind the hordes of beasts in the distance. These devilish beings were either riding atop different types of devilish steeds or flying through the air as gusts of black winds. They were all giving off a ruthless aura of bloodlust and following along silently behind the army of devilish beasts. If it weren't for Han Li's words of caution, the other elders wouldn't have noticed them. Amid the sound of rumbling war drums, a string of giant bell tolls suddenly erupted from within the sea of devilish chi, and the inky black giant arcs, as well as the enormous devilish pyramid, also emerged with countless devilish battle carriages around them. Have they gone insane? They're unleashing all of their power from the get-go. Are they not planning to keep any backup reserves? The white-robed elderly man exclaimed upon seeing this, and all of the other elders were also stunned by this development. It doesn't matter what the devilish army is planning, we just have to stop them. Brother Gu, we can't afford to panic at a time like this. Let's implement our original plan. Fellow Taoists, the survival of our deep heaven city could quite possibly hinge on the outcome of this battle. Buddhist monk Jin Yu suddenly yelled in a rousing manner. We'll be sure to give everything we have in this battle. I can't say that I'm willing to die for the city, but as long as there's any sliver of opportunity for victory, we won't give up, the black-robed demonic cultivator said. All of the other elders also nodded in agreement with grim expressions. The white-robed elderly man gave a pleased nod upon seeing this, then turned to Han Li and transmitted his voice to him. Han Li listened to what he had to say and considered it for a moment before nodding in response. The white-robed elderly man immediately clapped his hands together with glee, and a golden armored guard quickly descended from the top of the stone pagoda before extending a respectful bow toward the elders. Lead the way for fellow Taoist Han and do as we originally planned. Failure is not an option, the white-robed elderly man ordered in an authoritative voice. Yes, Senior Han, please come with me, the guard said as he turned toward Hanli in a respectful manner. Hanli nodded in response before flying down from the platform as a streak of azure light, and the golden-armored guard hurriedly followed along behind him. Moments later, Hanli arrived at a heavily guarded pavilion that wasn't situated very far away from the city wall down below. In the hall on the first floor of the pavilion, there were 36 male cultivators seated with their legs crossed around a giant formation that had been carved into the ground. These men were all wearing uniform azure tight-fitting robes, and all of them seemed to be between 30 to 40 years of age. There were wisps of green light emanating from their bodies, and this was a clear sign that they were all using an identical cultivation art. However, all of these male cultivators were only at the deity transformation stage, and Hanli's brows furrowed slightly upon realizing this. Furthermore, their auras were very unstable, and it was quite clear that they had forcibly attained their current cultivation bases through some special methods rather than through cultivation. All of these cultivators immediately rose to their feet at the sight of Hanli and the spatial tempering stage golden-armored guard. "We pay our respects to our seniors. This is Senior Han. He's the one that you'll have to assist during this battle. Make sure to do everything in your power to cooperate with Senior Han," the golden-armored guard said in a serious voice. The 36 Azure Cloud Guards pay our respects to Senior Han. These azure-robed men seemed to have already been notified of this arrangement in advance, so they weren't surprised at all. "No need for formalities. I heard that all of you can combine to set up a formation that can trap even a devilish lord for some time. Is that true?" Hanli asked. "That's right, Senior. Ever since we began cultivating, we've been striving toward the same azure glazed light formation. The azure glazed light formation is an ancient secret formation, and we've honed our mastery of this formation to perfection. The formation doesn't possess much offensive power, but it's extremely effective for trapping enemies and will definitely have no issues containing the average devilish lord." The leader of the azure-robed cultivators replied. "Good. Once we begin, just follow my orders," Hanli said with a pleased nod. The 36 cultivators naturally gave an affirmative response. After that, Hanli sat down right at the center of the giant formation and began to wait for something in silence. As for the golden-armored guard, his job was done, and he left the pavilion. Even though the entire pavilion was concealed within a layer of restrictions, the tsunami wave of beastly roars outside could still be heard within it. Immediately thereafter, resounding booms rang out, and countless fluctuations erupted all over Deep Heaven City. The pavilion began to tremor slightly as a result, and it was quite clear that the army of devilish beasts had begun to attack the city. The battle had commenced. The 36 azure-robed men all sat in a completely still manner with their eyes closed, completely ignoring what was happening around them. Meanwhile, Hanli released his enormous spiritual sense out of the restrictions around the pavilion to inspect the situation that was unfolding outside. With his current immensely powerful spiritual sense, he could easily detect everything within a radius of close to 10,000 kilometers under normal circumstances. However, all types of restrictions and formations had been activated in the city, and chaotic energy fluctuations were surging all over the battlefield, thereby severely limiting the scope of his spiritual sense to a radius of only several hundred kilometers. Even so, this was a large enough area for him to gather a rough idea of what was happening. Through his spiritual sense, Hanli discovered that not only was the army of devilish beasts surging toward the city wall like a torrential flood, those metamorphosis stage high-grade devilish beasts were also on the front lines. Even the weakest of these high-grade devilish beasts were at the spatial tempering stage, and there were even a few early body integration stage devilish beings among them. Under their leadership, the casualties suffered by the devilish army decreased significantly. Furthermore, those super devilish beasts were also shielding the low-grade devilish beasts, and they were doing so in a very cunning manner, gathering together in groups of 4 or 5 and taking turns to shield their brethren on a rotating basis. Thus, it was very difficult to inflict substantial damage on this army of devilish beasts. Atop the massive city wall, streaks of spiritual light were raining down in a torrential downpour, and occasionally a formation would light up on the city, unleashing large-scale attacks that targeted the densest parts of the army of devilish beasts. Compared to when the devilish army had only been unleashing harassment attacks, the retaliative measures being taken by Deep Heaven City had clearly become more intense. However, there were simply too many devilish beasts to deal with, and a large proportion of them had great defensive prowess. Many of them were able to continue charging toward the city wall even after taking multiple hits and sustaining severe wounds. Mountains of devilish beast carcasses quickly piled up at the foot of the city wall, but the devilish beasts continued to charge onward in a completely fearless manner. As more and more devilish beasts began to reach the restrictions around the city, the protective barrier encompassing Deep Heaven City finally began to show signs of strain. However, neither the Shuiguang clone nor the elders of Deep Heaven City displayed much of a reaction to this. Only after a series of cracks had begun to appear on the light barrier did the white-robed elderly man abruptly order, "Activate the formation. Unleash the 4 celestial river treasures, and spare no expense." A high-grade cultivator immediately appeared on each of the white altars, then made several hand seals in unison. All of the altars began to emit a buzzing sound, and these cultivators began to chant something while pointing at the treasures sitting on the altars. In the next instant, the gourd, screen, long sword, and bowl all began to emit a faint ringing sound. Immediately thereafter, 5 colored light flashed within the formation, and a burst of astonishing spiritual chi erupted forth before surging toward the 4 treasures in a frenzy. Spiritual light swirled over the surfaces of the 4 treasures, and they slowly rose up into the air before beginning to display their powers. The blue bowl and black gourd rotated in midair, then tipped themselves over to expel a swathe of blue crystalline sand and a streak of black water, respectively. The blue sand dispersed downward before the individual grains rapidly multiplied, forming a blue cloud of sand with no end in sight in the blink of an eye. The cloud then descended from above, and tens of thousands of devilish beasts were instantly inundated by it. The countless grains of sand within the cloud churned, and the devilish beasts felt as if countless sharp blades were slicing into their bodies. All of them were instantly reduced to mincemeat, and even their souls didn't manage to escape. As for the black water pouring out of the gourd, it transformed into an enormous waterfall with extremely corrosive properties. As it flowed through the army of devilish beasts, countless devilish beasts instantly had their flesh and bones eroded away, reducing them to nothingness in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the silver longsword transformed into a gargantuan blade that was over 10,000 feet in length, then exploded into thousands of silver sword projections amid a resounding boom. These sword projections instantly appeared in the air above the devilish beasts, then swept through their ranks with reckless abandon, slicing through their bodies like tofu. As for the white screen, it was the most understated of the 4 treasures. It merely swelled to around several acres in size, then silently fell upon the horde of devilish beasts before it. What was very alarming was that when the screen rose up into the air again, all of the devilish beasts beneath it had vanished. Within mere moments, the screen had erased several thousand devilish beasts from existence, and all of the nearby devilish beasts immediately fled in a panicked manner, not daring to get close to the treasure. It had only been a short while since the 4 celestial river treasures had been released, but hundreds of thousands of devilish beasts had already been wiped out. However, the emergence of these treasures was also met by retaliation from the high-grade devilish beings on the battlefield. Several long cries rang out as a black cloud, a gust of yellow wind, and 2 streaks of crimson light rose up from behind the army of devilish beasts before hurtling directly toward the 4 treasures. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and he withdrew his spiritual sense. There was no need for him to continue expending his spiritual sense to see what happened next. The 4 celestial river treasures were indeed extremely powerful, but they were definitely going to be repressed by the high-grade devilish beings, and after that, a true clash of power would ensue between the 2 sides. The most powerful beings among the 2 armies definitely weren't going to join the battle right away. Only after one of either the army of devilish beasts or the restrictions of Deep Heaven City had been wiped out would the true battle begin. Prior to that, all he had to do was wait. He had already decided that he was definitely not going to let that Shuiguang clone leave this battlefield alive. Time passed by slowly, and the tremors running through the pavilion continued to persist. The occasional earth-shattering boom could be heard even through the restrictions around the pavilion, and it was quite clear that the battle outside was an extremely intense one. However, Han Li and the azure-robed men were completely unmoved and continued to sit in silence. 6 hours later, The tremors running through the hall abruptly ceased. But at the same time, a burst of harrowing fluctuations swept forth amid a string of rumbling explosions. Normal cultivators and low-grade devilish beasts wouldn't be capable of releasing such fluctuations, so it was clear that the high-grade beings of both sides had already sprung into action. Judging from the intensity of the energy fluctuations and the frequency of the explosions, the devilish army seemed to have deployed all of their elite forces at once. Otherwise, the battle wouldn't be this intense. Even as these thoughts flashed through Han Li's mind, he remained completely expressionless. All of a sudden, an ear-piercing screech tore through the restrictions outside and traveled directly into the pavilion. And even Han Li's ears were beginning to throb with pain upon hearing this sound. His expression changed slightly as he immediately swept a sleeve through the air, releasing a burst of gray light that formed a barrier around the entire hall. He then cast his gaze toward the 36 azure-robed cultivators, upon which he discovered that all of them were groaning with pain with their hands over their heads, and there were faint traces of blood trickling out of their ears. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, and he suddenly gave a cold harumph. The sound was quite a harsh one, but as soon as it traveled into the ears of the 36 cultivators, the agonized looks on their faces were instantly significantly alleviated, and they managed to sit up again. A long while later, these cultivators finally managed to repress the discomfort they were suffering from by circulating their magic power through their own bodies, and their leader turned to Han Li with a grateful salute. "Thank you, Senior. Don't mention it. I require your assistance, so I naturally won't let any harm befall all of you." Judging from the power of that voice, a devilish lord must have joined the battle. "Take this time to recover as much as you can. We won't be staying here for much longer," Han Li said. "Yes, Senior Han." The man gave an affirmative reply before hurriedly closing his eyes to meditate once again. Meanwhile, a contemplative look appeared on Han Li's face, and he released his spiritual sense out of the pagoda again. At this point, the 4 celestial river treasures were already nowhere to be seen. As for the massive army of devilish beasts, around 90% of it had been wiped out, and the remaining devilish beasts were all severely wounded. The super devilish beasts were also close to being completely wiped out, and there were only a little more than several of them left on the battlefield. All of them had extremely frail auras, and it was clear that they wouldn't be able to play much more of a role in this battle. In the place of the army of devilish beasts was an army of armor-clad devilish beings, of which there were around 7 million to 8 million. All of the devilish beings among them who were at the nascent soul stage or above had risen up into the air, while the remaining devilish beings could only charge toward the city wall on foot. Within a certainly heavily guarded secret area in Deep Heaven City, there was a super formation that was currently being activated. The formation spanned an area of over 10,000 acres, and it was comprised of over 1,000 smaller formations. The super formation was releasing an invisible flight restriction that encompassed the entirety of Deep Heaven City, as well as the surrounding nearby area. However, in contrast with normal flight restrictions, this one seemed to only affect devilish beings, while all humans remained immune to its effects. Unfortunately, the devilish beings were superior to the cultivators guarding the city wall both in numbers and in terms of overall powers, so even with this disadvantage, they were still able to storm onto the wall, where a chaotic battle had ensued. The protective light barrier around Deep Heaven City had already vanished, and in the air above the city there were high-grade beings from both sides locked in fierce battles. Groups of beings who were at the deity transformation stage or above were waging battle in the air, and all types of attacks were clashing overhead amid a constant string of resounding booms, creating a spectacular light show up above. Among the battles taking place in the air, there were a few that were particularly eye-catching. In one battle, a black devilish cloud had intertwined with a vast expanse of blue liquid, and they were rapidly rotating to form a giant vortex that was over 100 acres in area. Loud thunderclaps rang out incessantly from within the vortex, and a blue humanoid figure with blue lightning flashing all over their body was engaged in a fierce battle with an inky black humanoid figure. Not far away from the vortex was a massive gray light barrier that encompassed an area in excess of 10,000 feet. Within the light barrier was a giant devilish projection that was expelling gusts of ferocious winds out of its mouth. These gusts of wind then transformed into huge wind blades that swept toward an opposing elderly man who was wielding a giant fan with both hands. As he waved the fan through the air, Blue and red light surged toward the wind blades before transforming into powerful fire and water attribute energy, and both sides were evenly matched. In another battle, there was a black-robed man with a small crimson drum held in one hand high over his own head. He was striking the drum with his other hand, and a burst of red sound waves were proliferating through the air all around him. His opponent was a giant devilish bird with the head of a beauty. The bird had an entirely green body with 4 wings on its back, and it was emitting an ear-piercing screeching sound that managed to hold its own against the red sound waves. There were no other human, demonic, or devilish beings within a radius of several kilometers around them, clearly indicating that their soundwave attacks were capable of impacting a huge area. The sharp screech that had torn through the restrictions around the pagoda that Han Li was situated in had been unleashed by none other than this devilish bird. Thankfully, both of them were using soundwave attacks that could nullify one another. Otherwise, if their soundwave attacks were to disperse throughout the battlefield, countless casualties would result. After scouring the battlefield to ensure that the Shueguang clone hadn't yet joined the battle, Han Li immediately withdrew his spiritual sense. His mission was only to oppose that Shueguang clone. Seeing as Deep Heaven City was still able to hold its own against the devilish army, there was no need for him to step in. As the devilish lords and elders of the city began to enter the fray, the battle became a lot more intense. There were clearly more devilish lords than the body integration stage elders of Deep Heaven City, but the humans and demons were making up the numbers by sending out groups of spatial tempering cultivators, all of whom were wearing strange attire of different vibrant colors. Derisive smiles appeared on the faces of the devilish lords, yet just as they were about to crush these seemingly mismatched opponents, some of the cultivators suddenly pulled out pills that they quickly stuffed into their own mouths. Immediately thereafter, their bodies expanded drastically in size, and thick fur appeared all over their skin, while their teeth transformed into sharp fangs. They had all adopted half-demon forms, and their auras had clearly been significantly elevated as well. It was clear that the pills they had just taken were meant to stimulate their latent potential. Meanwhile, another group of cultivators raised their hands to release a series of inky black bracelets, and in the next instant fierce winds were swept up as a series of huge purple-armored puppets emerged out of thin air. These puppets had pale faces that were completely devoid of blood and pairs of bright green eyes. This was a batch of extremely rare corpse puppets. As soon as these corpse puppets appeared, green light flashed through their eyes as they pounced towards several devilish lords up ahead. Hundreds of these puppets had been summoned at once, and as they rushed forward, fierce winds were swept up behind them. The devilish lords chuckled coldly as they conjured up massive devilish palms to swat the puppets down from the heavens or expelled streaks of black light out of their mouths to slice the puppets apart with ease. In the blink of an eye, the army of puppets had been completely wiped out. Yet just as the devilish lords were about to attack the cultivators who had summoned those puppets, all of the dismembered puppets suddenly regenerated back to their original condition amid bursts of tumbling black chi. Immediately thereafter, these puppets pounced toward the devilish lords again. Immortal bodies. These puppets aren't as simple as they look, one of the devilish lords exclaimed. Meanwhile, there were several hundred black-robed cultivators seated in an expressionless manner on the ground within a stone pagoda in Deep Heaven City. Before each of them hovered a black wooden puppet that was around half a foot tall, and these wooden puppets had gray runes all over their bodies, as well as faint black chi swirling all around them. These cultivators were constantly making different hand seals, causing the puppets to twist and move as if they were living beings. Just as the devilish lords were reeling from the discovery that these puppets possessed immortal bodies, another group of cultivators abruptly stomped their feet down onto the ground, and a series of massive formation plates emerged beneath them. Flashes of light immediately appeared around the devilish lords, and these cultivators instantly appeared out of thin air. All of them were holding flags that were flashing with 5-colored light, and they were waving the flags through the air as if their lives depended on it. Boom! A resounding boom rang out as layers of 5-colored clouds and mist surged out of the flags in a frenzy to completely inundate the devilish lords. Within the clouds and mist, silver runes tumbled and surged incessantly, and roars of shock and fury immediately rang out. Bursts of violent auras crashed around from within the restriction, but not even a single devilish lord was able to escape. However, as a result, the auras were becoming more and more violent, and a string of rumbling booms began to ring out. Right at this moment, the demonic cultivators who had taken on half-demon forms all summoned golden and silver talismans that they plastered onto their own bodies, and they all transformed into gusts of demonic winds that rushed into the cloud and mist. The rumbling within the cloud and mist instantly intensified even further, and the demonic and devilish auras clashed and intertwined, seemingly evenly matched with one another. With the assistance of the corpse puppets, the half-demon cultivators had managed to trap a total of 7 devilish lords. At the same time, spiritual light flashed inside Deep Heaven City, and over 100 stone pagodas that were tens of thousands of feet tall rose up from the ground before hurtling directly toward the devilish army. The giant battle arcs and devilish pyramid within the devilish army immediately blasted forth countless black pillars of light in retaliation, but 5-colored light swirled around the surfaces of the massive pagodas, keeping all of the pillars of light at bay. As soon as the pagodas reached close to the devilish army, all of their doors were flung open at once, and countless puppets and spirit beasts erupted forth like a swarm of locusts. The giant arcs and devilish pyramid contained a large number of devilish beings as well, and they also emerged to oppose the oncoming enemies. At this point, Han Li had already withdrawn his spiritual sense, so he was naturally completely oblivious to what was happening outside. He knew that at this stage of the battle, it wouldn't be long before he and azure-robed cultivators were going to be called upon. Sure enough, around an hour later, a loud buzzing sound suddenly rang out from the giant formation beneath him, and a burst of white light was released to inundate all of the azure-robed cultivators. The azure-robed cultivators were initially quite startled by this, and they hurriedly brought out a triangular jade badge each. Spiritual light of different colors emerged from these jade badges, forming a purple rune that revolved around their bodies. Han Li's heart stirred upon seeing this, yet before he had a chance to do anything, the white light emanating from the formation swelled drastically, instantly teleporting him away along with the 36 male cultivators. Moments later, the white light in the formation faded, and Han Li and the others were nowhere to be seen. At the same time, a giant light formation appeared out of thin air, and Han Li and the 36 male cultivators re-emerged amid a flash of spiritual light. The positions that the male cultivators had appeared in seemed to have been meticulously planned out in advance, forming an extremely profound formation around Han Li and 4 other cultivators. In the instant that Han Li appeared, black chi swirled all over his body, and he instantly donned a suit of black armor. At the same time, specks of azure light flashed around him, and 72 small azure swords shot forth out of his body. Only then did he cast his gaze toward the 4 people before him, among which were the white-haired elderly man and Buddhist monk Jinyu. Both of them had several treasures around them, but one was very pale, while the other had bloodstains all over their robes, and it was quite clear that the battle had not treated them well. In particular, the chest of the white-robed elderly man's robes had been completely torn open, and he was missing an entire arm. Standing before them was a crimson-robed young man, and a burly bronze-skinned man in a beast-hide garment. The burly man held a mace that was shimmering with green flames while holding a bloody arm in his other hand. That arm seemed to belong to none other than the white-robed elderly man. The white-robed elderly man and Buddhist monk Jinyu's expressions eased slightly at the sight of Han Li and the 36 male cultivators, and both the crimson-robed young man and the burly man also turned to them in unison. Upon catching sight of Han Li, the young man's eyes were immediately filled with resentment, while a dangerous look flashed through the burly man's eyes. "Fellow Taoist Shuiguang, is this the person you wanted me to target? His cultivation base seems to be higher than you proclaimed," the burly man said as he turned to the young man with a dark expression. Shuiguang was initially quite stunned by Han Li's improved cultivation base, but an enlightened look then appeared on his face. This is indeed that Han brat, but he should only be at the mid-body integration stage. Oh, I get it now, he must have been the one making that breakthrough a while back. Rest assured, Brother Xiang, he's only just progressed to the late-body integration stage, so he won't even have had sufficient time to consolidate his cultivation base. It'll be a simple matter for you to take care of him. Are you sure he's the one who made that breakthrough? If another late-body integration cultivator shows up, you'll be in huge trouble, the burly man said as he turned to Han Li with a sinister smile. Even if there's another late-body integration cultivator, I'll take care of them. You just worry about taking down this Han brat for me, Shui Guang replied in a cold voice. Hee, in that case, I have nothing else to say, just leave this human brat to me. It looks like you'll have your hands full dealing with this formation, the burly man said with a nonchalant look on his face. The formation that he was referring to was none other than the formation conjured up by the 36 male cultivators as soon as they'd appeared. The formation consisted of layers of azure light barriers with countless silver runes surging over their surfaces, and it encompassed the entire surrounding area with a radius of several kilometers. A temporary formation set up by a bunch of deity transformation cultivators won't be able to trouble me, Shui Guang said in a disdainful manner. This formation and that human brat are most likely the trump cards prepared against you by the humans. It's not as simple as it looks, the burly man said with a shake of his head. Oh, I forgot that you were quite well versed in the art of formations as well. Is there something special about this formation? Shui Guang asked in a surprised manner. I can't see much in such a short time. All I was able to ascertain is that this formation is most likely a spatial restriction, the burly man replied. A spatial formation? That is indeed a little troublesome. Thank you for your words of caution, Brother Xiong, Shui Guang said as his expression darkened slightly. Just as the two devilish beings were communicating with one another, Han Li turned to the white-robed elderly man with furrowed brows and asked, What's going on here, Brother Gu? Why are you two here and in such bad condition at that? Who is this late-body integration stage devilish lord? Han Li's expression remained unchanged, but a chill had run down his spine in the instant that he had caught sight of the burly devilish lord. A wry smile appeared on the white-robed elderly man's face, and he replied with a hint of lingering fear in his eyes, Things seem to be more troublesome than expected, Brother Han. We have no idea where this devilish lord came from, and we don't have any information on him. Fellow Taoist Jean and I had tried to split up the two of them before summoning you here, but this devilish lord is far more powerful than we anticipated. Fellow Taoist Jean was severely wounded after just a single attack, and one of my arms was torn off as well. Never did I think that there would be such a monstrous body integration stage being. It's almost like he's Buddhist Master Jean. You took over from where the white-robed elderly man had left off. It's almost like he's a half-step grand ascension stage being. You have to be careful, Brother Han. This devilish lord is most likely going to be far more difficult to deal with than that sacred ancestor clone. All of our other body integration cultivators are occupied, including even the body integration stage elders who had been in seclusion in the city for countless years and the envoys sent here by the Holy Island, so we're the only ones who can take on these two devilish beings. If we lose, this battle will also be lost. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and he released his spiritual sense throughout the surrounding area, upon which he discovered that there were indeed several unfamiliar auras who were battling inky black devils with 3 heads and 6 arms each. Those are elder devils, Han Li exclaimed at the sight of those black devils. Indeed, those are devilish beings with the purest devilish bloodline. At the same cultivation base, these body integration stage elder devils are even more powerful than other devilish lords. If it weren't for the emergence of these fearsome devils, we wouldn't have been forced to summon you here early, the white-robed elderly man said with a dark expression. I see. I assume you would like me to take on this late body integration stage devilish lord. But what about that sacred ancestor clone? Han Li asked. The white-robed elderly man and Buddhist monk Jean Yu exchanged a glance before the former gritted his teeth and said, With this spatial formation to assist us, we should be able to at least keep this clone occupied for a while. You can focus wholeheartedly on facing this devilish lord. Brother Han. Blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes upon hearing this, and he cast his gaze toward the burly man. The burly devilish man just so happened to be looking at him as well, and their eyes immediately met. The deranged excitement on the burly man's face gradually became more pronounced, and faint silver light was shimmering within his pupils. All of a sudden, the burly man rushed forward and appeared at the center of the light barrier, then tossed the elderly man's arm into the air before lashing out with his mace. A resounding boom rang out as the dismembered arm rained down from above as scraps of flesh and blood, filling the entire light barrier with a strong bloody odor. As soon as the blood rained down onto the burly man, it transformed into vibrant red patterns that spread all over his skin. As a result, it was as if the burly man had donned a crimson-runed garment, which created quite a peculiar sight to behold. The white-robed elderly man's expression darkened significantly upon seeing this. But the burly man paid no heed to him at all as he made an extremely arrogant provocative hand gesture toward Han Li. Han Li knew that a battle was unavoidable, and he immediately turned to the pair of elders. As we discussed just now, leave this devilish lord to me, but make sure you get that Shuiguang clone far away from here. I don't want any other unforeseeable factors to affect my battle. As soon as his voice trailed off, he vanished into thin air without waiting for a reply from the two elders, then re-emerged amid a flash of azure light several hundred feet away from the burly man. A ferocious light flashed through the burly man's eyes, and he swung his mace toward Han Li without any hesitation. The green devilish flames on the mace swept forth as a wall of flames that was over 100 feet tall, hurtling directly toward Han Li with devastating might. At the same time, the burly man clenched his other hand into a fist and also launched it toward Han Li from afar in what seemed to be a completely harmless and nonchalant manner. Han Li's expression darkened upon seeing this, and the azure flying swords around him conjured up layers of azure light barriers that flew directly toward the wall of flames, and at the same time he reached a fist out of one of his sleeves. The fist was shimmering with golden light and looked as if it had been forged from gold, and there were faint golden runes surging all over it. This was a clear indication that he was close to reaching full mastery in his Provenance True Devil arts. In the instant that the azure light barriers came into contact with the wall of flames, a string of erratic cracks and pops rang out, and azure light and green flames instantly exploded like exuberant fireworks. All of a sudden, an earth-shattering boom rang out near the wall of flames and azure light barriers, and a gust of fierce green winds emerged alongside a golden fist projection without any warning. The two clashed violently, sending devastating shockwaves proliferating outward in all directions, causing the entire heavens to tremor and quake. Both Han Li and the burly man shuddered as they took several involuntary steps backward. As opposed to being alarmed by this, the excitement on the burly man's face only grew more pronounced, and he let loose a loud roar as he abruptly tossed his mace up into the air, then made a rapid string of hand seals before pointing a finger up at the weapon. The devilish flames on the surface of the mace instantly reared up before transforming into 8 green fiery WRMs that pounced directly toward Han Li. Each WRM was over 300 feet in length, with a single purple horn on each of their heads and green flames surging out of their mouths. Han Li immediately made a hand seal upon seeing this, and the azure sword projections around him converged to form a massive sword at his behest before sweeping through the air. A resounding thunderclap rang out as countless golden arcs of lightning erupted out of the giant sword in a frenzy. The 8 fiery WRMs were instantly sliced in half by the massive sword, then reduced to devilish flames again by the formidable golden lightning. In the next instant, the giant azure sword vanished into thin air before instantly reappearing directly above the burly man's head amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. The sword was over 1,000 feet in length, with golden lightning revolving all over its surface, and as it crashed down from above, a burst of enormous invisible pressure began to descend upon the burly man. In response, the burly man's expression darkened slightly as brilliant crimson light suddenly appeared over one of his arms, and he swept the arm upward to conjure up a dazzling crimson sun. The giant azure sword was instantly destroyed amid a resounding boom, and it seemed that this crimson light was imbued with some kind of incredible power. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this, and he suddenly made a grabbing motion with both hands. Azure light flashed within his grasp, and 2 azure sword projections appeared before combining to form a giant azure sword again. He flicked his wrists, and the massive sword in his hands split up into 72 small swords once again before revolving around his body. The burly man chuckled coldly, and the dazzling crimson light on his arm faded as a piece of strange crimson armor appeared over his entire arm. The piece of armor had intricate patterns on its surface that were identical to the crimson patterns previously seen on his arm, as if the armor had been manifested from those patterns in the first place. It was quite alarming to Han Li that such a nondescript-looking piece of armor was able to destroy the giant sword projection he had unleashed so easily. All of a sudden, the burly man pointed a finger forward once again, and the green devilish flames surged before transforming into a giant 8-headed devilish WIRM projection. The massive projection encompassed virtually the entire sky, and it pounced directly toward Han Li, aiming to tear his body into shreds. In the face of such a ferocious counterattack, Han Li remained completely expressionless and didn't even move in the slightest. However, a golden pillar of light suddenly erupted into the air behind him, and within the pillar of light was a projection with 3 heads and 6 arms. The projection swung its 6 arms through the air, and a series of golden fist projections immediately hurtled through the air, completely destroying the oncoming devilish WRM. The golden light then faded, and the devilish projection gained a substantial form as it hovered high above Han Li's head, appraising the burly man up ahead in a completely expressionless manner. The burly man faltered initially upon seeing this before a hint of bloodlust flashed through his eyes. Oh? This golden body seems to be related to the cultivation arts of our holy race. Looks like I really will be able to enjoy a good battle here. As soon as his voice trailed off, countless balls of inky black devilish chi surfaced all over his body, and the crimson patterns on his skin instantly began to glow. After the black chi dispersed, a full suit of crimson armor had appeared over the burly man's body. He threw his head back and guffawed as he slammed his own fists together in front of himself, and a devilish projection that was around 100 feet tall appeared behind him as well. Immediately thereafter, the burly man abruptly vanished amid a gust of fierce winds, and Han Li's pupils instantly contracted upon seeing this as a pair of translucent wings appeared on his back amid a loud thunderclap. He flapped the wings gently and countless silver arcs of lightning sprang forth, following which he and the Provenance golden body vanished into thin air as well. In the next instant, 2 humanoid figures emerged nearby, and one of them had fearsome lightning crackling all over his body while the other was enveloped in a cloud of formidable devilish chi. Both of them were simultaneous cultivators with immense confidence in their own physical bodies, and a string of violent clashes ensued. Not only were Han Li and the burly man engaged in a physical brawl, they were also attacking one another with different treasures and abilities, and they seemed to be evenly matched. The white-robed elderly man and Buddhist monk Jin Yu were both stunned and ecstatic to see this. They already had a very high opinion of Han Li, but they didn't think that he would actually have the power to contend with this burly devilish man. In contrast with the elation in their eyes, the Shueguang clone's expression darkened even further, and a vicious light flashed through his eyes as he suddenly raised a hand to release something. However, right at this moment, a white light formation abruptly emerged beneath him before immediately releasing a burst of spatial fluctuations. Crap! The Shueguang clone had the knowledge and experience of a Grand Ascension stage powerful being, and it immediately tried to rush out of the formation, but it was already too late. The space around him warped, and the surrounding environment changed drastically as he found himself in a strange space that was filled with faint white mist. Within the same space, the white-robed elderly man and Buddhist monk Jin Yu were appraising him with grim expressions. "Humph! You two dare to try and stop me? So be it, I'll take care of both of you, then go after that Han brat," the Shueguang clone said as a hint of killing intent flashed through his cold eyes. The white-robed elderly man turned to Buddhist monk Jin Yu with a calm expression and said, "Looks like we'll really have to give it our all here, fellow Taoist Jin. If you have any abilities or treasures that you've been hiding, now would be the time to bring them out. Either he dies in here, or we die. Of course, I'm going to keep this devil here even if I have to give my life to do so," Buddhist monk Jin Yu said with a determined look in his eyes. "Haha, that's all I needed to hear," the white-robed elderly man chortled as he suddenly flipped his hands over to reveal a pair of treasures. One of them was a fan refined from 7 colored feathers that was glowing with red light, while the other was a string of 5 shimmering silver interconnected rings. 7 flame fan and unbroken rings. You really are hiding some powerful spirit treasures, Brother Gu. Buddhist monk Jin Yu's eyes immediately lit up with elation at the sight of these 2 treasures. Immediately thereafter, he swept his own kasaya through the air to release a torrent of countless Buddhist runes, which then transformed into 18 golden Buddha projections. Initially, these Buddha projections were only just barely visible, but mere moments later, all of them attained substantial forms amid a flash of golden light. Golden bodies. No, those are only crude replicas. The Shueguang clone was initially quite alarmed to see these Buddha projections, but a derisive smile then quickly appeared on his face. Even if they're only golden body replicas, 18 of them is more than enough to vanquish a devil like you, Buddhist monk Jinyu said as he abruptly made a hand seal, and a 7-colored halo that was several tens of feet in size appeared behind his head. The 7-colored halo swept over the 18 golden Buddha projections, and all of them opened their eyes as if they had sprung to life. Shuiguang's expression darkened upon seeing this, and he laid a hand onto the back of his own head without any hesitation, upon which a giant crimson skull emerged amid a sharp ringing sound. The skull was around 50 to 60 feet in size, and there were countless wisps of gray chi revolving around it. As soon as it appeared, it let loose a ferocious roar and released an astonishing baleful aura. The white-robed elderly man immediately flapped his 7-flame fan toward the distance and also tossed the 5 shimmering unbroken rings forward at the same time. The 7-flame fan was the spirit treasure that inspired the creation of the replica tri-flame fan, which Han Li had used back in the human world. That spirit treasure replica had helped him overcome countless powerful enemies in the past, and the spirit treasure itself was naturally even more formidable. A rumbling boom rang out as countless crimson runes swept forth from the surface of the fan, then transformed into a crimson fiery bird that was around 100 feet in size. The fiery bird flapped its wings and 7-colored flames surged forth from its body, filling the entire heavens with a scorching aura as the flames swept toward the Shuiguang clone. As for the 5 silver rings, in the instant that they were tossed forward, they transformed into 5 giant rings that were arranged into a line next to one another. It was as if 5 silver full moons had appeared in the sky, and they descended in unison. Meanwhile, Buddhist monk Jinyu had also sprung into action, chanting a profound incantation that caused the 18 golden Buddha projections to vanish in a flash. In the next instant, golden light flashed around the Shuiguang clone, and the Buddha projections re-emerged in a completely silent manner. Even though they weren't doing anything, bursts of tremendous invisible force were converging toward Shuiguang from all sides. Shuiguang harumphed coldly as a crimson devilish cloud emerged from his body, and he swept his sleeves through the air, sending countless balls of crimson light flying in all directions. At the same time, the crimson skull behind him blurred before hurtling directly toward the fiery bird as a projection. Thus, a fierce battle ensued between the Shuiguang clone and the pair of body integration stage elders. A rumbling boom akin to an explosive thunderclap rang out, and Han Li's mountains were wrenched out of his grasp while his body was forced back for over 100 feet before he managed to just barely steady himself. A slightly abnormal flush appeared on his face, then disappeared in a flash, and at the same time, the burly devilish man had also been forced back for over 100 feet. Meanwhile, Han Li's golden body was engaged in a ferocious battle against a mountainous, inky black monster. Golden light intertwined with black chi amid a string of rumbling explosions, but both the Provenance golden body and the mountainous black monster were able to shrug off each other's attacks with ease. At most, they would be forced back for a short distance before immediately pouncing toward their opponent again, and it was as if they both possessed indestructible bodies. Not bad. This is the first time I've encountered someone who's able to match the power of my physical body. However, if this is the extent of your power, then there's no point in continuing this, the burly man said as he flexed his faintly throbbing wrists. The insanity on his face had already disappeared and had been replaced by a frosty expression. Don't you think you're spewing too much manure out of that big mouth of yours? Han Li countered in an expressionless manner as he circulated his own enormous spiritual power, and the slight discomfort he was experiencing was instantly alleviated. Humph. I was trying to allow you to live for a bit longer. Seeing as you're interested in accepting my generosity, I'll send you on your way. The burly man guffawed as the devilish projection behind him instantly adopted a substantial form, revealing itself to be a massive 3-headed devilish lion. As soon as the projection attained a substantial body, its aura was significantly enhanced, and a layer of crimson flames instantly appeared over the surface of the burly man's suit of armor. The burly man then chuckled coldly as he slowly raised his hands before pointing his fingers toward Han Li and slowly closing his eyes. Meanwhile, the 3 heads of the devilish lion slowly opened their eyes, casting their gaze toward Han Li in a completely emotionless manner. Han Li was immediately struck by a bone-chilling sensation upon seeing this, and he hurriedly made a hand seal upon which the Provenance golden body that was locked in combat with the black monster in the distance abruptly vanished. At the same time, his body swelled drastically in size, and he instantly transformed into a giant golden ape that was over 100 feet tall. Golden light flashed behind the giant ape, and the golden body appeared before combining as one with the golden ape. As a result, the golden ape's aura was significantly enhanced, and two mountains, one black and one azure, also appeared beside it. Right at this moment, crimson light flashed from the hands of the burly man, and two extremely dense pillars of crimson light erupted forth. The devilish lion behind him also opened its 3 mouths to expel 3 pillars of light, which were azure, black, and white in color. After just a single flash, the 5 pillars of light combined as one mid-flight to form an even thicker pillar of 4-colored light. The pillar of light wasn't releasing any sound at all, but the terrifying power imbued within it made even Han Li shudder with apprehension. He immediately placed his hands onto the 2 mountains beside him, then injected his magic power into them in a frenzy. The pair of mountains swayed before swelling to several thousand feet in size, forming a massive barricade in front of Han Li. In the next instant, the 4-colored pillar of light struck the pair of mountains with tremendous force, and an earth-shattering boom rang out as a burst of 4-colored light rose to over 10,000 feet tall, then completely inundated both of the mountains in its path, as well as the giant ape behind the mountains. Within the 4-colored light, the 2 extreme mountains rapidly shrank as their surfaces warped and twisted, and they both vanished within the span of just a few breaths. Without the barricade formed by the 2 extreme mountains, the fearsome 4-colored light was free to surge directly toward Han Li. The giant golden ape immediately let loose a thunderous roar as a suit of black devilish armor appeared over its body, and the suit of armor released countless black runes, which formed a giant black light barrier that kept the torrent of 4-colored light at bay. A string of resounding booms rang out as the black light barrier strained and groaned, looking as if it could collapse at any moment. The golden ape let loose another ferocious roar as golden light swirled over its body, and it swelled to over 10 times its original size. At the same time, 2 more heads and 4 additional arms appeared on its body amid a flash of golden light, transforming it into a colossal ape with 3 heads and 6 arms. As soon as the transformation was complete, Han Li made a grabbing motion upward with all 6 of his hands, and 6 balls of piercing golden light emerged in unison before combining, as one to form a golden vortex that was around an acre in size. The golden vortex rotated on the spot, releasing a burst of tremendous power that clashed in a vicious manner with the sea of 4-colored light. Another deafening boom rang out, and powerful shockwaves swept forth in all directions, causing the nearby space to twist and warp, as if it were about to be torn apart. The burly man's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and he immediately withdrew the pillars of crimson light being released by his hands. Furthermore, his face had paled slightly in the wake of that attack, seemingly indicating that he had expended a lot of energy to unleash it. At the same time, the 3-headed devilish lion also closed all 3 of its mouths to cease its attacks, and the light in its 6 eyes had dimmed significantly as well. However, after the dazzling lights faded to reveal what lay in the distance, a look of astonishment appeared on the burly man's face for the first time. The giant golden ape was still standing, making a series of hand seals with its 6 hands. Not only had the massive golden vortex in front of it not disappeared, it had swelled to over 10 times its original size, and golden halos were being released from its center. That attack I just unleashed was about as powerful as a casual strike from a grand Ascension stage being. It seems I really did underestimate you, the burly man said with a hint of surprise in his eyes. It would be rude not to reciprocate, so why don't you take one of my attacks as well? Han Li said in a cold voice as he made a grabbing motion with all 6 of his hands, and the giant vortex was rapidly compressed into a head-sized ball of golden light. Han Li then abruptly stepped forward, and his enormous body instantly vanished alongside the golden ball of light. The burly man's pupils contracted upon seeing this, and he immediately looked up just in time to see Han Li reappear above him amid a flash of golden light before hurling the golden ball of light viciously downward from above. The golden ball of light wasn't very large, but as soon as it was hurled through the air, it instantly reverted back into a giant vortex that came crashing down toward the burly man. A burst of enormous invisible force erupted out of the vortex, forcing the burly man down into a hunched-over position. At the same time, the nearby space twisted and warped, looking as if it were about to crumble at any moment. An unhealthy flush appeared on the burly man's face, and his body was also trembling slightly under the fearsome pressure exerted upon him by the vortex. But he refused to be crushed. A vicious light flashed through his eyes as he let loose a loud roar, and a burst of piercing crimson flames erupted over his suit of battle armor while an extremely formidable aura surged out of his body. The crimson flames charred the nearby space black, and the tremendous force weighing down upon him was alleviated, allowing him to stand up straight again before making a grabbing motion upward. The three-headed devilish lion above him instantly exploded into a cloud of black mist amid a dull thump, and the mist swept toward his hand before forming an inky black devilish spear that was around 10 feet in length. The entire spear was shimmering with black spiritual light, and the spearhead was split up into 3 prongs, all of which were covered in blue spiritual symbols and engraved with the image of a fierce lion's head. A ferocious look appeared on the burly man's face as he hurled the spear through the air, and it instantly vanished into the center of the vortex. In the instant that the spear vanished into the enormous vortex, the latter instantly shattered amid a dull thump, then disintegrated into countless specks of spiritual light. The burly made a grabbing motion again, and the inky black devilish spear re-emerged before he tossed it through the air a second time without any hesitation. On this occasion, the spear was targeting the 3-headed giant ape in the distance, who was rooted to the spot in the wake of the golden vortex's abrupt destruction. The spear reached Han Li in a flash, and his heart jolted as he immediately swung his 6 arms through the air. 6 shimmering golden heavy weapons instantly appeared in his hands before being swung viciously toward the black spear. An earth-shattering boom erupted as golden light and black chi intertwined before both were vanquished at the same time. Han Li's pupils contracted upon seeing this, yet before he had a chance to do anything else, the burly man repeated the same grabbing and hurling motion, sending yet another devilish spear flying toward Han Li. Han Li harumphed coldly as he conjured up 6 golden weapons in his hands again, and just like last time, the golden weapons and black spear canceled one another out again. It was now the burly man's turn to be rooted to the spot. During this split-second delay, Han Li let loose a low roar as he conjured up another set of 6 weapons before hurling them forward all at once. His 3 heads began to chant in unison, and bright golden light emanated from the 6 weapons as they rapidly released one projection after another. In the blink of an eye, several thousand golden projections had appeared, and all of them were raining down from above, creating a magnificent sight to behold. The burly man's expression darkened upon seeing this, but he wasn't panicked in the slightest. Instead, a cold smile appeared on his face as he expelled a ball of purple light out of his mouth. As soon as the ball of purple light emerged, it rotated on the spot before self-detonating, sending countless threads of light flying in all directions to create an enormous net. The golden projections hurtled into the net in a torrential downpour, and a rapid string of explosions ensued. Golden and purple light intertwined as the entire net tremored and flashed violently, looking as if it could be torn apart at any moment. However, the burly man paid no heed to this at all as he chanted something before flicking his 10 fingers rapidly through the air. With each flick of his finger, the crimson flames burning over his body would dim slightly, but the net of light up above would swell further in size as a result. Moments later, the giant net had swelled to several times its original size, transforming into a boundless purple cloud. The purple cloud swept up all of the oncoming golden projections at the burly man's behest, then transformed into a purple ball of light that descended from above. The burly man waved a hand through the air, and the ball of light instantly landed in his grasp. However, as he cast his gaze upward again, his expression immediately darkened. He discovered that Han Li had vanished from his original spot, yet before he had a chance to do anything, spatial fluctuations abruptly erupted behind him, following which a shimmering golden beastly paw sprang forth out of thin air. The paw was over 100 feet in size and came crashing down toward the burly man like a small mountain. Each sharp nail on the paw was like a giant golden blade, and several of them were converging toward the burly man at once. The burly man harumphed coldly as brilliant crimson flames erupted from his hand, and he reached out to retaliate the giant golden paw without any fear nor hesitation. There was an enormous size difference between the two, but as soon as the burly man thrust his hand through the air, it swelled to over 100 times its original size. The golden paw and crimson palm clashed, and the former was instantly destroyed by a burst of incredible power. At the same time, a golden shadow shot backward, revealing itself to be a small shimmering golden beast. The beast was only several feet in size, but it was giving off a body integration stage aura. It was none other than the leopard Kirin beast. Han Li had surreptitiously released the beast so that it could sneak over to the burly man and launch a sneak attack, but that plan seemed to have fallen through. In the instant that the leopard Kirin beast was sent flying, silver light flashed beside the burly man, and a streak of silver light sprang forth to bind the burly man's body in a completely unexpected manner. Immediately thereafter, spatial fluctuations erupted as Han Li re-emerged, and as soon as he appeared, he swung the 6 golden weapons in his hands toward the burly man with tremendous force. At the same time, he opened all 3 of his mouths to expel 3 balls of silver flames, which transformed into 3 fire ravens that flew directly toward the burly man. In the face of these powerful attacks, the burly man remained completely unflustered. The crimson flames over his body swelled to destroy the silver streak of light that was binding him, following which the black spear reappeared in his hand amid a surge of black chi. The spear was then immediately hurled toward Han Li, and it split up into 9 identical devilish spears mid-flight. 6 of them hurtled directly toward the 6 golden weapons, while the remaining 3 were aimed at the 3 silver fire ravens. The 6 golden weapons and 3 silver fire ravens were all instantly vanquished by the 9 spears, and Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, as he quickly shielded himself with his 6 arms. The space in front of his arms instantly warped and twisted, following which another black spear shot forth out of thin air. However, before it could strike Han Li's arms, black gauntlets appeared on his arms amid a surge of black runes, and both the gauntlets and the spear instantly vanished upon coming into contact with one another. Han Li heaved an internal sigh of relief upon seeing this, but a peculiar look suddenly appeared on the burly man's face as he uttered the word "destroy" in a bone-chilling voice. Black light flashed from where the black spear had just vanished, and a miniature spear that was only around half a foot in length sprang forth in a completely silent manner. Under the disguise of the larger spear, even Han Li's enormous spiritual sense completely failed to detect this miniature spear, and he didn't have a chance to do anything before the spear struck his bare arms and exploded violently. A giant ball of black light that was over 10,000 feet in size appeared in midair, completely enveloping Han Li's body like a black sun. Han Li only had time to conjure up a layer of golden light around himself before he was completely inundated by the inky black light. Meanwhile, the black devilish sun was still expanding at a rapid rate, and everything in the surrounding area that was swept up into it was instantly reduced to dust. The burly man chortled with glee upon seeing this. "Ha ha! No one's been able to survive my 9 devilish hierarchical spears yet. You should be quite proud of yourself for forcing me to unleash such an ability." The giant black sun finally began to shrink before vanishing after a few more flashes, and the burly man's laughter was abruptly cut off as an astonished look appeared on his face. "Impossible! How could this be?" the burly man said in a voice that was trembling slightly. There in the distance, a golden ball of light was hovering in midair. Within the golden light was a giant golden ape, a 5-colored phoenix, and a massive silver bird. The giant golden ape had its hands pressed against the golden light, injecting bursts of golden spiritual light into it in a frenzy. The 5-colored phoenix and giant silver bird remained still on the spot, but the 5-colored light and silver lightning being released by them surged out of the golden light and formed 2 additional protective barriers. The giant ape, colorful phoenix, and massive bird all wore completely wooden expressions that were devoid of spiritual nature. It was as if they were a trio of puppets. The burly man was stunned to see this, and he hurriedly cast his gaze around himself as if to try and find something, but there was nothing to be seen. He harumphed coldly as he suddenly waved a hand toward the distance, and a black object instantly appeared beside him. It was none other than that black ghostly monster that had been battling the Provenance golden body earlier. The black chi around the monster faded, revealing it to be a black wooden puppet with countless golden and silver runes inscribed onto the surface of its body. The puppet had an extremely menacing appearance with 4 remarkably long limbs and faint crimson light flashing in its eyes. What was most harrowing to behold was the faint purple human face on the back of the puppet's head. The face appeared to be quite ordinary, but its eyes were tightly shut, and just the mere sight of it struck the beholder with a bone-chilling sensation. As soon as the burly man summoned the puppet to his side, a change suddenly began to take place within the golden light in the distance. In the area between the giant ape, colorful phoenix, and silver bird, specks of golden light flashed before forming a faint golden infant with a completely identical set of facial features as Hanli. Its body was encased in a suit of inky black devilish armor, and there were several tens of miniature azure swords revolving around it. It was none other than Han Li's nascent soul. As soon as the nascent soul, the three creatures around it immediately shot forth toward it in unison. Piercing golden light erupted, and a huge humanoid figure with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared. The humanoid figure's entire body was of a shimmering golden color, and the entirety of its skin was covered in a layer of golden scales. There was a single azure horn on its head, and an inky black demonic eye on its glabella. The humanoid figure was none other than Han Li, but in this current form, he gave off a very dangerous and unsettling aura. His eyes were completely emotionless, and there was a hint of blue light flashing within them. The burly man looked into Han Li's eyes, and his own eyes were immediately struck by a sharp pain, as if needles were being driven into them, and his heart jolted with shock as he instinctively closed his eyes. Right at this moment, Han Li suddenly raised a hand before pressing it gently into the air up ahead. A dull thump rang out in front of the burly man without any warning, and a burst of enormous force crashed toward him like a volcanic eruption. The burly man hadn't reopened his eyes yet, but through his spiritual sense, he could still sense just how fearsome this burst of power was. His expression changed drastically as crimson flames swept forth from his body. At the same time, an inky black badge suddenly appeared in his hand, and it quickly swelled to several tens of feet in size before positioning itself in front of him like a huge shield. In the next instant, both the barrier formed by the crimson flames and the enlarged black badge were destroyed with ease by that burst of power, and it came crashing toward the burly man without any further impediment. The burly man opened his eyes with an incredulous look on his face, but that was immediately replaced by a ferocious expression as he stomped his feet into the air down below before thrusting his hands forward violently. 2 black fist projections erupted forth amid a flash of golden light, then swelled drastically like a pair of balloons before crashing into the oncoming burst of power. A dull thump rang out, and the 2 fist projections were also instantly destroyed, following which the burly man flew backward like a tossed rag, and only after flying back for over 100 feet did he just barely manage to steady himself. At this moment, the burly man's face was completely red, as if he were heavily inebriated, and he couldn't help but throw up a mouthful of inky black blood. The attack that Han Li had just unleashed seemed to be quite nonchalant, but it was actually imbued with incredible power and instantly managed to wound this number 1 devilish lord. You're using the myriad origin power of the holy nirvana physique. That's impossible. How could a mere human master the peerless ability of our holy realm? The burly man was too stunned to even wipe the blood from the corners of his lips, and he was staring intently at Han Li as if he were looking at a ghost. At the same time, Han Li swayed slightly, and he also threw up a mouthful of blood. But this blood was golden in color and instantly vanished into nothingness as soon as it exited his mouth. Myriad origin power? I guess that's what it is. Seeing as you've forced me to unleash this ability, there's no way I can allow you to live. The golden scales on Han Li's face receded to reveal a set of pale facial features. You're suffering backlash. You haven't mastered the ability. You're only forcibly using it. It looks like you won't be able to unleash many more attacks of that caliber, the burly man said as his expression eased significantly. That is indeed true, but I'll only require 1 more attack to kill you, Han Li said in a cold voice. As soon as his voice trailed off, countless golden runes surged forth from his body. At the same time, he laid a hand onto the back of his own head, and 5 balls of golden light flew forth before transforming into 5 different projections comprised of a giant ape, a colorful phoenix, a silver bird, a vibrant peacock, and a golden dragon. As soon as these projections appeared, all of them let loose long cries before vanishing into Han Li's body in a flash. In the next instant, A layer of golden light flashed over Han Li's face, and he let loose a roar of agony as he made a hand seal, upon which his body swelled to over 100 feet in size. At the same time, a golden head and 2 golden-scaled armors appeared on his body, giving him 2 heads and 4 arms. The second head also had an azure horn and a third demonic eye, and the golden scale on his massive body fused in a flash to form a suit of intricate golden armor. The armor had no chinks at all, and there were countless silver ruins on its surface. Furthermore, it was giving off a strong primordial aura, as if it had been created alongside heaven and earth. Second Nirvana transformation. Have you gone insane? You can't even control first Nirvana power, yet you're forcibly using second Nirvana power? You're going to self-detonate before you can kill me, the burly man exclaimed as a horrified look appeared on his face for the first time. Even if I self-detonate, it'll be after you die. Bluish golden light flashed through Han Li's eyes as his aura swelled dramatically, and he slowly raised his 4 arms before thrusting them toward the burly man. Heaven and earth dimmed as faint golden light flashed, and 4 giant golden palms appeared above the burly man's head in unison. Each palm was imbued with power that was no less potent than that of the previous attack, and they combined as one in a flash to form a mountainous palm that was several thousand feet in size before crashing down from above. The mountainous golden palm was falling in a completely silent manner, but it had already locked onto the burly man's devilish soul, making it impossible for him to evade and forcing him to take the attack head-on. I can't die here, the burly man roared as a deranged look appeared on his face. He raised both of his arms into the air to release a dozen or so balls of light of different colors, all of which were top-grade treasures that hurtled directly toward the giant golden palm. At the same time, piercing crimson flames erupted over his body, and a giant blade that was shimmering with golden and silver light appeared in his hands. He swung the blade upward with all his might, and a golden and silver blade projection swept forth before striking the golden palm before all of the top-grade treasures. An earth-shattering boom rang out and the blade projection instantly exploded, sending streaks of golden and silver light sweeping through the surrounding air and slicing rifts into the nearby space. However, it hadn't been able to leave even the slightest trace on the golden palm. Right at this moment, the dozen or so top-grade treasures also struck the golden palm, and the burly man let loose a desperate roar as all of the treasures self-detonated in rapid succession. The enormous power generated by the detonation of the top-grade treasures instantly inundated the entire golden palm, and the resulting energy fluctuations sent gusts of fierce winds sweeping in all directions. However, the burly man was still in a panicked frenzy as he slashed the golden and silver blade in his hands wildly up into the air over and over again. One blade projection after another swept into the giant golden palm, and a relentless string of resounding booms rang out, shaking the entire heavens. Such a fearsome barrage of attacks naturally required a tremendous amount of magic power output, and the burly man's face was becoming paler and paler. However, the golden palm only tremored slightly in the face of his attacks, but continued to descend at an even pace. The burly man's horror became even more pronounced at the sight of the approaching golden palm, and he immediately decided to make one final roll of the dice. Black devilish chi erupted from behind him as that 3-headed black devilish lion projection appeared once again, then plunged into the black wooden puppet beside him. A string of cracks and pops abruptly rang out from within the puppet's body, and halos of black light proliferated through the air. A layer of black light swirled over the surface of the puppet, and it transformed into a true 3-headed devilish lion with a substantial form. The lion raised all 3 of its heads at once to send 3 pillars of light of different colors erupting up into the air, then fled the scene as a ball of black light. The giant golden palm continued to crash downward, destroying the pillars of light and blade projections with ease, then instantly reduced to the burly man's body to nothingness. Almost at the exact same moment as the burly man's body was destroyed, Han Li also gave a muffled groan, and the additional head and pair of arms he had attained instantly disintegrated into specks of golden light. The golden suit of armor he was wearing also quickly disappeared, along with the azure horn on his head. His giant body then reverted back to its original size, and he was back to his normal human force. However, at this moment, his face was completely pale and devoid of color, and his aura was also rapidly on the wane. In the instant that he reverted back to his human form, Han Li flipped both hands over to produce several small vials, and he opened all of them before tipping the pills in the vials into his mouth without exercising any discretion. An unhealthy flush then appeared on his face, and it was only alleviated after a layer of azure light flashed over his face. Han Li exhaled as his expression eased slightly, and he cast his gaze toward the spot where the burly man had been standing just a moment ago. The giant golden palm had disappeared in the instant that he had reverted back to his human form, so there was nothing to be seen in the distance. However, just as Han Li was about to withdraw his gaze, spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted and a ball of black light appeared containing the three-headed devilish lion puppet that had only just barely managed to escape the massive golden palm. It also cast its gaze toward the spot where the burly man's body had just disappeared, and its three heads let loose thunderous roars of fury in unison. I've been cultivating that physical body for over 100,000 years. How dare you destroy it? I'm going to tear you into shreds and torture your soul for all of eternity. The devilish lion then instantly pounced toward Han Li as a streak of black light. It knew that in Han Li's current severely debilitated state, there was no way that he could be a match for this puppet. Thus, in its fit of fury and resentment, it was determined to kill Han Li as revenge for destroying its physical body. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, and he murmured to himself, so he abandoned his physical body to save his soul. If he's only possessed a puppet, then he should be nowhere near as powerful as he normally would be. As soon as his voice trailed off, he immediately stomped a foot onto the ground down below, and a small white light formation appeared, upon which his body began to blur. I won't let you get away! The devilish lion roared in an urgent voice at the sight of the teleportation formation, and it sped up significantly, reaching Han Li in a flash before slashing its claws toward him in an attempt to tear his body apart. However, it was already too late. A buzzing sound rang out from the formation, and Han Li vanished amid a flash of white light. The devilish lion puppet's claws instantly tore the light formation apart, but Han Li remained completely unscathed. However, the devilish lion clearly wasn't going to give up so easily. It released its enormous spiritual sense throughout the surrounding area, then opened all three of its mouths to blast 3 pillars of light toward a certain area of space. The 3 pillars of light struck the same spot in the air, and a loud explosion erupted as a figure stumbled out of thin air. A vicious look immediately appeared on the devilish lion's center head, but its expression then abruptly stiffened. The figure that had appeared up ahead was a small golden beast. It was none other than the leopard Kirin beast. The small beast had somehow switched places with Han Li and withstood that attack in his stead. It possessed early body integration stage powers, and it hadn't expended much magic power during this battle, but it was clearly no match for the 3-headed devilish lion. Not only had it been forced to reveal itself by the devilish lion's attack, a large patch of its golden fur had been charred black as well. Despite this, the leopard Kirin beast wasn't backing down at all, and it immediately let loose a low roar as a layer of golden light flashed over its body, upon which its charred fur immediately regenerated back to its original condition. At the same time, a golden Kirin projection had appeared behind it. So you possess a Kirin bloodline. Even so, you're only asking for death by standing in my way. The 3-headed devilish lion harumphed coldly as it lashed out with one of its inky black paws. Countless arcs of black lightning appeared over the paw, then vanished amid a resounding boom. In the next instant, black lightning appeared in the air above the leopard Kirin beast, then formed a giant black lightning paw that was around 10 feet in size before crashing down with tremendous force. Before the paw had fallen upon the leopard Kirin beast, several bolts of black lightning came crashing down in advance. Spatial fluctuations erupted down below, and an azure humanoid figure appeared. It was none other than Han Li, and even though his aura was still very feeble, he remained completely unfazed by the sight of the giant lightning paw crashing down from above. Instead, a cold smile appeared on his face. Right at this moment, the leopard Kirin beast let loose a ferocious roar and split up into over 10 projections in midair, all of which appeared right above Han Li's head in a wraith-like manner. The projections then unleashed countless yellow claw projections that hurtled through the air, intertwining to form a giant net that sped directly toward the black lightning paw. A resounding boom rang out as black lightning erupted from the giant black paw, destroying the oncoming net of claw projections with ease. Around a dozen thick bolts of lightning then destroyed all of the leopard Kirin beast projections, and the true body of the leopard Kirin beast was also struck. It let loose an anguished howl as it sprang back for over 100 feet. An even larger section of its fur had been charred black, and its aura had also been debilitated somewhat. The devilish lion chortled with glee as the giant lightning paw crashed down directly toward Han Li. Yet just as it was about to fall upon him, Han Li suddenly brought his hands together before bringing them apart, upon which a long dragon's roar rang out. A streak of golden light erupted from between his hands before flashing through the black lightning paw up above, upon which the giant paw was instantly reduced to nothingness. The devilish lion was quite befuddled by this development, yet before it could figure out what had happened, the golden streak of light suddenly circled around before transforming into a massive pillar of light that was over 10,000 feet tall. Within the pillar of light was a halberd projection, and countless specks of golden light instantly appeared in the surrounding area before surging toward the projection like moths to a flame. An astonishing aura was then released by the golden halberd, stirring up all of the world's origin chi in the entire heavens. Right at this moment, the halberd projection flashed with golden light, and the entire pillar of light transformed into a colossal golden halberd. The three-headed devilish lion's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and it immediately attempted to flee as a streak of black light. A cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes as he pointed a finger at the devilish lion, and the enormous golden halberd immediately came crashing down upon it. The devilish lion appeared over 1,000 feet away after just a single flash, yet just as it was about to unleash an ability to escape out of the spatial restriction, the air suddenly tightened around it, and it found itself unable to muster up any magic power. Crap! An expression of shock and horror appeared on the devilish lion's face, immediately following which its vision turned dark, and its consciousness completely faded. From Han Li's perspective, the giant golden halberd had fallen upon the three-headed devilish lion before instantly reducing its body to dust. Even the devilish soul of the burly man contained within the puppet had also been completely destroyed. Only now was the burly man truly dead, and no trace of him was left in this world. Han Li heaved a long sigh of relief as his expression eased significantly. The attack that had dealt the killing blow just now was naturally none other than the heavenly halberd talisman that he had painstakingly refined. As expected of a powerful talisman from the true immortal realm, it was able to instantly vanquish such a formidable enemy. Of course, this was also due to the fact that the burly man's body had already been destroyed, so it was in a severely debilitated state. Otherwise, that talisman alone wouldn't have been enough to kill him. As for the ability he had used earlier to destroy the burly man's physical body, that was one of the most powerful abilities recorded in the Provenance True Devil Arts. However, just as the burly man had said, Han Li's current powers and physical constitution weren't enough to unleash such an ability. It was something that he could only use without suffering backlash after reaching the Grand Ascension stage. Han Li had experimented with the ability during his time in seclusion, so he was naturally aware of this as well. However, the Holy Nirvana body was simply far too powerful. Even the first Nirvana transformation was able to drastically enhance his magic power and physical strength. Thus, after much painstaking effort and consideration, Han Li finally thought of a way to forcibly unleash the ability, which was to temporarily stimulate the true spirit blood within his body and draw upon its power to fuel the ability for him. Currently, employing this method harmed Han Li almost as much as it did his opponent. Not only was the ability extremely taxing to use, the true spirit blood that he had to expend to use it was an extremely heavy price to pay. Thus, he initially hadn't planned to use this ability in this battle. However, that burly man had been truly formidable. In particular, the 9 devilish hierarchical spears he had unleashed were comparable in power to a full-force attack from a Grand Ascension stage being. If he had faced that attack in nothing more than his giant mountain ape form, he would have at least been severely wounded, if not killed on the spot. Thus, he had no choice but to release his nascent soul and draw upon his own true spirit power to manifest those true spirit avatars to help him withstand that attack. However, the burly man wasn't someone who could be killed through normal attacks, and seeing as he had already activated his true spirit blood at that point, he decided to bite the bullet and use the Holy Nirvana physique. Of course, Han Li was able to use the ability without any fear of its after effects, as he also had another trump card in the form of the Heavenly Halberd talisman up his sleeve. Sure enough, the combination of those two trump cards had allowed him to slay this extremely formidable devilish lord. However, at this point, he had expended most of his magic power, and his combat prowess was now pitifully weak. As such, he had no choice but to summon a yellow futon and immediately sat down onto it to meditate and recuperate. The pills that he had taken earlier had ensured that he didn't self-detonate, but there was naturally no way that he could have absorbed all of them in such a short time, so there was an extremely fearsome burst of medicinal power gathered within his body. If he couldn't repress this medicinal power in time, then the consequences would be catastrophic. Thankfully, there was a spatial restriction around him, and the leopard Kirin beast was also present, so he didn't have to worry about being disrupted. A short while later, a layer of golden light appeared over Han Li's body, and he suddenly made a hand seal before pointing a finger toward his own chest several times in rapid succession. A dozen or so hair-thin silver threads shot forth before vanishing into his body in a flash, sealing off some vital parts of his meridians. He then swept sleeve through the air to release a dozen or so talismans of different colors, which also flew directly toward his body. These talismans exploded into balls of flames amid a string of dull thumps, then transformed into several large runs that vanished into his body in a flash. Han Li gave a muffled groan as golden light swept over his face, and his aura swelled slightly before immediately returning to a stable condition. Moments later, he exhaled and finally opened his eyes. "I've managed to repress everything for now. I wonder how things are going on the other end," Han Li murmured to himself as he rose to his feet, then cast his gaze toward a certain direction. Buddhist monk Jinyu and the white-robed elderly man were most likely still locked in battle against the Shui Guang clone. Just as Han Li was thinking about what he was going to do next, the space in the distance suddenly tremored violently, following which an earth-shattering boom erupted. The surrounding light barrier was instantly shattered, and the entire spatial formation was destroyed. The 36 male cultivators stumbled out of thin air, and all of them had been dealt heavy blows from the backlash of having the formation destroyed. Han Li's expression changed slightly as he focused his gaze toward that direction, upon which he was greeted by the sight of a massive crimson skeleton that was wreaking havoc with reckless abandon. The skeleton was over 1,000 feet tall, and had 3 heads and 6 arms, wielding 6 different heavy black weapons. The 6 devilish weapons were swung through the air in unison, sweeping up gusts of fierce devilish winds. At the top of the skeleton's center head stood the Shui Guang, who was carrying a huge black seal with one hand. His eyes were tightly shut, and it seemed that he was dedicating all of his efforts to controlling the skeleton beneath him. Up ahead, both the white-robed elderly man and Buddhist monk Jinyu were in an extremely sorry state. Buddhist monk Jinyu's golden kasaya had been torn to shreds, and a huge crimson handprint had appeared on his chest. The handprint had left an indentation that was over half a foot deep, and it appears that several of his ribs had been pulverized, but there was no blood flowing out of his body. Meanwhile, the white-robed elderly man's face had turned very pale, and the light radiating from the 7-flame fan in his hand had also dimmed significantly. Both of them had several treasures flying around them, forming layers of light barriers that shielded them within. But in the face of the fierce devilish winds, the light barriers were displaying clear signs of strain and looked as if they could crumble at any moment. It was quite clear that the crimson skeleton had been responsible for destroying the spatial restriction. Han Li's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this. This final Shui Guang clone seemed to be far more powerful than he had anticipated. Even so, his expression remained completely unchanged, and an object suddenly appeared in his hand, which was concealed within his sleeve. Following the disappearance of the restriction, the 3 combatants naturally caught sight of Han Li. Expressions of elation immediately appeared on the faces of the white-robed elderly man and Buddhist monk Jinyu, while a bewildered look appeared in Shui Guang's eyes. They had only been separated from Han Li and the burly devilish man for a short time, but now Han Li was completely unscathed, while the burly man was nowhere to be seen. Shui Guang was well aware of just how powerful the burly man was. Even his true body may not be able to kill the burly man. As such, he immediately arrived at the conclusion that there was no way that Han Li could have killed the burly man, and he hurriedly swept his gaze through the surrounding area. Fellow Taoist Han, please come and assist us. After failing to sense the burly devilish man's aura, Shuiguang swept his spiritual sense toward Han Li, following which the giant crimson skull beneath him immediately lashed out toward Han Li with its 6 devilish weapons. A gust of fierce devilish wind swept forth, and within the gust of black wind were over 1,000 devilish weapon projections of different descriptions. It was clear that Shuiguang had sensed just how feeble Han Li's aura currently was, and he immediately made an attempt to kill Han Li on the spot. Indeed, this attack was extremely powerful, and it would not be an easy task for Han Li to withstand it in his current state. However, he remained completely unflustered and merely swept a sleeve through the air to release an inky black bracelet, which in turn released countless golden flowers. These golden flowers circled around before transforming into over 10,000 fist-sized golden beetles, all of which were extremely ferocious in appearance. These were none other than Han Li's mature gold-devouring beetles. Even though Han Li's physical body and magic power were both in a severely depleted state, his spiritual sense was still close to its peak condition, so he was able to control all of these gold-devouring beetles with relative ease. The gold-devouring beetles converged to form a golden cloud at his behest, then positioned themselves in front of Han Li like a massive shield. The devilish containing the countless weapon projections struck the wall of golden beetles amid a resounding boom, but the wall refused to budge and managed to keep the devilish winds at bay. Shuiguang's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, yet before he had a chance to do anything, Han Li suddenly pointed a finger toward him and instructed, "Go." The golden wall of beetles immediately split up into a buzzing swarm, and after just a few flashes, it had reached the crimson skeletons. Gold-devouring beetles? Shuiguang exclaimed as his expression changed drastically. The skeleton beneath him immediately hurled its weapons toward the swarm of beetles at his behest, and the weapons transformed into 6 giant black pythons mid-flight. As for Shuiguang himself, he hurriedly stomped a foot down onto the skeleton's head, and a gust of fierce crimson wind was swept up, carrying both him and the skeleton rapidly away into the distance. A string of resounding booms rang out as the 6 giant black pythons plunged into the golden swarm of beetles, only to completely vanish after just a few flashes. The swarm of beetles then transformed into a giant black falcon that flapped its wings vigorously and shot forth in pursuit as an incredibly fast streak of golden light. The white-robed elderly man and Buddhist monk Jinyu were naturally ecstatic to see this, and the former hurriedly said, "Use that thing right now. This is the perfect opportunity." "My thoughts exactly," Buddhist monk Jinyu replied without any hesitation before flipping both hands over to reveal 2 halves of a silk handkerchief. The handkerchief was yellow with age, and there were some dirty runes inscribed on its surface, giving it the appearance of a filthy old rag. However, the 2 elders were regarding it as if it were a priceless treasure. As soon as the item was summoned, Buddhist monk Jinyu began to chant something before tossing the 2 halves of the handkerchief in Shuiguang's direction. 2 balls of gray light rose up into the air, then combined together to form a Tai Chi diagram, which then vanished into thin air in a flash. The sky darkened as countless black clouds instantly appeared in the air, and a rumbling thunderclap rang out, following which the clouds parted to reveal a Tai Chi diagram the size of a small city, encompassing an area down below that was over 1,000 acres in size. Regardless of whether it was the fleeing Shuiguang or the other devilish beings beneath the diagram, all of them immediately became extremely slow and sluggish. However, this type of restrictive power wasn't anywhere near significant for devilish lords, and they were able to brush it off by simply circulating their magic power throughout their bodies. As for Shuiguang, he was barely slowed down at all before accelerating back to his original speed. However, right at this moment, the white-robed elderly man and Buddhist monk Jinyu both began to chant something, and their voices reverberated over the entire battlefield. In the next instant, the giant Tai Chi diagram shrank down to only around an acre in size, with Shuiguang situated right at its very center. Countless 5-colored runes then surged out of the diagram in a frenzy. It was as if the diagram had suddenly attained a substantial form. The condensed Tai Chi diagram revolved in midair before crashing down toward Shuiguang as countless layers of projections, and Shuiguang felt the air tighten around himself as countless bursts of enormous force came compressing toward him from all sides, stopping him cold in his tracks. The tremendous force then formed a massive vortex that swept up both Shui Guang and the massive skeleton beneath him, threatening to tear them both into countless pieces. "This is profound heavenly holy artifact," Shui Guang exclaimed as he hurriedly tossed the large black seal in his hand upward. The seal immediately swelled to the size of a pavilion, then released countless streaks of black light that hurtled directly toward the Tai Chi diagram. The Tai Chi diagram tremored slightly as a resounding boom rang out, but it was able to repel the huge seal without much difficulty. However, Shuiguang didn't seem to depend on the seal to break the restriction, and he quickly twisted around before vanishing into the crimson skeleton down below. In the next instant, the three heads of the skeleton opened their mouths to expel three items, consisting of a black talisman, a purple jade pendant, and a crimson ball of light. The three items then exploded in unison, transforming into a plume of black devilish chi, a ball of purple light, and a swathe of thin crimson threads, all of which plunged into the crimson skeleton's body. Devilish patterns of three different colors immediately appeared all over the surface of the skeleton's body, and it let loose a roar of pain. Its body swelled to around twice its original size, allowing it to just barely struggle free of the restrictive force around it. It then brought its 6 weapons together to create a giant scimitar, and green light flashed in its 6 eyes as it lashed out viciously toward the Tai Chi diagram with the massive scimitar. A saber projection that was over 1,000 feet in length immediately swept toward the Tai Chi diagram in a flash, and the diagram was sliced in half in a completely silent manner. The surrounding restrictive force was instantly significantly alleviated, and Shuiguang was ecstatic as he prepared to flee into the distance again. However, right at this moment, both the white-robed elderly man and Buddhist monk Jin Yu opened their mouths in unison to expel a ball of blood essence each, which transformed into 2 clouds of blood mist that vanished into thin air. At the same time, several unfamiliar auras arose from within the Tai Chi diagram that had just been sliced in half, and it instantly regenerated to its original condition before rapidly rotating on the spot again. At this point, the giant crimson skeleton had only just risen less than 200 feet into the air when it was struck by a renewed burst of tremendous force that sent it crashing down onto the ground again. Shuiguang was naturally furious to see this, and the crimson skeleton swung its devilish scimitar repeatedly through the air at his behest, sending huge black saber formations sweeping upward to destroy the Tai Chi diagram over and over again. However, regardless of how much damage the Tai Chi diagram sustained, it would instantly regenerate amid flashes of spiritual light, thereby preventing the crimson skeleton from being able to escape. In order to fuel its regeneration, the white-robed elderly man and Buddhist monk Jin Yu were forced to expel one mouthful of blood essence after another, and as they did so, their physical bodies were becoming shriveled up at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye. It was clear that they were truly giving it their all. Shuiguang was naturally very bewildered by this situation, and he immediately gritted his teeth, upon which 4 of the crimson skeleton's 6 arms exploded into clouds of blood mist at his behest. The clouds of mist then transformed into a pair of giant bone wings on the skeleton's back, and its 2 remaining hands began to make a series of hand seals as it flapped its wings vigorously. Its giant body swayed slightly, and it began to rise up into the air again. All of this had taken place in what seemed like the mere blink of an eye, but it was already too late. The giant golden falcon that was the swarm of gold-devouring beetles finally reached the crimson skeleton, then came crashing down toward it with ferocious might. The crimson skeleton let loose a panicked roar as it hurriedly slashed its devilish scimitar toward the giant golden falcon. At the same time, it flapped its wings with all its might and sped up significantly. As a result, the restrictive power being unleashed by the Tai Chi diagram meant that it was still far slower than its initial speed. Upon being struck by the giant black saber projection, the golden falcon immediately disintegrated into over 10,000 golden flowers, and the crimson skeleton was immediately inundated by gold-devouring beetles amid a howl of anguish. Fist-sized golden beetles were crawling over every single inch of its body, and the sound of its bones being scraped and devoured was truly the stuff of nightmares. This crimson skeleton was something that sacred ancestor Shuiguang had manifested from a powerful treasure, but it was no match for the swarm of gold-devouring beetles, and its body was being devoured at an incredible rate. Within the span of just a few breaths, close to half of its body was gone, and it clearly wasn't going to be able to last much longer. The white-robed elderly man and Buddhist monk Jin Yu were ecstatic to see this. I didn't think that fellow Taoist Han would be able to control so many mature gold-devouring beetles at once, the white-robed elderly man said in an elated voice. Indeed, and thank heavens we resisted the urge to use that disposable holy artifact that Master Mo gently bestowed upon us. Otherwise, that sacred ancestor clone would have most likely been able to escape. Right at this moment, Hanli flew over to the crimson skeleton, then stopped on the spot and merely appraised the situation in a completely expressionless manner. Meanwhile, Shueguang was concealed within the crimson skeleton, looking out at the swarm of gold-devouring beetles with a horrified expression. At this point, the crimson skeleton had already been reduced to only several tens of feet in size, and it would no longer be able to protect him for long. All of a sudden, he gritted his teeth and made a hand seal, upon which an earth-shattering boom rang out, and what remained of the crimson skeleton exploded into a ball of crimson light, sending all of the gold-devouring beetles flying back through the force of the explosion. However, around a dozen of these beetles were able to advance through the shockwaves, and they instantly pounced onto Shueguang's body before sinking their fangs into him with reckless abandon. These were the 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles that Hanli had nurtured, and he had snuck them into the swarm of gold-devouring beetles. Their auras were virtually identical to those of normal mature gold-devouring beetles, so they were able to avoid being detected by Shueguang. Shueguang was immediately struck by a sense of excruciating pain, but he knew that this was his last opportunity to escape. As such, he could only repress his agony and ignore the purple-striped gold-devouring beetles as he shot forth through the air as a streak of crimson light, and after just a single flash, he was about to escape outside of the area encompassed by the Tai Chi diagram. However, Hanli wasn't concerned in the slightest to see this, and the reason for his composure was quickly made apparent. In the next instant, golden light flashed ahead of the streak of crimson light, and a dozen or so golden beastly projections appeared, along with a swathe of countless claw projections. A string of explosions rang out, and the beastly projections were all sent flying and revealed to have originated from a small golden beast. But as a result, the crimson streak of light was stalled for a moment, and that was enough for the swarm of gold-devouring beetles to completely inundate him once again. A blood-curdling howl rang out as Shueguang desperately made a series of hand seals, releasing gusts of fierce crimson winds and bursts of inky black devilish chi. But regardless of what type of ability he unleashed, the gold-devouring beetles continued to cling to his body and refused to let go. In the face of these indestructible gold-devouring beetles, Shueguang was completely at their mercy, and mere moments later, his body was completely devoured. Even his nascent soul hadn't managed to escape. The swarm of gold-devouring beetles then dispersed and quickly flew back up Hanli's sleeve. Only then did a relieved look finally appear on his face, and the Tai Chi diagram in the distance also disintegrated into specks of spiritual light. However, the white-robed elderly man and Buddhist monk Jin Yu both coughed up a few more mouthfuls of blood, and their bodies became even more wizened and shriveled. In contrast with their physical conditions, both of them wore ecstatic expressions. The white-robed elderly man chortled with glee as he asked, "Haha, that sacred ancestor clone is finally dead. Fellow Taoist Han, did you manage to kill that devilish lord as well?" "I did. He was a very troublesome opponent, but I managed to kill him in the end," Hanli replied with a faint smile. "You have truly made an unmatched contribution in this battle and sealed our victory, fellow Taoist Han." The white-robed elderly man became even more ecstatic upon hearing this, and he abruptly took a deep breath before letting loose a thunderous roar. "Devilish scum, your sacred ancestor has already been slain. The only fate that awaits all of you is death." His voice rumbled throughout the entire battlefield like an explosive thunderclap, and it was clearly audible to all human, demonic, and devilish beings. The human and demons all cheered with elation as morale was instantly boosted significantly, while the opposite was true for the devilish army. The devilish lords immediately turned their attention toward the white-robed elderly man, and their hearts were filled with astonishment upon seeing the absence of the Shueguang clone and the burly devilish lord. The white-robed elderly man and Buddhist monk Jin Yu then immediately rushed toward the battle that was taking place closest to them. This was a battle between two Deep Heaven City elders and two devilish lords, and the latter's expressions changed drastically as they exchanged a bewildered glance. "Run!" One of the devilish lords, who was an azure-armored elderly man, roared. The other devilish lord was entirely enveloped in black chi, and he harumphed coldly as he rubbed his hands together before thrusting them forward. A loud boom rang out as countless bolts of black lightning erupted forth, thereby temporarily forcing back the two human elders. Immediately thereafter, the devilish lord released an inky black canoe, which he flew onto in a flash before instantly fleeing the scene. As for the azure-armored elderly man, he had already summoned an azure flag, and he swept it through the air to release a burst of azure light that completely inundated his body. The devilish lord vanished amid a flash of azure light, then re-emerged amid a burst of spatial fluctuations several thousand feet away before disappearing yet again. The two devilish lords had fled without any hesitation. The two Deep Heaven City elders who were battling them were naturally unwilling to let them escape, and they immediately prepared to set off in pursuit once the black lightning was nullified. However, the white-robed elderly man and Buddhist monk Jin Yu immediately urged them not to go. The white-robed elderly man's lips tremored as he transmitted his voice to the two elders. "Don't worry about those retreating devilish lords, help out our other fellow Taoists first." Immediately thereafter, he changed directions and flew toward another battle. The two elders were instantly enlightened upon hearing this, and they also went to assist other allies. In the blink of an eye, the entire devilish army had been plunged into complete turmoil. Many of the devilish lords were already fleeing the scene, while some of the more stubborn ones tried to continue onward only to be surrounded by multiple human and demon body integration cultivators at once. And some of them were slain on the spot while others were forced to flee after sustaining severe injuries. Without the presence of the devilish lords, the low-grade devilish beings on the battlefield naturally flew into a blind panic, and they also began to retreat in a horrified frenzy. The humans and demons had also suffered severe casualties, but their morale was at an all-time high as they rushed forward in hot pursuit. Thus, countless devilish beings began to rush away from Deep Heaven City, pursued by all types of attacks that felled those who were lagging behind like flies. None of the body integration cultivators of the city joined in on this effort. They merely looked on as the entire devilish army crumbled before their eyes. Shortly thereafter, the entire devilish army had been chased far away from Deep Heaven City, and all of them heaved a collective sigh of relief. The battle had truly been won now. At this point, even if another sacred ancestor clone were to descend upon this battlefield, they wouldn't be able to reverse the situation. Han Li stayed around for a while longer before flying back into the city with the leopard Kirin beast. The entire city had already been made aware of the devilish army's defeat, and everyone was celebrating on the streets to express their elation. Thus, the city had suddenly become a very lively and bustling place, and even Han Li was feeling very gratified upon seeing this. However, he displayed no intention of stopping as he continued to fly back to his own abode. Not long after that, he reached the stone pagoda before flying into it without any hesitation. Instead of returning to the top floor, he went directly to the secret chamber that was over 1,000 feet below the stone pagoda. He activated the restrictions there, then issued the leopard Kirin beast a few instructions before immediately going into a meditative state. His energy reserves were severely depleted, and there were all types of conflicting medicinal power within his body. As such, it was naturally best to address the situation as soon as possible, which was why he had returned early to go into seclusion. As for the human and demonic army, they were led by a group of body integration cultivators and pursued the fleeing devilish army for 3 days and 3 nights. During this process, they slew next to no devilish lords, but around 50% to 60% of the low-grade and mid-grade devilish beings had been wiped out. This had been a truly crushing victory for Deep Heaven City, and embarked on a return journey in extremely high spirits. Of course, the elders had sent out a lot of scouts to spy on the rest of the devilish army in case they decided to launch another attack. Once they returned to the city, all of the people who had participated in the battle received an extremely warm welcome, and a massive feast was arranged in celebration. Unbeknownst to the vast majority of the city, the Deep Heaven City elders hadn't participated in the celebrations. Instead, they were having a secret meeting in a certain secluded hall with some other body integration cultivators, some of which were obscure cultivators who had been in seclusion in the city for many years, while others were reinforcements sent to Deep Heaven City by the Holy Island. All of the body integration cultivators were currently listening with stunned expressions as the white-robed elderly man recounted how the Shuiguang clone had been devoured by Han Li's gold-devouring beetles. To think that he was able to nurture over 10,000 mature gold-devouring beetles. That's incredible. So this fellow Taoist Han was responsible for killing both the Shuiguang clone and the late body integration stage devilish lord who was far more powerful even than a sacred ancestor clone. A burly man with a heavy black beard murmured. In all honesty, I'm quite embarrassed. I wasn't able to do much in this battle at all. My greatest contribution was trapping the sacred ancestor clone for a while with fellow Taoist Jin Yu's assistance. But we wouldn't have been able to kill the clone had it not been for fellow Taoist Han's gold-devouring beetles. On top of that, fellow Taoist Han had already slain that other late-body integration stage devilish lord before that. The white-robed elderly man said with a wry smile. You're being far too self-critical, Brother Gu. Without the treasure unleashed by you and fellow Taoist Jin, it would have been very difficult for fellow Taoist Han's gold-devouring beetles to hunt down that sacred ancestor clone. A green-haired elderly man countered. That treasure was something that Master Mo Jianli had bestowed upon us. I wouldn't dare to take credit for something like that, the white-robed elderly man said as he shook his head emphatically. Without the huge amount of blood essence that you and fellow Taoist Jin had expended, the treasure wouldn't have been able to take effect. Your contributions are far more significant than you proclaim them to be. If even your contributions don't count for anything, then the rest of us would have done less than nothing. The green-haired elderly man chuckled. At this moment, a woman in a long blue dress said with a smile. Even setting that aside, the extensive planning done by you two prior to this battle is an extremely significant contribution. Having said that, judging from your description of this fellow Taoist Han's powers, he definitely ranks among the top 5 most powerful beings among our two races. I certainly can't leave without meeting someone like him. Where is he currently staying right now? Indeed, I would also like to meet him. Someone else immediately chimed in. Fellow Taoist Han has expended a lot of energy during this battle, so he went into seclusion as soon as he returned to the city. That's why he's not present at this meeting, and this is most likely not a good time to try and meet him, the white-robed elderly man said. Forgive me for being overeager. In that case, we'll pay fellow Taoist Han a visit once he comes out of seclusion, the woman said as a slightly forlorn look appeared on her face. The other elders wishing to meet Han Li were also rather disappointed to hear this, but they naturally couldn't press the issue any further. Fellow Taoist Han has made the most significant contribution in this battle, but it was thanks to everyone's collective efforts that our city was able to survive this ordeal. I won't cheapen your efforts by extending any words of gratitude. Just know that if you ever need assistance from our city, we'll be sure to oblige, the white-robed elderly man said as he cupped his fist in a salute, and his words were echoed by the other elders of the city. The other body integration cultivators were quite elated to hear this. After all, a promise from the elders of Deep Heaven City was a very valuable intangible asset. We may have won this battle, but we can't get complacent. After all, close to the half the devilish army and almost all of the devilish lords have survived. If that sacred ancestor Shuiguang decides to bite the bullet and send another one of his clones into the spirit realm, we'll most likely have another grueling battle on our hands. If we want to prevent that happening, we have to take advantage of this opportunity to launch a counterattack and wipe out the remaining devilish army. We can't afford them any chance of making a resurgence, the white-robed elderly man said as a cold look appeared in his eyes. Everyone else immediately nodded in agreement, and thus, the Deep Heaven City elders quickly assigned a series of missions, sending out most of the body integration stage beings present to continue hunting down the devilish army. The rest of them remain behind and oversee the repair of all of the damaged formations and restrictions. Of course, the most important thing was to send out some people to destroy the nearby devilish nodes right away. If they could do that, then even if the devilish beings were to send reinforcements, they wouldn't be able to arrive near Deep Heaven City. These were all extremely urgent matters, so as soon as the assignment of these tasks were completed, everyone took their leave to carry out their respective duties. Thus, the only two people left in the hall were the white-robed elderly man and the green-haired elderly man, the latter of whom was one of the Holy Island envoys. The two conversed with one another for a long while before departing, and following their conversation, the white-robed elderly man seemed to be in high spirits. indicating that he had received some type of good news from the Holy Island envoy. Not long after that, a significant chunk of the remaining devilish army in the nearby area was slain under the efforts of the Deep Heaven City body integration cultivators. However, the remnants of the devilish army had been led away by the devilish lords and joined other devilish armies in neighboring areas. Thus, the human and demonic cultivators naturally didn't dare to pursue them any further, and they returned to the city after setting up a large number of watchtowers on the borders. Thus, the Battle of Deep Heaven City had finally drawn to a true conclusion. Deep Heaven City had secured the final victory, but as many as a third of their defensive forces had been destroyed in the process. There were even a few body integration elders who had perished during the battle, as well as countless casualties among cultivators at or below the spatial tempering stage. Thankfully, they had managed to crush the devilish army and wipe out a considerable number of devilish beings, thereby securing the first major victory since the commencement of the devilish tribulation. Of course, Deep Heaven City's victory didn't mean that the human and demonic races had actually gained the upper hand. On the contrary, the situation was only becoming more and more desperate for the other major human settlements. As for whether they would also be able to turn the tables, only the heavens knew the answer to that. Following Deep Heaven City's victory, many vagrant cultivators and remnants of cultivating families and sects converged to join the city. There were even vagrant cultivators and small powers from neighboring areas that were willing to take the risk to flee toward Deep Heaven City, and as a result, the cultivators that the city had lost during the battle were easily replenished. Even if another devilish army were to turn up soon, Deep Heaven City would be well equipped to fight them. Thus, Deep Heaven City was accumulating power as quickly as it could, and a year passed by in the blink of an eye. On this day, a special guest arrived at the stone pagoda that Han Li was living. Hai Yuetian and Qi Lingzi immediately invited the guest into the hall on the top floor of the stone pagoda, and as soon as the guest took a seat, he said to Qi Lingzi, "I have an urgent matter to discuss with your master. Inform him of my arrival." Qi Lingzi was feeling rather uneasy, but he still replied, "Forgive me, senior, but master is currently in seclusion and told us that he wouldn't be entertaining any guests." "It's all right. I arranged this meeting with your master well in advance. Just inform him of my arrival. Fellow Taoist Han won't blame you for this," the guest said in an aloof and nonchalant manner. Qi Lingzi hesitated momentarily upon hearing this, but he knew that this guest was no ordinary body integration cultivator, so he could only agree to this request in the end. "In that case, I'll do as you say, senior." Thus, he flipped a hand over to summon a voice transmission talisman, then said something into it before letting it loose. Han Li had been in seclusion for an entire year in the secret chamber beneath the stone pagoda, and all of a sudden, golden light flashed from his body as he slowly opened his eyes. At this point, he was close to returning to his peak condition, and he made a grabbing motion to draw a streak of light into his grasp out of thin air. He swept his spiritual sense into the object, then murmured to himself, "So it's him. Looks like I really will have to come out to meet him." As soon as his voice trailed off, he stood up from his futon, then flew out of the secret chamber as a streak of azure light. Moments later, the azure light faded at the center of the hall on the top floor of the stone pagoda, revealing Han Li within it. "We pay our respects to Master." Qi Lingzi and Hai Yuetian immediately extended ecstatic bows toward him. "No need for formalities. Brother Long, you seem to have arrived far earlier than the time we agreed on. Aren't you afraid that the devilish army will take advantage of your absence to destroy your Long family stronghold?" Han Li asked. The guest was none other than the Long family patriarch, and he was currently appraising Han Li with a hint of astonishment in his eyes. "I naturally made ample preparations before I departed the stronghold. I had heard that you had slain a sacred ancestor clone and a late body integration stage devilish lord in the battle that took place a year ago. At the time, I was rather skeptical, but it seems that I was wrong to have my doubts. Your rate of progression truly puts me to shame, fellow Taoist Han. Having said that, you've instilled me with even greater confidence in the journey we're going to make. As for why I arrived here earlier than expected, that's because some unexpected circumstances arose. I was only able to make such quick progress as I had encountered some unique opportunities during the past few years. As for slaying that sacred ancestor clone, I was only able to do so after receiving a lot of assistance from fellow Taoist Gu and the others. Han Li explained in a nonchalant manner. In any case, it's a matter of immense pride to be able to kill a sacred ancestor clone. On top of that, you've only just progressed to the late body integration stage, so you'll only become more powerful as you consolidate your cultivation base. Even now, I'm most likely already no match for you, the Long family patriarch sighed. You're being far too modest, Brother Long. Can you tell me what those unforeseen circumstances that you were referring to are? Han Li chuckled in response. That's a long story, the Long family patriarch said as he cast a hesitant gaze toward Qi Lingzi and Hai Yuetian. Han Li was immediately able to read between the lines, and he turned to his two disciples and instructed, "You two can leave for now." "Yes, master." The two of them naturally had no objections and departed from the hall. After that, Han Li swept a sleeve through the air to release a streak of azure light that vanished in a flash, and in the next instant, a layer of white light appeared to encompass the entire hall. "All right, there's no one else here aside from the two of us now. Go ahead, Brother Long," Han Li said with a smile. The Long family patriarch nodded as a solemn look appeared on his face. "As you may have already guessed, we're going to have to enter the Elder Devil realm earlier than planned. I received news that our two races are going to be launching a counterattack against the Devilish army in the next few years, and the Devilish patriarchs will also be descending into our spirit realm. Regardless of what the outcome of that battle is, we most likely won't have a chance to enter the Elder Devil realm. As such, if we don't want to miss this opportunity, then our only option would be to enter the Elder Devil realm prior to the commencement of this battle." The three Devilish patriarchs. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. "So you've heard of them as well. These three patriarchs are the most powerful of the Elder Devils, and normal sacred ancestors are completely incomparable to them. I heard that many of the Grand Ascension stage beings from foreign races in our spirit realm have fallen by their hands," the Long family patriarch said in a grim voice. Han Li's expression also darkened upon hearing this, and a contemplative look appeared in his eyes. The Long family patriarch remained silent and waited for Han Li's response. Only after a long while did Han Li break the silence again. "According to my knowledge, the three Devilish patriarchs never leave the Elder Devil realm. Even those foreign race Grand Ascension stage beings only perished by their hands after venturing into the Elder Devil race. Are you sure that they're going to be descending into the spirit realm? Are you suspecting me of falsehood, Brother Han?" the Long family patriarch asked. "No, it's just that what you're saying is a very important piece of information, so I have to verify it," Han Li replied. "In that case, you can rest assured, fellow Taoist Han. I received this information from the Holy Island, and it was revealed by Senior Ao Shao of the Demon Race," the Long family patriarch said. Han Li was quite surprised to hear this, and he hurriedly asked, "Senior Ao Shao went to the Holy Island?" Not only did Senior Ao Shao go to the Holy Island, he's going to be staying there until the true battle against the devilish beings commences, the Long family patriarch said in a grim voice. "So that means the rumors of the devilish patriarchs descending into our spirit realm are most likely true. In that case, all of our plans will be heavily affected," Han Li sighed. "Indeed, we had already planned to enter the Elder Devil realm after the most ferocious attacks from the devilish army had passed by. But if the devilish patriarchs are going to be descending into this realm, then things will be a lot more troublesome. When that time comes, Senior Ao Shao, Senior Mo Jianli, and the Holy Island will be the keys to the battle. If our two races are defeated, then we'll have no choice but to flee and hand over this territory. As a result, our plan of entering the Elder Devil realm will be completely thrown out the window. If we were to win the battle, then all of the devilish beings will retreat back to the Elder Devil realm. If that happens, the spatial nodes will be rife with high-grade devilish beings, and that would also make it very difficult for us to sneak through. If the devilish patriarchs were to descend into our realm, then our risk would be reduced to a minimum. From that perspective, it's a very good thing for us that the devilish patriarchs are planning to descend into the spirit realm," the Long family patriarch said with a wry smile. "We can only think like that now. Have you informed our fellow Taoists from the spirit race about this, Brother Long?" Han Li asked. "It's not that easy to get into contact with the spirit race, so I haven't had time to tell them yet. But as long as we have no issues here, there shouldn't be any issues with them either. The devilish beings aren't just targeting our human and demon races. They're targeting all of the nearby foreign races as well, so the decision that they make will most likely be the same as ours, the Long family patriarch said in a confident manner. I see. Would you be able to give me 2 days to ponder this issue before I get back to you? Han Li asked after a brief pause for contemplation. Hee, of course. I'll be returning to hear you reply in 2 days then, fellow Taoist Han. The Long family patriarch agreed with a smile. I'll be sure to give you a definitive answer in 2 days. However, prior to that, would you be able to tell me about what the devilish beings have been doing over on your end? Han Li suddenly changed the subject. The Long family patriarch nodded in response. I don't know about what they're doing elsewhere, but our stronghold was attacked a few times by the devilish army. Thankfully, we were able to keep them at bay. However, if it weren't for the fact that the Holy Sovereign City had attracted the majority of the devilish army, our stronghold would have been in some peril. It seems that the devilish army in that area intends to focus its power on conquering the Holy Sovereign City, then wipe out the rest of the nearby human settlements. Fortunately, the Holy Sovereign City has managed to hold its own against the devilish army, and Han Li listened intently to what the Long family patriarch had to say and occasionally raised a few questions, all of which were answered by the Long family patriarch to the best of his abilities. Han Li was very pleased with this information, and the two of them chatted for a while longer before the Long family patriarch departed. Han Li accompanied him to the gate of the hall before suddenly asking in a seemingly nonchalant manner, by the way, would you happen to know if Senior Ao Shao is on the Holy Island by himself or if he's there with one of his descendants? I'm not sure exactly who it is, but I heard that Senior Ao is indeed being accompanied by one of his descendants. Why do you ask, fellow Taoist Han? The Long family patriarch asked with a peculiar look in his eyes. No particular reason, Han Li replied with an ambiguous chuckle. The Long family patriarch obviously wasn't convinced, but this had nothing to do with him, so he naturally wasn't going to pry any further. Thus, he cupped his fist in a salute toward Han Li before flying out of the stone pagoda as a streak of golden light. Following the Long family patriarch's departure, Han Li returned to the hall where his 2 disciples were already waiting for him. Have you encountered some trouble, master? Is there anything we can help you with? Haiyue Tian asked. If it's something that you can help me resolve, then it wouldn't be considered as trouble to me, Han Li replied in an indifferent manner. If only we had progressed further in our cultivation, we would be of more use to master, Xianxia said with a shameful expression. You two already possess exceptional cultivation aptitude. Otherwise, you wouldn't have progressed to this point in such a short time. It's just that the issue at hand is extremely perilous even for body integration cultivators, so it's only normal that you two are unable to contribute in any way. Alright, that's enough of that matter. Tell me about the current situation in Deep Heaven City. Have the remnants of the devilish army been wiped out? Han Li asked with a serious expression. Xianxia immediately launched into a recount of events in response. After you went into seclusion, Senior Gu and the others only returned to the city to recuperate for a short while before immediately undertaking a series of tasks. After Xianxia had recounted all of the important events that had taken place in the city, Han Li nodded in response before asking about the Ice Phoenix. Senior Ice Phoenix seemed to have attained the catalyst for a breakthrough, and she immediately went into seclusion after the devilish army was wiped out. According to her, she'll be in seclusion for at least several months, but no more than a year, Haiyue Tian replied. Fellow Taoist Ice Phoenix possesses outstanding aptitude with her Heavenly Phoenix bloodline, so it's no surprise that she's gleaned something during the battle. Stay in the pagoda during this time and make sure that no one interrupts her seclusion, Han Li said with a pleased look in his eyes. Yes, master. All right, you two can go now, Han Li instructed with a content nod. We'll leave you to rest then, master. Xianxia and Haiyue Tian extended a deep bow before exiting the hall. Just as the two of them had made it to the entrance of the hall, a thought suddenly occurred to Han Li, and he instructed, by the way, don't tell anyone that fellow Taoist Long came to visit me today. The 2 disciples' hearts stirred upon hearing this, and they naturally gave an affirmative response. Thus, Han Li was the only one left in the hall. He sat on his chair with his chin resting one of his hands, and a contemplative look appeared on his face. Over half a year later, a group of devilish beings with black chi, surging all over their bodies, were attacking a group of 7 or 8 human cultivators in the air, above a certain mountain range. The two sides appeared to be evenly matched, so the battle was extremely fierce. All of a sudden, spiritual light flashed in the distant sky, and a streak of 5-colored light appeared before hurtling onto the scene in a flash. The devils and humans down below didn't know whether this was a friend or a foe, so they all stopped and quickly retreated. Right at this moment, a pleasant young female voice rang out from within the 5-colored streak of light. "I guess it wouldn't be right of me to not give you all a hand." As soon as her voice trailed off, the streak of light paused in the air above the group of devilish beings for a moment. Immediately thereafter, countless threads of 5-colored light came raining down from above, instantly destroying the bodies of the devilish beings. "Thank you, Senior." The human cultivators were ecstatic to see this, but the 5-colored streak of light merely continued on its way and quickly vanished into the distance, seemingly completely disinterested in receiving their gratitude. The group of human cultivators exchanged a few bewildered glances, and following a brief conversation, all of them departed as well. Not long after that, spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted up above, and 2 more humanoid figures appeared. One of them was a fierce-looking burly man in a suit of black armor, while the other was a slender woman in a white palatial dress. Both of their bodies were covered in a thin layer of pink mist, making it impossible to glean their facial features. "Mistress, would you like me to kill that group of human cultivators?" the black-armored man asked as a hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. "There's no need to do that. All we have to do is follow this woman." The woman in white replied with a calm shake of her head. "But mistress, we've followed this woman for around a year already, and it hasn't yielded any fruits. Could it be that your initial divination was incorrect somehow?" the black-armored man asked in a hesitant voice. "It's quite common for errors to occur during this type of divination, but I was very successful on this occasion. As soon as I saw this woman, I was sure that she's the one I need to follow in order to find the spirit medicine that'll heal me, or take me to the person who possesses such a spirit medicine. This is certainly much better than stumbling around aimlessly in the vast human territory," the woman replied. The black-armored immediately gave an affirmative reply upon hearing this, and the woman swept a sleeve through the air to release a burst of pink light, upon which both of them vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, on a tall mountain in the spirit race territory, there were 3 body integration stage holy spirits surrounding a handsome young man. The young man wore a long golden robe and was facing the trio in an expressionless manner with his hands clasped behind his back. There was a huge shimmering golden lotus flower embroidered on the front of his robes that was extremely eye-catching. The mountain down below was riddled with pits and craters, within which there were over 1,000 sets of remains. There were also countless fragments of treasures littered all over the ground, all of which were completely devoid of luster. "I don't care who you are, you've committed an unforgivable crime by killing so many of our brethren and absorbing their essence. The 3 of us are going to make sure you suffer a terrible death." One of the holy spirits, a short and stubby elderly man, spat through gritted teeth. The other 2 holy spirits consisted of a long-haired elderly man holding a green bamboo cane and a young beauty who appeared to be in her 30s. All 3 of them were appraising the golden-robed young man with fiery rage in their eyes. In contrast with other races, it was very difficult for spirit beings to attain intelligence. Thus, their population had always been quite low, so every member of the race was held in very high regard. Thankfully, spirit beings who managed to attain intelligence would immediately attain significant power as well, so even the weakest intelligent spirit beings were at the core formation stage or nascent soul stage. This was how they had managed to coexist alongside the neighboring foreign races. This ancestral cloud mountain was quite a renowned spirit race settlement, and these 3 holy spirits were the settlement's grand elders. A few days ago, they had to go out to do something, and when they returned, they immediately discovered that all of their brethren in the entire settlement had been slaughtered, and their essence had all been devoured as well. On top of that, the perpetrator had lingered here even after committing such a heinous deed. How could the 3 holy spirits not be enraged? The golden-robed young man's aura didn't appear to be all that powerful, but the 3 holy spirits were completely unable to ascertain his exact cultivation base. This made them quite uneasy, and they were forced to repress their fury rather than attack him right away. "Humph, to think mere spirit servants like you dare to speak to me in such a rude manner. They should be honored to have their essence absorbed by me. I can see that the 3 of you are far more powerful than the other spirit servants. If you're willing to accept me as your master, I can spare your lives." The golden-robed young man harumphed coldly. "Spirit servants? You're from the true immortal realm," the three holy spirits exclaimed in a stunned manner upon hearing this. "Oh? The three of you know about this? Could it be that one of you managed to escape into this lower realm from the true immortal realm? That can't be right. You don't possess the power to do something like this. Someone must have revealed this information to you. I wonder who was the one that disclosed this to you. All right, now that you know where I come from, reveal your true forms and pledge your subordination to me. Otherwise, I'll just have to capture you and erase your sentience. It'll be a bit more of a hassle for me, but the outcome will be the same." The golden-robed young man chuckled coldly. The three holy spirits' faces paled upon hearing this, and they exchanged a horrified glance. If this golden-robed young man really had descended from the true immortal realm, then the three of them would be no match for him. The long-haired elderly man still had a fearful look on his face, but a thought suddenly occurred to him as he yelled, "He's lying! If he really is from the true immortal realm, why would he have made such a loud commotion when killing our brethren? Indeed, I've never heard of a true immortal who was able to descend into our realm. Even if he really is from the true immortal realm, there must be something wrong with him right now. Otherwise, why would he be wasting time speaking to us? We have nothing to fear," the woman chimed in with a cold expression. The golden-robed young man's expression stiffened slightly upon seeing this, and this minor detail didn't go unnoticed. As such, the three holy spirits became even more confident in the verdict they had arrived at, and the short and stubby elderly immediately yelled, "Attack! We can't let this insolent bastard leave this place alive." At the same time, he made a hand seal to summon a white copper mirror, then waved it toward the young man. A white pillar of light immediately shot forth, then swept toward the young man as a sea of flames that was over 1,000 feet tall. The other two holy spirits also sprang into action without any hesitation. One of them swept their bamboo cane forward, and countless green cane projections immediately appeared in the air above the golden-robed young man, encompassing an area that was over 100 acres in size before silently crashing down from above. Meanwhile, the woman flicked her fingers forward in rapid succession to unleash 10 balls of azure light, which transformed into 10 giant azure birds that flew directly toward the young man. The three holy spirits were unconvinced that this young man was from a higher realm, but they knew that he was definitely extremely powerful. As such, they were unleashing their most powerful attacks from the get-go in an attempt to kill this formidable enemy on the spot. A cold light flashed through the golden-robed young man's eyes upon seeing this. Immediately thereafter, he suddenly made a strange hand seal, and a transparent halo abruptly appeared around him, then exploded to create countless golden and silver runes, forming a massive golden and silver barrier that shielded him within. The cane projections up above transformed into countless massive azure logs that came crashing down from above, while the massive azure birds flapped their wings to unleash tens of thousands of azure wind blades at once. As for the sea of white flames, it completely inundated the golden and silver barrier in a flash. The young man appraised the ferocious attacks with a derisive look on his face, then pressed a hand against the barrier as he uttered the word, "Open." A burst of loud rumbling rang out as the golden and silver barrier swelled drastically in size. Each and every golden and silver rune on the barrier instantly expanded to several times their original size and also took on a semi-transparent appearance. All of the giant logs, wind blades, and scorching flames that struck the barrier were instantly repelled without even being able to damage it in the slightest. And the short and stubby elderly man's expression changed upon seeing this as he immediately pointed a finger toward the sea of flames. A low roar rang out from within the sea of whitey flames, and several fiery cairns were instantly manifested. Each of them was as large as a cow, and there were silver spiritual flames erupting incessantly out of their bodies. Not only did the sea of flames rear up significantly, it also turned silver in color, and the surrounding air temperature spiked dramatically. The long-haired elderly man and the young beauty exchanged a glance before summoning several treasures each. Yet just as they were about to unleash the treasures, the golden-robed young man said in a frosty voice, "Playtime's over. It's time for me to send you on your way." As soon as his voice trailed off, the humanoid figure within the golden and silver barrier instantly vanished, following which the barrier itself immediately crumbled in the face of the sea of silver flames. However, not only were the three holy spirits not elated in the slightest to see this, they immediately formed a triangle with their backs facing one another before spreading their enormous spiritual sense through the surrounding area. Moments later, the long-haired elderly man exclaimed in a slightly panicked manner, "What's going on? My spiritual sense can't detect that man at all." His two companions remained silent, but the strained looks on their faces clearly indicated that they weren't having any luck either. Just as the stubby elderly man was about to say something, a loud thunderclap suddenly rang out, following which countless specks of silver light appeared. Immediately thereafter, the golden-robed young man appeared amid a flash of golden light, then made a nonchalant grabbing motion. The silver specks of light instantly formed a giant net that was several kilometers in size at his behest. And not only did the net encompass all three of the holy lords, it encompassed even the giant mountain down below. Furthermore, the giant silver net seemed to be imbued with some type of special power, as evidenced by the fact that it was giving off a peculiar aura that made the three Hoi spirits extremely feeble and only able to muster up just over half of their magic power. It's a spirit-capturing heavenly net. He really is from the true immortal realm. Run! The stubby elderly man was clearly the most powerful of the three holy spirits, and he sprang into action as soon as he sensed the debilitating effect of the silver net. His body swayed before combining as one with the copper mirror in front him, following which he sped away as a streak of light. The other two holy spirits instantly turned deathly pale upon hearing the term, spirit-capturing heavenly net, and they also immediately tried to flee the scene as quickly as they could. The golden-robed young man chuckled coldly, "You're delusional if you think you can still get away." Immediately thereafter, he flipped a hand over to reveal a ball of silver light, which transformed into a dozen or so silver threads that connected with the entire giant silver net. He then made a grabbing motion, and the silver net descended from up above, looking as if it had encompassed the entire heavens. Loud Buddhist chants rang out as countless silver runes surged out of the net in a frenzy, forming a massive starry projection in an instant before plummeting straight down from above. A rumbling boom erupted as everything within a radius of close to 10 kilometers was inundated by piercing silver light. The world's origin chi in the surrounding area instantly became extremely violent, and gray tornadoes were swept up without any warning, destroying everything in their wake. The occasional earth-shattering boom rang out within the giant silver net. The dazzling silver light made it impossible to see what was happening inside. The golden-robed young man controlled the entire giant net with one hand while his other hand was clasped behind his back in a nonchalant manner, seemingly completely unconcerned that the three holy spirits would escape. Only after around 10 minutes had passed did the commotion taking place within the silver net gradually die down, and in the end, everything fell silent. The golden-robed young man swept his spiritual sense downward, upon which a cold smile appeared on his face, and he made a grabbing motion toward the giant net. The massive silver net instantly crumbled away at his behest alongside the gray tornadoes and silver light. It was as if everything had been a mere illusion. However, the huge mountain down below was clearly significantly shorter than before, and there were 3 glowing items hovering in the air above the rubble on the mountain summit. These consisted of an antiquated silver mirror that was around 10 feet in size, a section of bamboo that was over 10 feet tall, and an azure ball of light. A hint of elation appeared on the golden-robed young man's face upon seeing this, and he swept a sleeve downward to release a burst of silver light that drew the items to him in a flash. "Not bad. After I refine these treasures, they'll be of some use to me." The golden-robed young man murmured to himself with a pleased expression as he carefully appraised the 3 items. "However, this isn't going to be enough. If I can get a few more of these, then I'll be able to use more of my powers." Having said, it seems that there are grand Ascension stage beings in the spirit race, and they'll be quite troublesome for me to face in my current state. The young man mused after stowing the items away. After pondering the situation for a while, he seemed to have arrived at a decision, and he flew away as a streak of dazzling golden light. Thus, peace and quiet returned to the surrounding area. However, around an hour following the young man's departure, a ball of red light suddenly flew out from beneath the rubble down below amid a faint buzzing sound. This was a fist-sized ball of light that contained a purple eyeball-like object, and it hovered in midair before turning toward the direction that the golden-robed young man had flown away in. This was clearly a treasure that was being controlled by someone, and it was clearly quite a remarkable treasure considering it had completely escaped the golden-robed young man's detection. All of a sudden, the purple eyeball began to rotate on the spot, following which the light shimmering around it began to fluctuate in brightness, but it didn't make so much as a single sound. Almost at the exact same moment, there was an elderly man with a remarkably youthful set of facial features appraising a white crystal ball with a dark expression. The elderly man was seated on a black wooden chair in a golden palace within a sea of clouds, and a series of images were slowly unfolding on the surface of the crystal ball. The images depicted the golden-robed young man defeating the 3 holy spirits, and there were some accompanying voices that could be heard as well. When the elderly man heard the young man utter the term spirit servant, his expression immediately changed slightly but then quickly returned to normal. However, as soon as the golden-robed young man released that giant silver net, the elderly man instantly rose to his feet and exclaimed, "That's a spirit-capturing heavenly net. That's impossible. Even someone who's descended from the true immortal realm definitely won't be able to bring such a treasure into this realm." The elderly man's face immediately became twisted with fury and resentment at the mention of the spirit-capturing heavenly net. After watching the battle for a while longer, the elderly man seemed to have discovered something, and his expression eased significantly. He began to pace around the room with his hands clasped behind his back as he murmured to himself, "No, this has to the replica. Otherwise, a true spirit-capturing heavenly net wouldn't have taken so long to defeat those 3. Even so, it seems to still be extremely potent against us spirit beings and can't be ignored. I don't care if this man really did descend from the true immortal realm. We can't allow him to leave our spirit race alive. However, if he really is a true immortal, then it's very unlikely that we'll be able to kill him. It looks like we'll have to use that thing to completely seal him away." After pacing around the room a few more times, the elderly man suddenly stopped before sitting back in his chair as a contemplative look appeared on his face. Meanwhile, in the human race, there was an azure streak of light flying over a mountain range that lay on the border of the Holy Sovereign City and Deep Heaven City. The streak of light was flying at an incredible speed, and it suddenly changed directions before flying down into a secluded valley. After just a single flash, the streak of azure light landed on a giant gray rock, then faded to reveal the azure-robed Han Li. Han Li cast his gaze throughout the surrounding area with a calm expression, then suddenly focused his attention on an ordinary-looking tree with an unblinking gaze. "Hee, I knew this little trick of mine wouldn't be able to fool fellow Taoist Han." A giggling female voice rang out from within the huge tree, following which it blurred and warped before transforming into a burly yellow robe that was several tens of feet tall. Standing beside the burly man was a beautiful young woman in a 5-colored feather dress, and she was appraising Han Li with a wide smile, but there was clearly a hint of astonishment in her eyes. "Greetings, fair Yi, sorry to keep you waiting," Han Li said with a smile as he cupped his fist in a salute. This woman was none other than the matriarch of the Yi family, and Han Li had met her once during the Myriad Spirit Platform gathering. Her powers seemed to be no less formidable than those of the Long family patriarch, so Han Li naturally had to afford her some respect. "I only arrived a few hours before you, so I didn't have to wait too long. I was trying to play a little prank on you using this yellow cloth puppet I recently obtained, but you saw through it right away." "It looks like there are some issues with this puppet," the woman said with a smile as she patted the burly yellow-robed man beside her, creating a hollow thumping sound. The burly man was identical to a real human, but it was only a humanoid puppet. "Surely you jest, Fairy Yi. There are no inherent flaws with this puppet. It's simply not of a high enough caliber to fool the likes of me and you," Han Li said with a smile. "Don't underestimate this puppet. It was created by Old Man Mugu, and he assured me that there was a good chance it would be able to fool even body integration cultivators. I didn't think that you would see through it right away. It seems that he was exaggerating. In contrast, it seems the tales that I've heard about your rapid rate of progression certainly weren't exaggerations, fellow Taoist Han," the woman said with a smile. "I encountered some opportunities and was very lucky to have progressed to the late body integration stage, but my powers can't even begin to compare with those of a veteran late body integration cultivator like you, Fairy Yi," Han Li replied in an indifferent manner. You're still trying to placate me by saying something like this. I heard that a sacred ancestor clone and a late body integration stage devilish lord fell by your hands during the same battle. Don't you think you're being too pretentious by saying something like that? The woman pouted as she rolled her eyes in an unconvinced manner. Those are just exaggerated stories. I was only able to kill those powerful opponents as I had received assistance from other fellow Taoists. Otherwise, my powers wouldn't have been anywhere near enough to achieve such a feat. Hanli chuckled in an ambiguous manner. The woman's pout became even more pronounced upon hearing this. Do you think I'll believe you? Hanli merely smiled and remained silent. Seeing as Hanli didn't want to continue on this subject, the woman withdrew her yellow cloth puppet before moving on to a different topic. Back when I last met you, you had only just reached the body integration stage, yet in just a few centuries you've progressed to the late body integration stage. This rate of progression is almost unheard of. If it weren't for this devilish tribulation, the Holy Island would have most likely invited you to join them already. I've heard that the Holy Island has the purest spirit veins in our human and demon territories, and that countless precious ingredients and medicines are planted on the island. It would indeed benefit me immensely if I could join the island, Hanli replied. The woman paused momentarily before asking, Brother Han, did you know that the Holy Island itself is half of a profound heavenly treasure and is the last resort for our two races to continue our heritage? Is that so? This is the first time I've heard that, Hanli replied as his expression changed slightly. It's no surprise that you're unaware of something like this. Aside from the old monsters on the Holy Island, there are definitely less than 20 people who are aware of this. These include the 3 sovereigns, the Long family patriarch, and myself, the woman replied with a smile. Why are you telling me this? Hanli asked with a curious look in his eyes. The woman paused momentarily before replying. Seeing as you've appeared here, I'm sure you already know that the 3 devilish patriarchs are going to descend into our spirit realm. Have you thought about how you're going to protect your disciples and descendants if our 2 races were to be defeated by the devilish army? I only have a few disciples, and I haven't set up any sect or power, nor do I have descendants to worry about, Hanli chuckled in response. Oh? Then why is it that I've heard that your disciples have taken many disciples for themselves? The woman asked in a slightly surprised manner. That's just a sect founded by my disciples. I've never had any direct connection to it. Whether the sect survives or falls will be decided by their fortune, Hanli replied with a smile. The woman faltered momentarily upon hearing this before a smile returned to her face. In that case, it seems that I was too nosy. Are you really that pessimistic about our chances against the devilish army? The devilish patriarchs are indeed extremely fearsome, but if the grand ascension stage beings of our races were to join forces, we would certainly stand a chance. Besides, the 3 devilish patriarchs have resounding reputations, but who's actually seen them in action? Perhaps their abilities have been greatly exaggerated, Hanli said. I don't think that our races have no chance at all, but the 3 devilish patriarchs are definitely far more fearsome than the average sacred ancestor. The woman replied as a concerned look appeared on her face. Hanli's expression remained unchanged, but his heart stirred slightly as he said, Oh? It sounds like you know something about them, Fairy. The woman paused momentarily before asking, Come to think of you, you've saved my granddaughter's life in the past and have some ties with our Yi family, so I'll disclose this to you. How much do you know about the ancestors of our Yi family, Brother Han? I've only heard that your Yi family is a true spirit family with a history that stretches back to ancient times. I don't know much more aside from that, Hanli replied. There have been several ancestors of our Yi family who have managed to reach the Grand Ascension stage, and through a stroke of immense fortune, one of them was able to stimulate her true spirit bloodline to its maximum potential. As a result, she attained incredible powers and snuck into the Elder Devil realm on several occasions. Hanli's eyes narrowed slightly in contemplation upon hearing this, but he merely continued to listen in silence. The woman paused momentarily before continuing. It's said that this ancestor of ours fought many times in secret with Grand Ascension stage beings of foreign races but was never defeated once. However, in order to take that final step, she had to venture into the Elder Devil realm to search for a few types of precious spirit medicines. The first few trips went very smoothly, but she never returned from her last trip, so she most likely perished in there. However, prior to making that final trip, he left a journal in our Yi family, and it contained many stories about the Elder Devil realm. One of those stories was about the time when she had witnessed one of the 3 devilish patriarchs battling a true spirit in the Elder Devil realm. According to her own assessment, she definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand more than 7 or 8 attacks from that devilish patriarch, and if she had been discovered at the time, her chance of escaping alive would have been less than 50%. Senior Ao Xiao and Senior Mo Jianli both possess unfathomable powers, but they definitely wouldn't be much more powerful than that ancestor of our Yi family. If they were to face the devilish patriarchs. The woman's voice trailed off there, but it was very clear what she was implying. Han Li's expression also darkened upon hearing this, but he replied, even if the devilish patriarchs really are that powerful, we won't need to directly face them in battle. As beings of a foreign realm, they would definitely be debilitated by the power of our spirit realm, and on top of that, I'm sure the Holy Island and the 2 Grand Ascension Stage seniors would have devised countermeasures against them. Otherwise, what would be the point of even fighting this battle? As soon as they received news that the devilish patriarchs were going to descend into this realm, they would have evacuated the entire human race. That's also my thought process. Otherwise, I would have evacuated our Yi family long ago. However, if some of our Yi family could receive protection from the Holy Island, our heritage wouldn't be completely severed even if our 2 races were to be defeated, the woman said. In that case, why haven't you sought out someone from the Holy Island to discuss this? Why are you telling me all of this? Han Li was truly perplexed now. Hee, it seems that you're still now aware of your own worth, fellow Taoist Han. The woman chuckled. What do you mean by that? Han Li asked. Even without this devilish tribulation, how much longer do you think Senior Mo Jianli and Senior Ao Xiao would be able to protect our 2 races? One of them most likely won't be able to transcend their next major heavenly tribulation, while the other has also been at the Grand Ascension stage for a very long time and won't be able to transcend many more tribulations either. Aside from those 2 seniors, there's no 3rd Grand Ascension stage being among our 2 races. Among the body integration cultivators, who has the greatest chance of progressing to the Grand Ascension stage? I haven't heard of any body integration stage beings in the demon race with particularly outstanding talent. And both the Holy Sovereign and the Tyrant Sovereign have a sliver of a chance, but they can't even hold a candle to your freakish aptitude. If I'm not mistaken, if it becomes apparent that our 2 races are going to lose the battle against the devilish army, the first thing that the Holy Island will do will be to invite you onto the island. Even if we were to lose our current territory, as long as another Grand Ascension cultivator could arise among us in the future, we'll be able to make a resurgence elsewhere, the woman said. Han Li pondered this for a moment before replying, I think you're exaggerating, fellow Taoist, but even if all that is true, what are you trying to say? I have a few descendants who have inherited the purest heavenly phoenix bloodline. I would like you to accept them as your disciples and send them to the Holy Island along with your other disciple before the final battle commences. If you're willing to do that, I'll be sure to follow your lead during our upcoming journey to the Elder Devil realm, the woman said in a serious voice. You want me to accept them as my disciple? Surely you jest, Fairy Yi. Han Li exclaimed as he shook his head emphatically. I wouldn't make jokes about something like this. I can assure you that all of them are exceptional talents, and you'll only need to provide them with basic instruction. So they definitely won't hold you back, the woman insisted. But I have no intention of accepting more disciples. Besides, you don't have to do this if all you want is for some of your descendants to be able to seek refuge on the Holy Island. If you really think that the Holy Island will take my opinion into account, then I can write a letter to the elders of the Holy Island relaying your request to them, but I can't guarantee that it'll work. As for following my lead in the upcoming journey, there's no need for that. I'm sure you'll be able to make wise decisions on your own as demanded by the situation, Han Li said with a meaningful smile. In that case, we'll do as you say. It seems that those descendants of mine simply are fortunate enough to be chosen as your disciples. Having said that, I promise to follow your lead, and I intend to see through that promise, so you can rest assured. Truth be told, even without raising this request, I had still planned to follow your lead during this journey, the woman said with a slightly sly smile. Oh? You seem to have a lot of trust in me, fellow Taoist. Isn't the leader of our group supposed to be fellow Taoist Long? Han Li asked as he stroked his own chin. Humph, the Long family has plotted against our Yi family on countless occasions. I'm not going to place my trust in him. I'm doing this for the sake of my descendants, but also for my own sake. I hope we can forge an alliance to ensure our survival in the Elder Devil realm. Who knows if fellow Taoist Long and those spirit beings will have other plans once we enter the Elder Devil realm. I have no interest in becoming cannon fodder for anyone, the woman harumphed coldly. I see. All right, I'll enclose a message in a jade slip, and I'm sure you'll have a way to get the jade slip to your descendants. Just tell them to deliver the jade slip and an item that I can be identified by to Deep Heaven City and seek out my disciples. Our trip into the Elder Devil realm could take up to several decades, so we'll most likely miss the final battle against the devilish army. Hanli said as he flipped a hand over to produce a jade slip. The woman was ecstatic to hear this. You have my thanks, Brother Han. Hanli merely smiled and injected his spiritual sense into the jade slip to store a message into it. Spiritual light flashed from the surface of the jade slip before quickly fading, following which it was tossed toward the woman along with a translucent jade pendant. The woman caught the two items before briefly injecting her spiritual sense into them, then extended her gratitude toward Han Li in an elated manner. It seems that both of us have arrived several days earlier than the agreed date. How about we take advantage of this time to exchange some cultivation insights and experiences? I've only just reached the late body integration stage, and I'm sure there are many things that I can learn from you, Hanli said with a smile. You're far too modest, Brother Han. I would love to discuss cultivation with you. On top of that, there are also some details about our upcoming journey to the Elder Devil realm that I'd like to speak to you about. I opened up a cave just over there. How about we take a seat in there? The woman asked with a smile. Hanli naturally had no objections to this, and the two of them flew toward the cave as two streaks of light. High up in the air close to 10 kilometers away from the valley, there was a white cloud drifting lazily over the sky. Within the cloud were two humanoid figures, one of which was a slender woman who was concealed within a layer of pink mist. She was holding a treasure that was shimmering with crimson light while chanting something, and thumb-sized runes were occasionally drifting out of the treasure. All of a sudden, the light emanating from the treasure became extremely bright, and it abruptly shattered amid a dull crack. The woman's expression stiffened upon seeing this, following which she swept her sleeve through the air to cast the fragments of the treasure aside. How strange, my divination completely failed to derive any information on that man, the woman murmured to herself. The woman was accompanied by a burly black-armored man, and he asked in a surprised manner, Mistress, could it be that he possesses the spirit medicine that you need, and it's concealing itself from your divination? The woman paused momentarily before shaking her head in response. The spirit medicine that I'm searching for does indeed possess extraordinary properties, but it definitely does not possess the ability to conceal itself from divination. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to track it down from so far away. If he really does possess the spirit medicine, then I should be able to sense it from this distance even without using divination. In any case, it's very strange that I couldn't derive any information at all from my divination. How could he be capable of doing something like this? Only a grand Ascension stage being should be able to completely ward off your divination, the black-armored man said with furrowed brows. That is indeed quite strange, but it's not impossible. If he possesses the same level of divination abilities or possesses one of the several types of immortal spirit physiques, then he'd also be able to conceal himself from my divination, the woman speculated. The burly man drew a sharp breath upon hearing this, then immediately began to shake his head vigorously. It's very implausible that he possesses the same level of divination ability. There are only a handful of beings in the entire spirit realm that possess divination abilities comparable to yours. As for the legendary immortal spirit physiques, almost all of them can bestow upon one the power to reign supreme over an entire realm. How could a mere human like him possibly possess such a physique? If he really did, then he would have been hidden away by the human race like a precious treasure already. I also think those are both very implausible options. In that case, he most likely possesses a fragment of a profound heavenly treasure or a profound heavenly holy artifact. The power of laws imbued within such treasures will also prevent my divination from working as intended. Those types of treasures are also exceedingly rare, but it's the only plausible option, the woman mused. The woman had automatically omitted the possibility that Hanli had a complete profound heavenly treasure sealed within his body, thinking that he only had a profound heavenly treasure fragment or replica treasure. You already recovered that profound heavenly fortune blade fragment last time from him. Yet he still has another incomplete profound heavenly treasure in his possession. This brat is wealthier than some of our race's sacred ancestors. The burly man drew a sharp breath as he cast his gaze toward the valley in the distance with a hint of greed in his eyes. Don't forget our objective for this trip. Don't touch him before we track down the spirit medicine. The woman warned in an indifferent voice. The burly man shuddered upon hearing this, and he hurriedly lowered his head as he said, "Rest assured, mistress, I wouldn't dare to attack him without permission. He's already reached the late body integration stage, so you would be no match for him anyway. Come to think of it, he was only at the mid-body integration stage when we last saw him. It looks like he's harboring some other secrets aside from just an incomplete profound heavenly treasure." The woman mused as a peculiar look appeared in her eyes. The burly man could see that the woman had truly developed an interest in this human, so he most likely wouldn't be let off the hook even if he didn't possess the spirit medicine that she was searching for. On the inside, he was lamenting the fate of this unfortunate human cultivator. But he still put on a respectful expression as he asked, "What should we do next, mistress? Should we keep watching him? These two are among the most powerful beings in the human race, yet they've gathered here instead of staying in any major human settlement. They must be plotting something, and it looks like there are more people to come. Let's keep waiting until everyone else gets here. After all, I've already confirmed through my divination that the woman with the heavenly phoenix bloodline will lead me to the spirit medicine I'm searching for. So it's best not to alert them to our presence." The woman replied. "That's true. Once everyone arrives, the whereabouts of the spirit medicine will naturally be revealed. If we sense something from someone else, we'll be able to rule out that man. It would indeed be best if things could go that smoothly. However, from the looks of it, it'll take quite some time before everyone else arrives, so let's meditate for now," the woman said before raising a hand to release a cloud of pink mist, contained within which was a pink floral tree that was several tens of feet tall. The burly man gave an affirmative response, then flew into the floral tree and vanished without a trace. As for the woman, she merely laid a hand on the tree and also disappeared into it amid a flash of light. 5 days later, rainbow light suddenly appeared in the sky thousands of kilometers away from the valley, and a giant azure arc emerged before hurtling directly toward the valley. The arc was around 1,000 feet in length and was split up into 3 levels. It was completely green in color, and judging from the layers of runes and formations engraved upon it, it was clear that this was a rare flying treasure. On a platform on the top level of the arc, there were 4 people standing side by side, conversing with one another in quiet voices. One of them was an indistinct humanoid figure enveloped within a layer of white light. One was a beauty in a yellow dress. One was a thin man in a set of coarse cloth robes, and the final person was an elderly scholar who appeared to be in his 60s. All right, let's proceed according to our original plan. Before we get to our desired destination, we have to fully cooperate with the human cultivators. This journey to the Elder Devil Realm is going to be extremely perilous. We won't be able to succeed on our own, the figure enshrouded within white light said in a cold voice. Indeed, if our spirit race can gain another grand ascension stage being out of this journey, then we won't have fear of any of the neighboring races. The woman in yellow sighed. Fairy Thousand Autumns, you've interacted the most with the humans, so we'll leave it to you to correspond with them. When the time comes, the 3 of us will offer you any assistance you require, the thin man said. I'll be thanking you in advance. Then, fellow Taoists, I'm sure the human cultivators also wouldn't dare to plot against us before we arrive at our destination, so we don't have to be too concerned about the initial portion of the journey, the woman in yellow said with a smile. Humph, even if they do dare to try something, they'll only be piling more misery onto themselves, the elderly scholar said in a cold voice. Hee, with the forces we have hiding in the shadows, we naturally don't have the fear the humans. But at the same time, we have to look at the bigger picture and stay out of trouble as much as possible. The agreed meeting place is just up ahead. Bring out that thing and make sure to keep it under control so that the humans don't sense anything amiss, the figure in the white light said. Rest assured, that thing possesses incomplete intelligence to begin with, so the treasure we were given is enough to control it. It's a pity that it can't be placed in a storage bracelet. Otherwise, it wouldn't have to take up one of our slots to enter the Elder Devil realm," the woman said in a forlorn manner. "That thing is more powerful than all of us combined. So what if it takes up one of our slots? Let's prepare to descend into the valley now," the figure in the white light said in a nonchalant manner. The figure within the white light was clearly the leader of the group, and everyone immediately agreed before making their way into the ark. Meanwhile, 3 streaks of light were hurtling toward the valley from different directions thousands of kilometers away. They were led by a streak of golden light, contained within which was none other than the Long family patriarch, and he was accompanied by a black-robed man with a scar on his face, as well as an expressionless long-haired man. The giant azure arc and the 3 streaks of light appeared in the air above the valley almost at the exact same time, and both sides were slightly taken aback to see one another. The 3 streaks of light halted, and the Long family patriarch was revealed before greeting with a smile. "What a coincidence! Greetings, fellow Taoists of the spirit race. I had thought that you'd already be in a valley. It's rather surprising to see that you've only just made as well, Brother Long." Holy Maiden Thousand Autumn's voice rang out in response, immediately following which she appeared at the front of the ark. Behind her were 4 other humanoid figures, 3 of which were the other holy spirits she had been conversing with earlier, while the 4th person was a young man with a very pale face. There was a faint layer of blue mist drifting around his body, and he was displaying no expression at all. "Haha, I had indeed planned to arrive earlier, but I encountered some trouble along the way and was delayed for some time. I'm very impressed by your punctuality, even though you had to travel far further than I did to get here," the Long family patriarch said with a smile, and as he swept his gaze over the 5 spirit beings, a peculiar look flashed through his eyes as his gaze lingered momentarily on the pale-faced young man. "You encountered some trouble? It's not going to affect our journey, is it?" Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns asked in a cautious manner. "Rest assured, Fairy Thousand Autumns, we encountered a few high-grade devilish beings on the way here, but they've all been taken care of, so there's no way that information surrounding our journey will be leaked," the Long family patriarch replied with a smile. "Good. It seems that some fellow Taoists have already arrived here before us. Let's go down to meet them," Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns said as her expression eased slightly. The Long family patriarch swept his spiritual sense toward the valley down below and said, "Those auras belong to fellow Taoist Han and Fairy Yi. Looks like they got here quite early." Thus, both sides descended toward the valley while the giant azure arc lingered in midair. The elderly scholar among the spirit beings then pointed a finger at it, and it instantly concealed itself into space. The holy spirits and the Long family patriarch's group landed at the center of the valley, following which a male voice immediately rang out to greet them. "Greetings, fellow Taoists. Fairy Yi and I have been waiting for quite some time." As soon as the voice trailed off, 2 streaks of light emerged from the other end of the valley, then faded to reveal Han Li and the patriarch of the Yi family. "Looks like everyone's all here," the Long family patriarch said with a smile at the sight of Han Li's duo. "I don't seem to recognize any of our fellow Taoists from the spirit race aside from fellow Taoist Thousand Autumns. I believe an introduction would be appropriate," Han Li said. "Fellow Taoist Han, you've already reached the late body integration stage," Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns exclaimed as soon as she swept her spiritual sense toward Han Li. Back when they had first met, he had only been at the early body integration stage, yet he had since progressed to the late body integration stage in just a few centuries. How could she not be stunned by this? "I was indeed fortunate enough to have reached the late body integration stage," Han Li replied with a smile. At his current level of power, he was unable to conceal his true cultivation base in the face of other late body integration stage beings unless he used a secret technique to do so. The other holy spirits instantly turned to appraise Han Li upon hearing this, and stunned expressions also appeared on their faces. Prior to setting off, the holy spirits had all familiarized themselves with the human cultivators that they were going to be collaborating with, so they were naturally able to recognize Han Li right away. Brother Han is a truly phenomenal cultivation prodigy of our human race. With the incredible progress that he's made, we'll have a far greater chance of success in this journey." The Long family patriarch chuckled. I had heard some rumors about fellow Taoist Han's exceptional cultivation aptitude, but I didn't think that his rate of progression would still be so extraordinary even after reaching the body integration stage. Just as you say, Brother Long, this is indeed good news for all of us. Now then, allow me to introduce my brethren here. These are all cultivators of our spirit race who have constantly been in seclusion, so very few foreign races know of them. This is Elder Jean Gu of our spirit race's metal faction. He's adept at using soundwave abilities, and his forte lies in dealing with large numbers of enemies at once. Thus, the 1,000 Autumns began to introduce the spirit beings one by one, and all of the human cultivators listened intently while appraising these holy spirits. According to Holy Maiden 1,000 Autumn's introduction, the thin gray-robed man was Elder Jean Gu, the elderly scholar was Zhang Xing, and he was well-versed in the art of restrictions. The man enshrouded within white light was known as Bai Qi, and he possessed several types of powerful abilities that were particularly effective against devilish beings. The final pale-faced young man was introduced to everyone by Holy Maiden 1,000 Autumns as Ji Shui, and apparently he was very adept in spatial abilities. Among these holy spirits, Holy Maiden 1,000 Autumns and the figure enshrouded within white light were both at the late body integration stage, while the elderly scholar and the thin gray-robed man were at the mid-body integration stage, and the young man known as Ji Shui was only at the early body integration stage. If Han Li hadn't become a late body integration stage, the overall power of the spirit race representatives would have outstripped that of the human representatives, on paper at least. The Long family patriarch couldn't detect anything amiss with the holy spirits, and he greeted them one by one. The elderly scholar and thin gray-robed man both responded with a smile, while Bai Qi and Ji Shui remained silent and expressionless. The Long family patriarch naturally didn't take this to heart and introduced Han Li and the others to the spirit beings as well. Due to the fact that this Bai Qi was giving off spiritual pressure that was even more powerful than that of Holy Maiden 1,000 Autumns, the human cultivators had reflexively focused most of their attention on him. However, the white light shimmering around his body seemed to possess some profound properties, and even Han Li was struck by a sense of dizziness after looking at it for too long. After that, both sides didn't waste any more time and sat down beside a large tree nearby to discuss their journey into the Elder Devil realm. The preparations for this journey had commenced many years ago, so the general plan was already settled. All they had to do now was to make some minor adjustments. As such, their discussion was complete in no more than 4 hours, and they all rose up into the air again before flying into the giant azure arc that had reappeared up above. A buzzing sound rang out from the arc as rainbow light flashed over its surface, and it sped away as a streak of azure light. Moments later, the streak of azure light had vanished into the distance. Unbeknownst to everyone, there was a barely visible ball of white light that was trailing them in hot pursuit less than 100 kilometers away. Within the ball of white light, a hideous black-armored man was currently appraising a woman with pink light shimmering around her body in a stunned manner. You're saying that there's someone among them that even you have to be wary of? Surely you're overestimating them, mistress. Due to your injuries, you're nowhere near the height of your powers. It shouldn't be any issue for you to take care of these body integration stage beings. The woman was holding a purplish golden copper coin and stroking it with her finger, and only after a long while did she reply in an indifferent manner, "It's not that I'm wary of those body integration stage beings, it's this destiny copper coin that suddenly displayed a reaction. This indicates that one of those body integration stage beings possesses a treasure that is powerful enough to pose a threat to me. I don't want to further compound my own injuries in a moment of complacency." On one side of the copper coin that she was holding was a benevolent, smiling human face, while a malicious ghostly face was emblazoned on the other side, creating quite an unsettling contrast. "What treasure could possibly pose a threat to you?" the black-armored man asked in a stunned voice. "At the height of my powers, there are very few treasures aside from profound heavenly treasures that can pose a true threat to me. However, in my current state, it's hard to say. Even some special divine spirit treasures could pose a threat to me," the woman replied. The black-armored man's expression changed slightly before he asked in a careful manner, "Did you sense the spirit medicine you're searching for from one of these people?" "I'm getting a vague sense of it from one of them, but it's a rather strange feeling," the woman replied with her brows furrowed slightly, seemingly rather hesitant about something. The black-armored man was naturally very curious, but didn't dare to ask any further questions. The giant azure ark flew for 3 entire months, carefully concealing itself along the way and carefully skirting around many devilish settlements before arriving at the boundless ocean. The giant azure ark then continued on into the ocean without any pause. Meanwhile, the spirit and human beings on the ark were all meditating in their own rooms to prime themselves to the best possible condition. Everyone knew that despite how long they had been preparing, this trip was definitely still going to be an extremely perilous one. If they weren't careful, all of them could easily be wiped out in the Elder Devil realm. As such, everyone was doing everything they could to prepare for the foray into the Elder Devil realm. In a room on the bottom level of the ark, there were 3 identical Han-Lis seated with their legs crossed. There was a colorful restriction shimmering from the walls, and the 3 Han-Lis were all of different colors. One was shimmering with golden light, one was radiating green light, and the final one was enshrouded within a cloud of black chi. These were none other than Han-Li, his spirit body, and his provenance golden body. Back when Han-Li was being pursued by the 4 sacred ancestor clones, he had no choice but to release his spirit body and second nascent soul as red herrings to distract his pursuers. Both of them had managed to survive the ordeal, and Han-Li naturally unleashed a secret technique to summon them back to himself as soon as he returned to Deep Heaven City. However, due to the fact that the entire city had been surrounded by the devilish army, the spirit body and second nascent soul didn't dare to return to the city and could only temporarily hide in the outskirts of the devilish army. After the devilish army was forced into retreat, the 2 were finally able to return to Han-Li as he was recuperating in seclusion. The second nascent soul was extremely familiar with the restrictions set up in the stone pagoda that Han-Li had been staying in, so it was able to sneak in without alerting anyone else. As for Chewer and the spirit body, not only had they returned completely unscathed, they had made some progress in their powers during their time away from Han-Li. The second nascent soul had self-detonated to escape from the Yuan Cha clone, and even though it had been able to manifest itself into a new nascent soul, it had naturally been severely debilitated by the ordeal. For a normal body integration cultivator, this would naturally be a very troublesome matter to deal with, as it would take at least several decades of arduous cultivation to get the second nascent soul to fully recover. However, with the countless medicines and pills at Han-Li's disposal, this wasn't an issue at all. He fed the second nascent soul a series of fortifying spirit pills, and within just half a year, it had recovered most of its powers. It was still far from the height of its powers, but in its current state, it would still be able to control the golden body in battle. Han-Li was currently focusing the entirety of his attention on a small purple cauldron that was hovering before him. The cauldron was only several inches in size, and its surface was covered in profound runes. It was currently being enveloped within a burst of azure flames that was being expelled out of Han-Li's mouth, and he was staring intently at the cauldron while flicking his fingers toward it to cast incantation seals into the flames. The azure flames flickered, and a low buzzing sound rang out from within the cauldron. There was a blurry gray strip of light that was half concealed within the cauldron while the other half was extending out of it. The strip of light was only around as thick as a human finger, and it was writhing violently as if it were extremely fearful of the azure flames around it. Han-Li's expression remained completely unchanged, but the frequency with which he was unleashing an incantation seal began to increase. A wisp of golden light began to appear in the azure flames being expelled out of his mouth. Finally, the gray strip of light seemed to be unable to stand the refinement of the azure flames any longer, and it transformed into a white ball of light that shot forth out of the azure flames to try and flee the scene. However, Han-Li was already prepared for this, and he flicked a finger through the air in an unhurried manner, unleashing a bolt of golden lightning amid a loud thunderclap. The white ball of light was instantly reduced to nothingness by the arc of golden lightning, and a hint of elation appeared in Han-Li's eyes upon seeing this. I finally managed to force out that old devil's spiritual sense. Now, I just have to refine the cauldron again with my own blood essence to be able to use it. Immediately thereafter, he made a hand seal and opened his mouth to expel a ball of blood essence, which exploded into a cloud of blood mist that vanished into the cauldron. The azure flames then began to burn with greater intensity, and the small cauldron began to revolve on the spot. This was none other than the purple word cauldron that Han-Li had taken from the Shueguang clone. It was an incomplete, profound heavenly treasure that he had found to be extremely troublesome to deal with, and he hadn't dared to refine it right away due to the presence of Che Qigong's spiritual sense within the treasure. This wisp of spiritual sense had already developed a hint of spiritual nature, and not only did it refuse to come out of the cauldron, it was even able to use some of the cauldron's power to protect itself. As such, it had taken Han Li several years to finally force it out of the cauldron before destroying it on the spot. Now, all he had to do was refine the cauldron and it would become a powerful weapon for him. In terms of versatility and unpredictability, this purple word cauldron was superior even to the blade fragment that had been taken from him, so it was certainly a very good replacement. Han Li refined the small cauldron for 7 days and 7 nights, and only on the 8th day was the process completed. He swept a sleeve through the air with an elated expression to snuff out the azure flames, following which the cauldron shrank down to around the size of a human thumb before adhering itself tightly to his forehead. Han Li closed his eyes and began to assess the uses of the cauldron while the cauldron itself was shimmering with faint purple light that was fluctuating in brightness. After another 3 days and 3 nights, Han Li reopened his eyes as a smile appeared on his face. He had already mastered most of the uses of the cauldron, and he laid a hand onto his own forehead to stow the treasure away. Han Li paused momentarily, then suddenly raised an arm before opening his mouth to expel a burst of azure light, which severed his sleeve to reveal his bare arm. On his forearm was the faint yellow mark left behind by that profound heavenly spirit/sword. Han Li cast his gaze toward the mark, and a hesitant look appeared on his face. After a long while, he finally gritted his teeth and pressed his arm hand onto his exposed forearm, then drew upon the magic power within his body. Golden light flashed all over his entire body as golden ripples surged over his arm, and under the stimulus of pure spiritual power, the barely visible mark on his forearm began to become clearer. It gradually turned from yellow to green, then slowly transitioned to a dark green color. From a distance, it looked as if a miniature dark green sword had been embedded within his arm. A tense look appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, but he continued the injection of spiritual power. After a full 10 minutes had passed, the miniature dark green sword suddenly shuddered, then began to roam over his arm as if it had sprung to life. Han Li's heart stirred as he immediately released his own forearm, and the injection of golden spiritual power also ceased in a flash. In the instant that the miniature sword had been roaming over his skin, his entire arm had become scorching hot, as if it were being baked over an open flame, and all of the meridians within that arm were also struck by a burst of excruciating pain, which was why he had hurriedly stopped what he was doing. Without the injection of spiritual power, the dark green sword returned to its original position, then reverted back to a barely visible yellow mark. Han Li's brows furrowed tightly as he appraised the yellow mark, and only after a long while did he hesitantly flex his own arm. A layer of azure light flashed over his arm, and the torn sleeve was instantly restored. A wry smile appeared on Han Li's face as he murmured to himself, "Looks like my late body integration stage magic power still isn't enough to allow me to use the treasure. If I really want to make use of this treasure, I'll have to reach the Grand Ascension stage first." After that, Han Li paused for a while longer before closing his eyes and entering a meditative state. 2 months later, the giant azure arc suddenly stopped in midair, and Han Li opened his eyes upon sensing this as a contemplative look appeared on his face. Almost at the exact same moment, the Long family patriarch's voice suddenly sounded within his secret chamber. "Brother Han, we've almost reached the spatial node. The flying arc is too big of a target, so we can't travel in it any longer. We'll have to disembark and fly from here." "I see," Han Li replied in an indifferent voice, then swept his sleeve through the air around him. Several tens of formations flags of different colors instantly shot out of the walls of the room before vanishing up his sleeve as streaks of spiritual light. After that, he flew out of the room as a streak of azure light, and by the time he arrived in the air above the giant arc, there was a group of human and spirit beings already waiting there. He wasn't the last to emerge from the arc. Immediately following him were the long-haired man from the Lin family and the elderly scholar of the spirit race. As soon as the elderly scholar arrived, he immediately chanted something before pointing his finger at the giant azure arc, which rapidly shrank down into a small piece of azure wood that was then drawn up the scholar's sleeve. Han Li cast his gaze throughout the surrounding area to find that they were still situated above the boundless ocean and there wasn't anything of note to see nearby. We're about 4 or 5 days away from our destination. The node isn't very large, but it's situated in a secluded corner of the Xianxia region where the most bloodthirsty faction of the devilish army, the violent devil race, is situated. These violent devils are extremely ruthless, and this place is far more chaotic than anywhere else in the entire Xianxia region, so we'll have to proceed with caution, the Long family patriarch said in a solemn manner. If we had chosen a devilish node near Deep Heaven City, we would have been able to minimize the risk involved, the young woman from the Yi family sighed in a forlorn manner. None of the spatial nodes near Deep Heaven City are suitable. I've already sent out scouts who have confirmed that only through this node can we directly reach the Bloodstone Mountain range of the Elder Devil realm. The Bloodstone Mountain range is an extremely barren place, so we shouldn't encounter any danger there. Otherwise, if we enter the Elder Devil realm through another node, we either run the risk of facing powerful enemies right away or ending up too far away from our destination, thereby requiring a journey that's longer than necessary. The Long family patriarch replied with a shake of his head. The young woman chuckled. I was just articulating a wishful thought. I have full trust in the arrangements you've made, Brother Long. The Long family patriarch merely smiled and remained silent. At this moment, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns approached the Long family patriarch, and the two of them had a brief discussion before setting off with everyone else. During the next 4 days, Han Li and the others encountered a few groups of patrolling devilish guards, ranging from around a dozen guards to over 100. In contrast with the devilish beings that had appeared near Deep Heaven City, these devilish guards were noticeably taller, and they were wearing suits of devilish armor that were inscribed with blue devilish runes. Of course, it would have been a simple matter for Han Li's group to kill these devilish guards, but they merely concealed themselves and flew over the guards without alerting them. Even the most powerful beings among these devilish guards were only at the deity transformation stage, so there was naturally no way they could sense a group of body integration stage beings. During the evening of the 4th day, a series of black spots suddenly appeared over the distant ocean, and after flying a bit closer, these dots were revealed to be a cluster of coral islands of different sizes. The smallest of these islands were only several kilometers in size, while the largest were close to 100 kilometers, and the Long family patriarch stopped before turning to Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns. Fellow Taoist Thousand Autumns, there are most likely high-grade devilish beings situated up ahead. We'll be counting on you now. Everyone else, swallow the Devilfane beads that we distributed earlier. If we do get exposed, activate the devilish chi within the beads right away, and we'll still be able to blend in. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns smiled and gave an affirmative response, then flipped a hand over to produce a white flag, which she waved through the air to produce a torrent of countless white flowers, all of which exploded in rapid succession. A cloud of white mist that was around an acre in size immediately appeared in midair and enveloped the entire group. After that, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns began to chant something, then waved the flag through the air a few times, and a series of 5-colored runes began to appear within the white mist. Everyone within the mist then began to blur before finally vanishing into nothingness. Everyone was ecstatic to see this, while Han Li's expression remained calm as he released his spiritual sense into the surrounding mist. Moments later, a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. This mist contained some kind of restriction, making it completely undetectable even to his immense spiritual sense. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as blue light flashed within his pupils, and he was finally able to catch sight of that layer of white mist which had formed a protective barrier. However, even through his spirit eyes, the mist was extremely faint and barely visible. This instilled Han Li with a great deal of confidence in this restriction, and his expression eased slightly as the blue light in his eyes faded. This type of concealment naturally wouldn't be able to fool him, but unless there were some devilish lords up ahead who possessed special secret techniques, none of the high-grade devilish beings would be able to see through this cover. The other human cultivators in the group were also quickly becoming aware of how profound this mist was, and they were very pleased and intrigued by this discovery. Right at this moment, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns suddenly tossed the flag in her hand forward, and it transformed into a streak of white light that guided the entire cloud of white mist forward. Han Li and the others each produced a black bead that they swallowed, then concealed their auras before flying ahead along with the misty restriction. Thus, the group flew into the cluster of coral islands in the blink of an eye. Close to 100 kilometers away from them, spatial fluctuations erupted, following which a pink ball of light appeared. After the light faded, 2 humanoid figures were revealed. one of whom was a woman in a white palatial dress holding a purple copper coin in one hand. She was accompanied by a burly black armored man who wore an extremely respectful expression as he stood beside her. The purple copper coin in the woman's hand suddenly vanished as she said to the burly man, "Hey, make some preparations, I'm going to conduct heavenly divination here. Mistress, you still haven't fully recovered from the backlash of the last heavenly divination. Surely it's not a good idea to use it again in such a short time," the black armored man said in a hesitant manner. "Conducting heavenly divination twice in succession will naturally be very taxing on my body, but this could be my only chance to make a full recovery, so I can't afford to miss it," the woman replied in a nonchalant manner. "This is just a group of body integration cultivators. If you're willing to entrust the origin quake mace to me, I can kill all of them and find the spirit medicine that you're searching for," the burly man said in a display of loyalty. The origin quake mace is indeed very powerful, but at your current cultivation base, you won't be able to make full use of its powers. On top of that, the warning from the Destiny Copper coin indicates that these people definitely possess measures that can counter the origin quake mace anyway. Alright, that's enough idle chatter. Begin the preparations right away. If we delay any longer than this, it'll be quite a hassle to catch up with them again," the woman said. His body swayed, and in the next instant, he appeared over 1,000 feet away before rubbing hands together, then spread them apart to release 8 objects. These were 8 black wooden dolls, each of which was only around half a foot tall. They possessed disproportionately large heads that were comparable to the size of their bodies, and they all wore different and extremely lifelike expressions. After releasing the 8 wooden dolls, Hei rotated on the spot to release hundreds of stone slabs out of his body, all of which abruptly converged up ahead to form a green stone platform that was around 70 to 80 feet tall. The stone platform had countless vibrant green patterns engraved over its surface and was giving off an indescribable primordial aura. Hei then flipped a hand over to produce a shimmering blue crystal ball, which he hurled viciously toward the ocean down below. The crystal ball vanished into the ocean in a flash, following which Hei pointed a finger down below, and gargantuan waves that were several thousand feet tall were suddenly swept up. The waves rose up into the air to form a blue water barrier that encompassed the stone platform, as well as the 8 wooden dolls. Only then did Hei cups his fist in a salute, and said in a respectful voice, "The altar is ready, mistress." The woman nodded in response before descending into the water barrier in an unhurried manner. She then made a hand seal and began to chant something, upon which the water barrier began to shimmer with blue light. The nearby space warped, and the entire water barrier gradually became transparent before vanishing into nothingness. At the same time, the 8 wooden dolls drifted forward to appear on the stone platform with 2 wooden dolls standing right next to one another on each corner. The woman then tossed the purple copper coin from before high up into the air, and it transformed into a large copper bowl in a flash before descending right onto the center of the stone platform. The bowl's surface was covered in layers of complex runes, and there was a ball of purple light within it that seemed to be concealing something, but was impossible to see into. The woman's expression remained unchanged as she pointed a finger toward the puppets one after another, and layers of black chi suddenly appeared over the surfaces of the wooden dolls, following which 8 different sinister ghostly faces were manifested. They roared and struggled violently from behind the wooden dolls, but seemed to be bound to the dolls and were unable to get stray far away from them. The woman paid no heed to this, and calmly instructed, "Prepare the sacrifices." "Yes, mistress," Hei replied before immediately rushing into the air directly above the stone platform, then abruptly laid a hand onto his own waist. A palm-sized black leather pouch instantly flew out of his body, then swelled to around 10 feet in size before tipping itself over above the purple copper bowl. The pouch was opened and crimson liquid gushed out of it toward the purple ball of light. The crimson liquid was flowing out of the pouch like an endless waterfall, but the bowl showed no sign of being filled, as if it were a bottomless pit. Hei wasn't surprised at all to see this, and he merely continued to oversee the proceedings. After a long while, more than a ton of liquid had gushed out of the leather pouch, yet it was still flowing without any signs of subsiding. All right, that should be enough. It wasn't easy to collect all this blood essence from body integration stage ancient beasts, so we should conserve it where possible, the woman suddenly said. He immediately made a grabbing motion toward the leather pouch upon seeing this, and the stream of blood immediately ceased before the pouch flew back to him in a flash. The woman took a deep breath and made a hand seal, upon which a massive pink floral tree suddenly appeared behind her. The tree was glittering and translucent, with fist-sized pink flowers growing all over its branches, all of which were giving off an intoxicating aroma. The woman's body blurred, and she suddenly vanished before appearing directly above the tree. Her pristine bare foot was treading light upon the flower growing at the very top of the tree, and she flipped a hand over to produce a white bone blade that was very thin and extremely sharp. She then slowly raised an arm and extended her wrist out of her sleeve before slashing the bone blade across her wrist. A stream of viscous silver liquid immediately tricked down from her wrist and dripped onto the top of the floral tree before vanishing into it. A loud buzzing sound rang out, and the pink tree instantly turned silver, creating a spectacular sight to behold. After waiting for a short while, the woman withdrew her wrist before blowing onto the self-inflicted gash, which immediately disappeared amid a flash of white light. Only then did she cast her gaze toward the purple bowl down below, and she stowed away the bone blade before producing a black handkerchief, which she tossed up into the air. The surrounding water barrier instantly turned inky black to keep out all of the external light, and it was as if night had suddenly fallen. The woman raised her foot before gently stepping down onto the top of the floral tree, and the massive tree instantly exploded into specks of silver light that shot forth through the air. Thus, silver stars were instantly added to the night sky, and they began to slowly revolve in a profound rhythmic manner at her behest. It was as if another world had been established within the water barrier. Silver light flashed through the woman's eyes, and her body blurred before expanding into a giant white projection that was several hundred feet tall. An extremely delightful voice rang out, chanting an incantation, and the surrounding stars began to accelerate in their rotation around the giant white projection, forming a series of profound starry diagrams. At the same time, the ball of light within the copper bowl suddenly began to rise up, then take on a series of different shapes under the starry night sky. Meanwhile, a shimmering golden disk had appeared before the woman, and she was flicking her fingers toward it at different speeds, causing balls of rainbow light to come flying out of the disk. Her movements appeared to be very relaxed and nonchalant, but with each flick of her finger, her face would pale slightly, but the silver light in her eyes was gradually becoming brighter. Around an hour later, a group of several tens of devilish beings began to fly toward the water barrier, while riding atop devilish beasts that resembled sharks with wings. These devilish beasts appeared to be quite clumsy and maladroit, but they were actually extremely fast and reached the water barrier in the blink of an eye. However, these devilish beings clearly hadn't noticed the concealed water barrier at all, and they were just about to fly right past it when a loud rumbling boom rang out as the water barrier suddenly reappeared before exploding on the spot. Powerful blue light swept forth in all directions to form a giant blue vortex, and all of the devilish guards were naturally quite alarmed by this as they hurriedly took evasive measures. At the same time, their devilish beast steeds roared as they expelled balls of azure light, which formed azure light barriers around themselves and their riders. Enormous waves swept past, only to be parted by these light barriers, and even though none of the devilish guards were harmed, they had naturally been greatly startled. All of them immediately drew their weapons and cast their eyes toward the vortex in a bewildered manner. The blue vortex rapidly shrank amid an insistent rumbling noise, then vanished to reveal the woman in the white dress and the black-armored man. The woman was currently holding the golden disc, and her face was deathly pale, but the silver light in her eyes was extremely piercing and bright. She currently wore an expression that seemed to be a mixture of incredulity, elation, and hesitation, while the black-armored man was inspecting the surrounding area in a slightly surprised manner. The deity transformation stage leader of the devilish guards swept his spiritual sense toward the duo and was immediately given a massive fright. Both the woman in white and the black-armored man possessed magic power that was completely unfathomable to him. Thus, the leader of the guards immediately jumped off his steed with astonishment in his heart, and carefully asked, "I am sure Shua of the violent devil race. May I ask which race you are from, and whether you require my assistance with anything?" The black-armored man appraised the group of devilish guards with a cold expression before turning to the woman with a respectful look in his eyes. "Mistress, what do you want me to do with them?" Seeing as they've discovered us, they can't be allowed to live, the woman replied without even looking up from her disk. Her voice was completely emotionless, as if this group of devilish guards were only ants in her eyes. A ruthless light appeared in the black-armored man's eyes as he gave an affirmative reply, then turned toward the violent devils with a bloodthirsty expression. Run! The leader of the devilish guards immediately knew that something was wrong upon hearing the conversation between the duo, and he instantly shot back while raising a hand to release a fist-sized bead. At the same time, a giant black blade appeared beneath his feet, and he combined as one with the blade before fleeing toward the cluster of coral islands as a streak of black light. The other devilish guards were naturally very alarmed to see this, and they also immediately fled the scene. The black-armored man cackled as he swept both arms through the air, releasing 2 bursts of black chi that swept through the surrounding area. All types of demonic insects could be seen within the black chi, and they immediately inundated the fleeing devilish guards, following which a string of blood-curdling howls rang out in quick succession. He then cast his gaze toward the streak of black light, which had fled to several thousand feet away at this point and set off in pursuit as a gust of black wind. Moments later, a howl of anguish rang out and he returned carrying a bloody head in one hand. He tossed the head into the black chi, then returned to the woman's side as a respectful expression reappeared on his face. At this point, the blood-curdling cries ringing out from within the black chi had also subsided, and the black chi flew back into the black-armored man's body. Throughout this entire process, the woman's eyes had remained completely glued to the golden disc in her hand, and there was a hesitant look on her face. Let's go. You acted quite quickly just now, but there's still a chance that someone could have been alerted, the woman said as she stowed her disc away. She then swept a sleeve through the air, and a burst of pink light emerged to sweep up the duo, then rose up into the air before flying away as a ball of light, heading directly toward the cluster of coral islands. As she flew along, the woman peered into the distance through narrowed eyes in an expressionless manner. The black-armored man cast a few furtive glances at her, and after a while, he finally couldn't help but ask, "Mistress, why did the altar suddenly explode at the end there? Are you all right?" "I'm fine. It's just that the backlash was more powerful than I anticipated, so I was unable to control it in the end. I haven't suffered any injuries, but those 8 substitute puppets have all been destroyed. I won't be able to conduct divination until I refine a new set," the woman replied. The black-armored man's heart stirred upon hearing this. "I see. Then, the divination. I wasn't able to complete the divination, but I did derive signs from it. The signs are quite ambiguous and even self-contradicting in some areas, but one thing's for sure. This group of people possesses something that can help me make a full recovery. Follow them closely, but make sure not to tip them off. I need some time to think so I can truly grasp what the signs are telling me," the woman said. "Yes, mistress, then let's give chase right away." Not only did they gather so many body integration stage beings, they also traveled all the way here. They must have a massive objective, the black-armored man speculated. "Regardless of what their objective is, we'll find out eventually if we keep following them," the woman said. "You've already planted a tracking mark on that human woman, and we're in the shadows while they're completely out in the open. There's no way they'll be able to escape from us?" The black-armored man chuckled. The woman merely nodded and offered no reply, and the black-armored man also fell silent. Several hours later, Han Li and the others had already stopped in the air, above a massive coral island that was several hundred kilometers in size. They were hovering at an altitude of tens of thousands of feet, appraising a devilish stronghold from afar. The devilish stronghold occupied close to half of the area of the entire island, and it was surrounded by gray walls that were over 1,000 feet tall. On top of that, there were layers of restrictions set up near it, and it was encompassed within several black light barriers. There were devilish guards wielding all types of weapons on the stronghold's walls, as well as 2-headed devilish birds flying over the stronghold. In the air above the stronghold, there was a gargantuan black cloud that was several hundred acres in size. The cloud was churning incessantly, and arcs of silver lightning could be seen flashing within it alongside rumbling thunderclaps, giving off a very eerie and formidable appearance. "Is this the right stronghold? Didn't you say that there weren't supposed to be many devilish beings guarding this place?" Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns asked with a dark expression, and the other holy spirits were also clearly very displeased. Hanli and the other human cultivators didn't say anything, but they also turned to the Long family patriarch with skeptical looks in their eyes. Please don't misunderstand, fellow Taoists, I sent scouts to this place not long ago, and at the time this had only been a very small stronghold. This has also come as quite a surprise to me. It seems that more devilish beings must have been deployed to this place. The Long family patriarch hurriedly explained with a wry smile. I'm sure you wouldn't lie about something like this, Brother Long. But what do you plan to do now? Should we change to a different node? With so many devilish beings present, there are most likely devilish lords among their ranks. There's a good chance that our original plan will fail here, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns said as her expression eased slightly. There's not enough time for us to scout for another node. We've already ascertained the properties of this node, and it's the most suitable one for us. If we were to go through any node, even if we could arrive in the Elder Devilish realm, we'd immediately be plunged into very perilous situations. It is indeed true that our original plan most likely won't work here. Devilfane beads are able to fool even high-grade devilish beings, but they're lacking in resistance against the power of restrictions. With so many restrictions, here we could easily have our covers blown and be surrounded by the devilish army. As such, I suggest we simply conceal ourselves and fly toward the node. If we're exposed, then we'll just have to barge through by force. With our combined powers, even if one or two devilish lords were to stand against us, we'd be able to kill them right away. Once we enter the Elder Devil realm, there will be no way for them to track us down. The Long family patriarch said as a cold look flashed through his eyes. I agree. With our combined powers, there really isn't all that much for us to fear, and forcing our way to the node is the simplest and most efficient way. The man from the Lin family agreed with a nod. But if we do that, the devilish beings in the Elder Devil realm will immediately receive news of what we're doing. That'll be very detrimental to our journey through the realm. The woman from the Yi family said with her brows slightly furrowed. The Elder Devil realm is an extremely massive place, and we won't be going to the cities with large gatherings of devilish beings, so even if they're made aware that foreign beings have entered their realm, there's no way for them to effectively hunt us down. Besides, it's not exactly an uncommon occurrence for foreign beings to enter the Elder Devil realm. From what I've heard, many powerful beings from the races of our spirit realm would venture into the Elder Devil realm from time to time. The devilish beings may not pay our group much heed. The black-robed elder from the Long family countered. Hanli merely remained silent as he stroked his chin with a calm expression while the holy spirits were discussing the matter with one another through voice transmission. Moments later, a verdict was reached, and the Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns turned to the Long family patriarch as she said, It will indeed be too much of a delay if we were to switch to a different node, so we'll do as you say, Brother Long. If our cover is blown, then we'll just have to force our way into the node. But I hope there won't be any further errors on your part once we enter the Elder Devil realm. The Long family patriarch's eyelids twitched slightly, but he replied in a confident manner, Rest assured, fellow Taoists. In that case, let's begin right away. I'll unleash the full power of the smoke cloud flag and do my best to get us as close as possible to the node without setting off any of the restrictions here. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns said in a serious voice. She then made a hand seal, and several streaks of light shot forth into the surrounding air, then vanished in a flash. Blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes as he cast his gaze around him to discover that a layer of cloud and mist had appeared in the surrounding area. After just a few flashes, the cloud and mist became extremely thin, and it was barely visible even to his spirit eyes. Han Li's heart stirred upon seeing this, and he immediately withdrew his spirit eye ability. However, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns seemed to have sensed something, and she turned to Han Li with a meaningful look in her eyes. However, she didn't say anything and merely led the way toward the node above the devilish stronghold. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly, but his expression remained unchanged as he flew slowly toward the node in the distance with everyone else. They were only several tens of kilometers away from the node above the stronghold, but during their flight, they encountered 7 or 8 groups of patrolling devilish guards. However, the cloud and mist that Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns had conjured up managed to conceal them flawlessly. There were some occasions where they were practically brushing shoulders with the devilish guards, yet they weren't able to sense anything. However, when they were less than 10 kilometers away from the devilish stronghold, they finally set off an extremely profound restriction. A dull thump rang out without any warning, following which countless black spikes shot forth out of thin air, hurtling directly toward them from all directions. "We've been exposed. Prepare for battle, fellow Dowsets." Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns immediately yelled as her expression darkened. She then waved a hand through the air, and the layer of cloud and mist around them suddenly formed a dense light barrier that kept all of the oncoming black spikes at bay. Everyone else immediately released their treasures and abilities upon seeing this, and the surroundings restrictions were instantly torn apart in the face of their combined powers, following which all of them flew toward the node above the devilish stronghold like lightning. Such a massive commotion naturally alerted all of the devilish beings in the surrounding area, and countless balls of light exploded near the stronghold as spiritual light spread over the entire sky. At the same time, groups of armored devilish beings riding atop all types of devilish steeds rose up into the air in a menacing manner.